Chapter 252, Persuasion. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, I have only just broken through to the gushing spring tier. What need is there for you to be so surprised? What need was there for them to be so surprised? You had to understand that out of this group of people, the earliest among them who reached the 9th layer of the element gathering tier had managed to do so in 2 years ago, yet they were still at the 9th layer of the element gathering tier even now. And what about him? A few months ago he was only in the 4th layer of the element gathering tier, yet now he'd left them far behind and stepped into the gushing spring tier. And this was still not enough to astonish them? This was practically a fatal shock. Ling Han, you're stimulating universal anger with this. Just take a look at how many miserable people here are still stuck at the peak of the element gathering tier. Qi Yongyi immediately shouted. Even Bailey Tingyun was nodding repeatedly in agreement. He too was in the 9th layer of the element gathering tier and now possessed the qualifications to attempt breaking through to the gushing spring tier. However, there was a deep moat that separated being qualified to attempt breaking through and having actually broken through, and this moat required who knows how much time to fill. If one was fortunate enough, he might be able to fill this moat before he reached 25 years old. But Ling Han wasn't even 18 yet. In the field of martial arts, these few years could not be ignored. If one was unable to break through to the flower blossoming tier, every martial artist was still mortal and could possess a lifespan of merely 100 years. That's right. Everyone was both jealous and at the same time happy for Ling Han. You're already in the gushing spring tier even before you've reached 18. In the history of Rain Country you could probably be counted amongst the top 10, right? Li Dongyu asked ruefully. Ling Han merely smiled. If these people were to find out that Hu Niu was already in the 9th layer of the element gathering tier, who knows how extremely shocked they would become. However, Hu Niu had a particular ability that could conceal her aura, and if it was not for the fact that he still had a sliver of divine sense left behind from heaven tier, he would not have been able to sense her aura either. Not even Guang Yuan was aware that the little girl had already reached the 9th layer of the element gathering tier, and only thought her to be a slightly stranger child than most since she was always so energetic, as well as such a humongous glutton. Moreover, she was extraordinarily strong. Ling Han, will you be attending tomorrow's wedding? The others finally came to the main topic. Why not? Ling Han countered. That's the Liu clan. Qi Yongyi said with a frown. So what if it is the Liu clan? Ling Han asked with a smile. After being countered consecutively by Ling Han for 2 times straight, the others did not know what else they could say. It was obvious that Ling Han did not take the Liu clan seriously at all. Big brother Ling, I'll go with you tomorrow? Li Hao forced out through gritted teeth. After being helped out by Ling Han so many times, it was now time for him to repay some of his debts. Me too, Jin Wuji said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Zhu Wujiu merely smacked the hilt of his sword lightly, and gazed at him with sharp eyes that were filled with determination. Qi Yongyi and the others all sighed. A few months ago Jin Wuji and Ling Han were still enemies, but now he was willing to risk everything for Ling Han's sake. Similarly, a few months ago Ling Han and the Feng clan were enemies, but not only had their enmity not been resolved, but their relations had degraded into something that would not end without one side being wiped out completely. Life was indeed full of mysteries. Ling Han waved his hand and said, you should all go and watch the excitement tomorrow. However, I will not allow any of you to make a move. When Qi Yongyi, Li Dongyu and the others heard Ling Han inviting them to go with him, they could not help but become anxious. They did not have the courage to oppose the Liu clan, but when they heard Ling Han's last few words, they could not help but flush. Even if Ling Han needed help, it would definitely not fall onto them who were still in the element gathering tier. They really had much too high an opinion of themselves. Ling Han's eyes swept over Zhu Wujiu and the other two. His strict gaze caused the 3 of them to nod subconsciously, not daring to say anything further. Hee, then I too have no need to make a move, right? Guang Yuan said with a laugh. Ling Han laughed and said, if no one battles me, then there is naturally no need for Big Brother Guang to act, but if there are really any powerful elites, then Big Brother Guang as my bodyguard should naturally display your usefulness. With your ability and reputation, Big Brother Guang, you would at least be able to battle 10 opponents on your own. I say, Brat Ling, are you trying to cause trouble for me? Instantly Guang Yuan looked miserable. Ling Han merely smiled. If Guang Yuan did not retreat tomorrow, then he would not mind giving a hand to Guang Yuan, and in the future not just the spiritual pedestal tier, it was definitely not impossible for Guang Yuan to reach the flower blossoming tier or even the spiritual infant tier. However, he was not a good Samaritan, so how could he simply give out such a big favor for no price at all? If one wanted to get him to train them, then one needed to prove that they were qualified to become his friend and earn his trust. As of now, Li Hao and Zhu Wujiu had passed, whereas Jin Wuji had to be observed for a while longer. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun and the others meanwhile, could only pass as casual friends. Qi Yongyi and the others continued to persuade him for a while longer, but when they saw Ling Han was completely unmoved, they could only leave helplessly. The third imperial prince arrived quietly not long after. I had never thought that Feng Yen has actually become a disciple of the Winter Moon sect, and has even been taken in as a disciple by a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier. The third imperial prince said as soon as he had stepped through the doors. His face was filled with envy as well as defiance. At first he was the strongest young genius of his age range, and the leader of the 3 core disciples of Huyang Academy, but yesterday he was challenged by Feng Yen and completely defeated. This had to be because Feng Yen had obtained the secret inheritance of the Winter Moon sect, and also the reason why he had been able to surpass him in cultivation and defeat him easily. What gave him the right? Feng Yen was merely a true disciple of Huyang Academy, whereas he was an imperial prince of Rain Country and a core disciple. Why had the Winter Moon sect chosen Feng Yen instead of him? This caused the third imperial prince to feel both envy and hatred. Ling Han smiled faintly. The third imperial prince's flustered and exasperated display caused his opinion of the former to instantly fall quite considerably, and he could not even bother with the latter's resentful complaints and merely pretended as if he had not heard a single word. Ling Han, what are your plans tomorrow? The third imperial prince asked seriously. This was his real purpose for coming. Ling Han looked at the third imperial prince and asked, what plans does your imperial highness want me to have tomorrow? The third imperial prince could not help but smile. In his eyes, Ling Han was merely a stepping stone for him on his way to ascend the throne, and he had never considered Ling Han as a friend, so everything had to be done for his benefit first and foremost. He said, Feng Yen is currently very powerful, but not long after he will leave Rain Country, so I am hoping you can bear with it for the moment. What your Imperial Highness means is that I should stay here tomorrow? Ling Han asked calmly. I know that girl from the Liu clan is an outstanding beauty, but how could we who do great things be troubled by personal considerations? If you face off with Feng Yen now, you would be killed by him, and my imperial father would only turn a blind eye to the matter. Thus, bear with it for the moment to exchange for a clear and boundless sky in the future, the third imperial prince advised. From his mouth, Ling Han was made aware of the attitude of the imperial family. No matter how much of a fuss he and Feng Yen created with their personal enmity, the imperial family would not interfere. Just like how when he was attacked by Feng Yen in the middle of the street at midnight, when not a single imperial guard had appeared, and when he had crippled Feng Luo's arms, the imperial family too did not take any action. Even when Feng Luo died by his hand when he returned, he did not see the imperial family pursue the matter either. Needless to say, as Feng Yen had entered the Winter Moon sect, the imperial family would naturally not dare to take action against him. As for Ling Han, he had the 2 big bosses of alchemy to back him up now at first, and now he himself had become a big boss like them, so the imperial family similarly dared not make a move against him. Unless Ling Han did something that would weaken the authority of the imperial family. Thus, just battle it out as much as the 2 of you liked, as it was a personal enmity anyways. However, the backers on both sides could not act. Whether it was Fu Yuanxing killing off Feng Yen, or some elite of the Winter Moon sect killing Ling Han, the imperial family would be unable to give a good explanation to the other side. If the backers on either side made a move, then the imperial family would be forced to interfere. Ling Han smiled. Since he was now aware of the imperial family's bottom line, he could take advantage to turn the battle in his favor. I am going to attend tomorrow's wedding, he said. You? The third imperial prince could not help but become furious. Chapter 253, The Seventh Imperial Prince. The third imperial prince had thought at first that his earnest and well-meaning advice would have successfully persuaded Ling Han, but never thought that the latter would completely disregard his words. Thus he could not help but be angry. If it had been anyone else, he would have definitely rebuked him harshly, or even possibly thrown a harsh slap at him. But when he recalled that there were the 2 big bosses of alchemy standing behind Ling Han, he could only suppress the flames of rage burning in his heart and say, Ling Han, what capability do you have to oppose Feng Yen? Putting aside the fact that you are not strong enough to oppose him, the Liu clan would only have to send out a spiritual ocean clansman, and that would be enough to prevent you from even stepping in through their doors. Ling Han smiled and said, I never thought that your Imperial Highness would be so worried about me. The third Imperial Prince of course knew that this was sarcasm, and instantly, his face darkened as he said, Ling Han, don't lose your senses because of women. Don't forget, we are men who have great goals to aspire to. Ling Han shook his head internally. He realized that the third Imperial Prince must have had no idea that he was already a black-grade high-level alchemist himself. Otherwise, the former would naturally have much more confidence in him, and would definitely not dare to speak to him in such a way. In truth, he did not have any intention to deliberately conceal this matter. Thus, it was actually very easy to find out that he had already gained the status of a black-grade high-level alchemist at least. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion found out very early on, but for the one and only third Imperial Prince, how could his information be so outdated? Then, it must have been someone who had done something which led to the third Imperial Prince being still ignorant of this matter. In the Imperial City, the only one who had the power to achieve this was the Reign Emperor. Everyone said that the current Reign Emperor was greatly skilled and a master of strategy, and was possibly the ruler who had the broadest vision since the establishment of Reign Country. Then, how could the Reign Emperor be completely unaware when his sons were all moving in secret and forming their own alliances? Even if he was aware, he did not interfere or make any move to stop them. Obviously, the Reign Emperor wanted to see which of his sons was the most brilliant before he would pass on the throne. This could also be considered as a test of skill for the Imperial Princes. Unfortunately, the eldest Imperial Prince and third Imperial Prince were completely unaware of this and thought that their actions were extremely secret, having no idea that the Reign Emperor was aware of everything they did. Ling Han sighed. Most likely, the third Imperial Prince had not passed the test. If he was determined to put all his effort into supporting the third Imperial Prince, then with the power in his hands, no matter how weak the third Imperial Prince was, he could still somehow push him up to the throne. But who asked the third Imperial Prince to cut off this path himself? Your Imperial Highness, Yu Tong is my friend, and I am definitely not one to give up on my friends, Ling Han declared. The third Imperial Prince was practically about to explode in fury. He had advised him so patiently and earnestly, but why did Ling Han take no heed of his words? He said angrily, don't pretend to be so noble and virtuous. If you want beautiful women, I can give you 1,000 or 10,000. I can even give Ziyan to you. In his heart, even Ziyan was merely a tool he could manipulate. As long as she could help him ascend to the throne, he could discard her at any time. Ling Han shook his head and said, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Please leave, Your Imperial Highness. The third Imperial Prince's face darkened and he said, Ling Han, have you forgotten about the Eye of Truth? Anyone who covets the secret treasure of the country would not be given a light punishment. Is Your Imperial Highness threatening me? Ling Han asked with a smile. Then you're on your own, the third Imperial Prince humphed and left with a flourish of his robes. What a hot temper. Ling Han could not help but smile. If this guy knew that he was now already a black-grade high-level alchemist, what kind of expression would he have on his face? Would he be so overwhelmed with regret that he wanted to smash his head into a wall? Not too long after, another person arrived. The eldest Imperial Prince. Similar to the third Imperial Prince, he was also trying to persuade Ling Han not to attend the wedding tomorrow. His attitude was much more forceful than the third Imperial Prince, but the final result was the same. His efforts were all in vain, and he even slammed his hand onto the table in fury before leaving in a rage. Ling Han sighed. This was obviously his personal business, but why were they all trying to bend him to their will, and upon his refusal, looked like they were the ones wronged? What kind of logic was that? Is young Master Ling here? At this moment, a knock once again was heard from the front doors. He really had a lot of visitors today. If it was not for the fact that he had sent Hunyo to rest in the Black Tower early on, most likely the little girl would have been awakened by the commotion quite a few times by now, and most probably would have jumped out in fury to bite the people who had disturbed her slumber. Ling Han went over to open the door and saw there was a tall, slender young man standing at the doorway. He was quite handsome, and though his attire was quite casual, he carried on him a certain innate aura making him seem powerful even though he was completely calm. I am Jianghu. Please do not be angered by my disturbing you at such a late time tonight. This young man looked to be about 20 years old and was at the 9th layer of the element gathering tier. Among the younger generation of the Imperial City, he was not the least bit outstanding. Another with the surname Qi. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "So it was you, Your Imperial Highness, the 7th Imperial Highness. Right, he was really quite popular, wasn't he?" Now, all the 3 imperial princes who had the right to actually compete for the throne had all paid him a visit. However, he did not know if the 7th imperial prince was also here to persuade him to not attend the wedding tomorrow. The 7th imperial prince also smiled and said, "Young Master Ling must definitely be going to attend the wedding tomorrow, right? So what Your Imperial Highness means to say is that it is best that I don't go." "No." The 7th imperial prince shook his head, a sliver of anger appearing on his face. He said, "This is the land of the rain country, yet Feng Yan used the Winter Moon sect as a threat in order to forcibly marry one of our women. If I was the emperor, I would definitely have punched him so hard he would fly out of the country. I do not think that the Winter Moon sect would dare to oppose the rain country just because of one little disciple. If they really did, then they would really become a joke to the whole northern region." As someone who had lived 2 lives, Ling Han naturally had sharp eyes. He could tell that although there was a bit of pretense in the 7th imperial prince's words, that was really how he felt. However, as an imperial prince, his actions and words would always be a bit exaggerated. "And so Your Imperial Highness is here to support me then?" The 7th imperial prince nodded and said, "Just do as you wish tomorrow, young Master Ling. I am willing to become your sturdy backer." Ling Han could not help but smile. "Why does Your Imperial Highness have such confidence in me? The Liu clan has a powerful member of the spiritual pedestal tier on standby, and with my limited ability, most likely I wouldn't even be able to step in through the doors, right?" These words were what the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes had used to try to persuade him, but now he was using them to test the 7th imperial prince. He did not believe that a man who was capable of competing for the throne was a hot-headed man. Moreover, they had not even met before, so why would the 7th imperial prince come to offer his support? The 7th imperial prince laughed heartily and said, "A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. To tell you the truth, I have done my investigation and discovered that young Master Ling is someone who has gained 3 silver plaques. In Rain Country, not even my imperial father would dare do anything too harsh to young Master Ling. At most, he would most possibly have you captured and chase you out of our borders." Indeed, this guy knew that he had become a black-grade high-level alchemist, and that was why he had come so full-heartedly to support him. Ling Han considered for a moment, then asked, "What kind of support are you intending to offer me, Your Imperial Highness?" The 7th imperial prince could not help but be delighted. He knew that Ling Han had already accepted him. If not, he would not possibly ask him such a question. He said quickly, "Though I do not have too much power, I am willing to give my support to you and offer you the assistance of 2 elites of spiritual ocean tier." Ling Han was surprised. Spiritual pedestal tier was the highest tier of power in Rain Country. Even the Rain Emperor himself was only able to ask for their help, and could not command them. Thus, the 7th imperial prince being able to command the power of spiritual ocean tier elites was something very impressive. One had to understand that even Ling Han had only just managed to con a spiritual ocean tier elite into becoming his bodyguard. Moreover, this bodyguard had not yet been tested. "Then I shall gratefully accept Your Imperial Highness's aid, thank you," he said, smiling. Chapter 254, Going to the Liu residence. The 7th imperial prince was very tactful. He did not show any signs of arrogance as the supporter, and did not make any requests of Ling Han to do something in return for his assistance. He merely continued to talk with Ling Han about tomorrow, and about how he was going to coordinate with Ling Han's movements. Ling Han was not reserved either. If he was truthfully going to accept someone as a friend, then he would definitely not be reserved in asking his friends for help. The opposite was true as well. If his friend needed his help, he would not refuse either. The 2 of them conversed for a very long time. The 7th imperial prince finally begged his leave, and when Ling Han escorted him to the doors, he smiled and said, "I will come find you to share a drink in the future, Your Imperial Highness." "So will I." The 7th imperial prince laughed loudly, knowing that Ling Han had finally accepted him. There was no exception among the 3 imperial princes. They all wanted to go through Ling Han instead of asking for Feng Yan's help to assist them on their way to the throne. That was because the latter was absolutely an impractical choice. The Rain Emperor would definitely not allow the Winter Moon sect to interfere in the affairs of Rain Country, what more when it was a very important issue like the inheritance of the throne. Whichever imperial prince actually dared to make an alliance with Feng Yan would directly fall out of the Rain Emperor's favor. Thus, though neither the eldest nor third imperial prince was very optimistic about Ling Han, they had merely come to persuade him not to be rash, and had absolutely no intention of switching to Feng Yan's side. No matter what, Ling Han was still a citizen of Rain Country, and as for Feng Yan? The night passed, and the wedding day of the princess of the Lu clan had arrived. Anyone with the slightest bit of social status in the imperial city turned their eyes to the Lu clan. This day when the Lu clan would be marrying off one of their daughters would definitely not be a fine and sunny day. On the other hand, a great storm could very possibly happen today. Naturally, if Ling Han was willing to be a coward, then nothing would happen, of course. It would only be a day when a deity-like woman would have to marry a piece of trash. "Nyo, are you ready?" Ling Han asked. "Nyo has to look beautiful, wait." Nyo called from inside the room. Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly. When he entered the room to take a look, Nyo was putting on makeup in front of the copper mirror. She had painted her little face red and green and looked like a monster. He walked over, took a towel and began to wipe the little girl's face. He said, "Nyo does not need to make up. You look most beautiful when you're completely clean." Nyo was very pleased and obediently allowed him to wipe off the makeup on her face. Ling Han shook his head. This little girl must have learnt this from Lu Yutong and Li Xichan. Indeed, it was the nature of a woman to want to look beautiful. Even such a little girl had already learnt to show off her looks shamelessly. "Let's go." Ling Han held on to Nyo's little hand and walked out. When he arrived outside the courtyard, Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, Jin Wuji and Li Hao approached. "I say, brat, are you really planning to go make a big fuss?" Guang Yuan asked, looking very displeased. "If you are afraid, you can stay behind," Ling Han said calmly. "Pei, how could I be one who goes back on his word?" Guang Yuan humphed angrily, pointed his finger at Ling Han and said, "However, if I die at the Lu residence today, I won't spare you even if I become a ghost." "From what I see, Big Brother Guang is a very lucky man, and is definitely not one who will have a short life," Ling Han said with a smile. "You brat are definitely my unlucky star." Guang Yuan still looked very displeased. Ling Han laughed loudly. Guang Yuan still decided to take the risk with him, and he was very glad for this. He had indeed not thought wrongly of the former. Since he was willing to take such great risk with him, then he would definitely not treat him unfairly. If Guang Yuan really encountered fatal danger, he would use the Black Tower to take him in. He did not care even if this would expose the fact that he had some kind of logic-defying treasure on him. Zhu Wujiu and the others did not say anything. They merely followed closely behind Ling Han. Actions spoke louder than words. The destination was the Lu residence. The six of them walked on and very quickly they arrived at the Lu residence. The crimson front doors were wide open, and a crimson carpet was laid out on the ground. There was a group of servants at the doorway who were receiving the guests. As it was now close to noon, the guests that should be here had more or less already arrived, and it was a very lively scene at the doorway. There were guests, and there were those who were not qualified to be invited. They were all standing outside, watching the excitement. Ling Han and the others walked over. Zhu Wujiu and the other four very naturally fell behind a single step behind Ling Han. The main character today was Ling Han. "Young master, please show me your invitation." Immediately, a servant approached them and smiled at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled and asked, "What if I don't have an invitation?" "If you do not have an invitation, then you cannot enter." The servant still maintained his smile. Today was a joyous day for the Lu clan, so if it was preventable, it was best not to make any issue. Moreover, he could not see through the aura exuding from Ling Han at all, which obviously meant that the latter was stronger than him. If they came to blows, he would definitely be on the losing side. As a result, he naturally hoped that he could coax Ling Han to leave peacefully. Ling Han smiled and said, "My name is Ling Han. Would it be possible to make an exception for me?" Ling Han. The servant got a scare from that. He had naturally heard of Ling Han's name. It could be said that the reason why Lu Yutong was getting married today was greatly related to Ling Han. If it was not for the fact that Ling Han was an enemy of Feng Yan, how could it be possible that Lu Yutong would marry such a character like Feng Ming? "So it was young Master Ling, please?" The servant made a gesture to allow Ling Han to pass. He was not stopped. Ling Han had initially planned to fight his way in, but had never thought that he would be able to step in through the front doors so easily. Looks like the Lu clan was also indecisive about this marriage, and was not willing to become Feng Yan's weapon. Thus, they simply decided to have the two of them to confront each other directly. He strode through the main doors. Some outside had very sharp eyes, and when they saw that Ling Han had entered without needing to display his invitation, they could not help but exclaim at the unfairness of it. However, the servant glared at them and said, "That person just now was Ling Han, young Master Ling." Instantly, everyone around was silenced. However, the silence was only momentary, and they began to whisper to one another. Ling Han had indeed come, and there would definitely be a grand show today. "Hey brother, just let us go in and watch." "That's right, we're not trying to get a free meal. Just having a spot to stand would be fine. At worst, we could pay entrance fees." They all began to call out. The servant glared at them and said, "What kind of place do you all think this is? The marketplace or the arena? If any one of you still dare to spout nonsense, then I'll have you all apprehended." The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans. It was not a small issue even if it was only one of their doormen who was making the threats. This immediately caused them all to shut their mouths, not daring to say anything more. However, they all pricked up their ears. Even if they couldn't go in and see anything, then they'd just have to settle for simply listening. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Moreover, Ling Han was the cause of today's wedding in the first place. He was one of the main characters. The news that he had arrived very quickly spread throughout the whole Lu residence. All of them, including those who had come as guests, looked like they were here to watch a grand show. Ling Han. Young Master Han. Mr. Ling. A considerable number approached, whereas the eldest and the 3rd imperial prince stood amongst the crowd wearing slightly dark expressions. They were obviously very displeased with the fact that Ling Han had not heeded their advice and came. Ling Han clasped his hands together and raised them in everyone's direction, which could be considered as having greeted them. "Big brother Ling." A young man approached. He was about 15 or 16 years old, and had a slightly shy expression on his face, though there was an endless evil hidden in the depths of his eyes. "Yan Tianzhao." Ling Han gave a nod. Yet he was quickly shocked because he actually could not see through this young man. Chapter 255. The Wedding Begins. Though Ling Han was only in the Gushing Spring tier, he also had the eyes of someone who used to be in the Heaven tier. He would be able to tell with a single glance someone's cultivation level as long as they were below the Heaven tier. But he actually couldn't see through Yan Tianzhao now. Had the latter already reached the Heaven tier? That was impossible. That was absolutely impossible. Even he, the Alchemy Emperor, had spent 200 years to finally achieve this step, and no one had achieved such an impressive feat before him. Although it was impossible that no one managed to repeat his achievement, but there would definitely not appear a young man in his mid-teens who managed to reach the Heaven tier. Ling Han observed him closely and could not help but frown faintly. He could somewhat sense an incomparably evil aura from Yan Tianzhao, but could not clearly describe what it exactly was. But what could be confirmed was that this aura had formed a kind of barrier, which did not let him see through Yan Tianzhao. Ling Han could not help but heave a sigh internally. Though he had met such monsters as the Sword Emperor and the Phoenix Maiden in his last life, at that time he was already standing at the peak of the world. Thus, he would not feel anything strange about meeting so many exceptional geniuses. But what about this lifetime? There first appeared a Rong Huan Xian who had gained the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect. Originally, he would have been able to reach the level of a monster, but after his body was taken over by Azura Demon Emperor, he would definitely be even more terrifying in the future. And now here was a Yan Tianzhao who was capable of preventing Ling Han from seeing through him, which meant that the former's monstrous level was definitely not low. He was only in the Gushing Spring tier and was currently in the tiny little Rain country, yet he had already encountered 2 people who could possibly become logic-defying in the future. Then in the 9 nations of the desolate north, the whole northern region, or even in this whole world, how many such monsters would there be? Weren't there too many geniuses in this lifetime? He had so easily encountered them. So it's little brother Yan. Ling Han smiled, then looked left and right and asked, "Where's Lady Yan?" "My mother felt a little unwell and is currently resting at home. She has not come," Yan Tianzhao said politely, looking completely like a polite, well-mannered young man, making anyone who saw him unable to help but have a favorable impression of him. Ling Han nodded and said, "Is little brother Yan planning to give me your support?" "Haha, I am just here to attend Big Sister Yu Tong's wedding today and enjoy a cup of wine. I don't know about anything else." Yan Tianzhao laughed and stepped to another side. He easily maneuvered, and his behavior was absolutely unlike a young man of his age. This was seen by some old guys and they could not help but be astonished. When had such a young man appeared in the imperial city? Not only was he very mature, but even they were not able to see through to his cultivation level, which was something extremely strange. Ling Han. A harsh voice was heard and they saw a tall man approach them. He said, "What are you doing here?" Lu Bucheng, Lu Yutong's seventh uncle. Ling Han was pondering over his attitude as he asked, "It is Yutong's wedding. Should I not come here to offer my congratulations?" Lu Bucheng looked meaningfully at Ling Han, and was similarly pondering over Ling Han's words. He frowned slightly and said, "If you have come to enjoy a cup of wine, then we would naturally welcome you, but if you are here to make a fuss, then the Lu residence is not a place where you can do as you like." Ling Han smiled and nodded. He could not tell the attitude of the Lu clan from Lu Bucheng's words and tone. He was simply discussing the matter as it was. Let's just see then. About all the guests had arrived and they all took their seats. The majority of the seating was arranged in advance, but there were some exceptions such as Ling Han. However, they naturally had some emergency seats set aside, so he at least did not have to stand at one side. Fu Yuanxing, Grandmaster Fu, has arrived. A servant announced, which instantly caused a shock to all those seated. That was one of the two big bosses of alchemy of Rain Country, who was merely beneath the Rain Emperor in status. The clan head of the Lu clan personally came out to receive Fu Yuansheng. The two of them walked side by side, smiling and laughing, and seemed to be having an enjoyable conversation. The Lu clan marrying one of their daughters actually managed to successfully invite Fu Yuansheng. What an honor was that! But those seated were well aware that Fu Yuansheng could not possibly have come for the sake of the Lu clan. Instead, he was here because of Ling Han. They had long heard that the two big bosses of alchemy were dearly fond of Ling Han, and Fu Yuansheng was personally here to attend the wedding today. He was obviously here to support Ling Han fully. How could this be mere fondness? This was practically pampering Ling Han like he was his own son. The third elder, Jia Bo Yuan of Spirit Treasures Pavilion, Master Jia, has arrived. Fu Yuansheng had just taken his seat when another very important person had arrived. Jia Bo Yuan's status was not as high as Fu Yuansheng's, but he was still someone who was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and in Rain Country that was an elite level. Usually it would be difficult even to catch one glimpse of such elites, but they actually came to attend the wedding today. Lu Yutong and Feng Ming did not have such face. Then Jia Bo Yuan either came here because of Ling Han or because of Feng Yen. It was unknown whose side he was on. Right at this moment, Feng Yen finally arrived. He had his hands placed behind his back and casually sat at the most central seat. When his eyes passed over Ling Han, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of his lips and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The unspoken words here were, "I want you to watch as your own woman is married to another man, but what can you do?" Ling Han pretended he had not seen anything. It was not the time yet. There was no need to rush. "The groom and the bride pay their respects to the heavens and earth," the announcer called out loudly, and they could see a person walking out from either side of the main hall. On the left side was a young man who was wearing nuptial robes. He was quite good-looking but filled with a sloppy, ruffian-like air. On the right side was a young woman in bridal robes. She was wearing a red veil on her head and was being supported by a maidservant on one side. She was slowly walking over. Anyone who had eyes could see that the woman in bridal robes had her cultivation sealed, and was being forcefully dragged over by the maidservant beside her. "Wait." Ling Han stood up. Here it is, here comes the grand show," everyone thought in their hearts, and they were all filled with anticipation. After all, what was so nice about attending a wedding anyways? They were not the groom, and the majority of the people here had come here for the confrontation between Ling Han and Feng Yen. "What do you mean, Ling Han?" one of the clansmen of the Lu clan asked frostily. "I do not agree to this wedding," Ling Han said with a shake of his head. "Haha, who do you think you are? Does the Lu clan marrying off one of their daughters still require your approval?" the man said icily. He was in his 30s and was at the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Ling Han looked at Lu Bucheng, but saw that the latter was completely unperturbed, as if he had no idea what was going on. Instantly Ling Han understood. There were actually two voices in the Lu clan. One was in support of marrying Lu Yutong off to Feng Ming, while the other was not in agreement. However, the side that was in disagreement was obviously at a disadvantage. Thus, Lu Yutong had still come out to get married, but with the understanding that this would not affect the benefit of the entire Lu clan, this side was still willing to open the back door for Ling Han. Therefore, Ling Han had successfully entered into the Lu residence. Otherwise he would definitely have had to fight his way in. Ling Han strode over and said, "Let me repeat, I do not agree to this wedding." "Get lost!" the clansmen of the Lu clan shouted and flew over, delivering a punch towards Ling Han. The fist approached and there was a terrifying shock wave surrounding it. As a clansman of the Lu clan, his battle prowess was more powerful than any other person in the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, and had already reached the level of an ordinary person in the 8th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Ling Han raised his hand and casually threw a punch of his own. Chapter 256, Entering the Stage. Peng. When Ling Han's fist flew past, there was no visible use of any kind of incredible martial arts technique, yet he just so happened to capture a tiny opening in his opponent's attack. In front of all of their eyes, Ling Han's fist very easily slammed into the chest of that Lu clansman, and the latter flew back from the impact. This punch was very solid, and that man let out a muffled humph before directly passing out from the blow. A wave of surprised exclamations rose up all around. One had to understand, that member of the Lu clan was in the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, whereas Ling Han was only in the 1st layer of that tier. An opponent in the late stage of the Gushing Spring tier should have absolute domination over one in the early stage, so how could he possibly not even be able to withstand a single punch from Ling Han? The expressions of the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes changed drastically as well. Ling Han was actually so powerful, so much that he could defeat even an opponent in the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier in a single strike. This was not very much weaker when compared to Feng Yan. Not too long ago, Ling Han's cultivation level was not strong enough to even be considered by them. They had decided to lower themselves to befriend Ling Han simply because they had seen the value of Ling Han's background, but Ling Han's personal ability was not even worth their consideration. But now, this was completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, the 7th imperial prince smiled. The stronger Ling Han was, the happier he was, because he had helped Ling Han in his time of need, and this friendship was absolutely genuine. Some clansmen of the Lu clan looked glad, while there were some who looked angered. Obviously, this was because they were in two minds about this situation, and hence this gave rise to their completely different attitudes. Ling Han continued to advance as if he had just struck a minor character that was not worth a second mention. "Ling Han, you are definitely bold to dare to come to the Lu clan and commit a crime." Another middle-aged man jumped out. It was already difficult to find one that could stop Ling Han among the younger generation. This man was about 40 years old and was in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. He had been stuck on this cultivation level for a considerable number of years, but it was also because of this that he had solidified and refined his power at this cultivation level. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "I'm just ordinarily brave. I'm simply here to see a friend." "Since that's the case, then please conduct yourself with dignity," the Lu clansman said. His name was Lu Zheng and he was very likely to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. As a result, he was qualified enough to come into contact with the core secrets of the Lu clan. He knew that there were two voices in the Lu clan. One was supporting Ling Han while the other was supporting Feng Yan. He naturally was in support of Feng Yan because Feng Yan had promised many benefits that moved the Lu clan to agree. However, because there were still many clansmen in the Lu clan who were in support of Ling Han, he did not want to become enemies with Ling Han. Ling Han said, "If Yu Tong is willingly getting married, I will definitely deliver a valuable gift to congratulate her on her marriage. However, if there's someone forcing her to go through with it, then, as a friend, I will definitely not agree to the matter." "Don't you think you are being too much of a busybody?" Lu Jing humphed. "Due to the fact that you are acting to help a friend, if you step back now, I will spare you for your insolence. Let Yu Tong speak. I want to personally hear what she has to say." Ling Han continued to advance. Insolence. Lu Jing was angered now. He was not only a clansman of the Lu clan, but was also one who was about to step into the central circle of the Lu clan. Who would dare not heed any words he spoke? However, even though he had spoken such kind words to Ling Han, the latter still insisted on being a pest. All around them the spectators were watching. At this moment, naturally no one would run out and play the role of fool. Ling Han strode forwards and passed by Lu Jing, paying absolutely no attention to the latter at all. "How dare you?" Lu Zheng could not take this kind of humiliation. He suddenly turned around and stretched out a hand to grab Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han did not even turn his head. He simply grabbed onto Lu Zheng's wrist with one hand, and with a toss, Lu Zheng was tossed away. Coincidentally, It just so happened that he landed by Feng Yan's feet. So awesome, not even Lu Zheng was able to stand up to him. How many battle stars did this guy have? But he was obviously merely in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, so how was he so awesome? Among the crowd, Yan Tianzhao smiled, but a green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It transformed into a strange-looking six-pointed star, staring at Ling Han fixatedly as the smile at the corners of his lips increasingly widened. Feng Yan looked down to look at Lu Zheng, who had fallen in front of him before once again raising his head. His face was extremely calm, and there was no visible change in expression. Ling Han, you have gone too far. An old man who looked to be in his 50s walked out, wearing an expression of displeasure. Wuxia, spiritual ocean tier. Don't be mistaken, just because his name had a CI1, this man was not the slightest bit merciful. He had always had the reputation of being a ruthless man. Now, Ling Han was invincible among all those in the Gushing Spring tier, so no matter how many Gushing Spring tier martial artists faced him, they were simply asking to be humiliated. As a result, this spiritual ocean tier elite of the Lu clan could only shamelessly step out. Even if it was a bit embarrassing to bully the weak when he was so much stronger, but it was at least better than not being able to restrain Ling Han, and allowing him to make a fuss in such a public setting. Big brother Guang, I'll hand this piece of trash over to you, Ling Han said with a smile. Guang Yuan stood up, very displeased, and said, this is a spiritual ocean tier martial artist, not a piece of trash. Pei, I am indeed very unlucky that I would actually be conned by you. Though he said such words, he had already jumped out and appeared in front of Lu Xi. Guang Yuan. Lu Xi naturally recognized this Guang Yuan. Spiritual ocean tier martial artists were the true LTs in Rain Country. For example, in such a big place like the Yuan City, there was only one person in the spiritual ocean tier, which was proof enough of the rarity of such elites. What more when Guang Yuan was also one of the top 10 among loose cultivators. Not even a great clan like the Lu clan would underestimate him. Guang Yuan laughed and said, Brother Lu, you don't move and I won't move either. All right? Lu Xi's face changed drastically. These words seemed to be giving him face, but one had to understand that this was the Lu clan, and today was the day the Lu clan was marrying off one of their daughters. What kind of logic was that? You all came to create trouble and he was still not allowed to act? Brother Guang Yuan, could you give me some face and not interfere? Another elite of the Lu clan stepped out, smiling at Guang Yuan. Lu Chuang. Guang Yuan's face could not help but tense up. This man was the kind of man who could wear a big smile while having evil intentions. He could call you brother and converse enjoyably with you, yet immediately become hostile and attack in the next moment. Moreover, he was in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was a layer higher than Guang Yuan's own cultivation level. I'll come in and join the fun too. A thin old man stood up. His head was bald and had very small eyes, but his eyes shone with a frighteningly cold light. Not even a blade of grass grows, Lu Zhongtian. This time it was Lu Chuang's turn to become tense. Lu Zhongtian was a loose cultivator as well, and he was 1 generation older than Guang Yuan. The nickname of not even a blade of grass grows described his bald head, and also came to be because he was a ruthless man who did not leave his enemies alive. There had been no news of this man since 5 years ago, and most people thought that he was already long dead. However, the Lu clan knew that Lu Zhongtian had been taken in by the imperial family. This man appeared here now and was obviously on Ling Han's side. Would this be the imperial family's gesture to make known their attitude? Even the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes were shocked. They were naturally aware of Lu Zhongtian's identity. This was one of the top elites of the imperial family. They too have 2 such men under their respective banners, and Lu Zhongtian was the 7th imperial prince's man. Have 7th younger brother and Ling Han joined forces. However, no matter how they looked at it, there was no way for Ling Han to get the upper hand in the battle today. How could 7th younger brother have made such a mistake? He obviously knew that Ling Han was definitely going to lose, yet still insisted on supporting him. One had to understand, Feng Yan had the Winter Moon sect behind him, and what party of Rain Country was capable of opposing such a colossal behemoth? How weird. 7th younger brother should not be as idiotic as that. Chapter 257. Open Confrontation. There were members of the other 7 great clans who had come to attend the wedding. Although those who were in the spiritual pedestal tier due to their high status had definitely not personally arrived, there was still a considerable number of martial artists of the spiritual ocean tier, who were naturally qualified to know Lu Zhongtian's identity, present. The imperial family was interfering? Interesting. Brother Zhongtian and I are old partners. Since Brother Zhongtian wants to interfere, how could I simply sit by and watch? Another old man stood up smilingly. Xie Chang. Is that really Senior Xie? Senior Xie is a genius of saber arts, and has been called Overlord Saber years ago. He was in the Huyang Academy at the same time as the Rain Emperor, and His Imperial Majesty, the Rain Emperor, has called him the strongest saber wielder that has appeared in these 200 years. He is the chief of the palace guards, and has been on guard in the Imperial Palace all this time. I never thought that he would be here. The spectators all exclaimed in shock. In terms of status, Xie Chang was much higher than Lu Zhongtian. Not only did the former have a higher cultivation level and a higher battle prowess, he was also the chief of the palace guards, and thus could to a great extent represent the imperial family. The eldest and the third imperial princes tensed up. Lu Zhongtian's appearance could only represent the seventh imperial prince's individual support of Ling Han, but it was different in the case of Xie Chang. The Rain Emperor thought highly of Xie Chang, and as the chief of the palace guards, he was only loyal to the Rain Emperor. But now Xie Chang was standing on Ling Han's side. Wouldn't that mean that the Rain Emperor himself was supporting Ling Han? When they recalled the fact that they chose to stand by and do nothing, whereas the seventh imperial prince chose to support Ling Han, and now it seemed as if the Rain Emperor too had made his choice, how could this not shock them to pallor? Lu Chuang and Lu Xi's expressions changed drastically. Xie Chang could be considered as a representative of the Rain Emperor. In fact, most of the time, it was Xie Chang who was tasked with going to the various great clans to inform them of the Rain Emperor's decrees, and the extent to which he was exposed was even higher than the Rain Emperor. His appearance definitely did not just represent himself alone. Though Ling Han did not recognize Xie Chang, after hearing the discussions of the people around him, he was made aware of the latter's identity and could not help but nod internally. This was the Rain Emperor's move to express his displeasure towards the Winter Moon sect. It was also a warning. Of course, Rain Country was not qualified to oppose the Winter Moon sect. However, Feng Yin was only a mere disciple and his behavior was much too arrogant, and had thus attracted the Rain Emperor's displeasure. Xie Chang's appearance was also a knock on the heads of the clansmen of the Lu clan, reminding them not to forget themselves. The enmity between Feng Yin and Ling Han was only limited to the two of them, and it was best that others did not go and join in on the excitement. There was no way that the Lu clan could fail to decipher the Rain Emperor's hidden message. As a result, Lu Xi and Lu Chuang exchanged a look and stepped back respectively. Meanwhile, those clansmen who had intended to step in retook their seats as well. Xie Chang, Lu Zhongtian, and Guang Yuan exchanged smiles, and they too returned to their original positions. This was indeed a great turnabout of events. Previously, Feng Yin and Ling Han had created such a great commotion, and yet there was no sign of movement from the imperial family at all. At first, everyone had thought that it would be the same this time, but did not once think that the Rain Emperor would make a move so unexpectedly. This was something that no one had foreseen at all. The reason the imperial family did not make any move before this was because it had only been a private enmity between Ling Han and Feng Yin, but now that the Lu clan is also implicated in the matter, the significance is completely different. How could the Rain Emperor allow outsiders to interfere in the internal matters of the nation and shake the foundation of the country? A man with sharp insight had seen through the present situation. The others nodded in agreement. The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans and one of the pillars of support for the empire. Yet now they actually publicly sided with Feng Yin and the Winter Moon sect. Did you still care about the imperial family? Or were you planning a rebellion? This did not mean that the Rain Emperor was taking Ling Han's side though. Rather, it was because Feng Yin, or better said, the Lu clan had exceeded their boundaries and crossed the Rain Emperor's bottom line. There had been 2 voices in the Lu clan in the first place, and now that the Rain Emperor had also expressed his opinion on the matter, naturally no one dared to interfere further. It would depend on Feng Yin alone whether he could stop Ling Han or not. Ultimately, this was a private enmity between Ling Han and Feng Yin after all. After taking a few more steps, Ling Han had arrived right in front of the nuptial couple. Ling Han, if you're here to drink at my wedding, I will welcome you. However, if it's anything else, I have no intention to listen. Feng Ming spoke. He looked like an obvious hooligan, but the words he said were very high standard, causing the onlookers to be taken aback. Obviously these words were taught by Feng Yin, but his following words caused the spectators to frown. Ling Han, I heard that you have a close relation with Yu Tong. You wouldn't be planning to cuckold me, would you? Pooh. Quite a number of people choked. How could he simply ask such a question face to face? Didn't he think it was humiliating to ask such a thing? Idiot, this guy was indeed an idiot. He was an instrument that Feng Yin had made use of to deliberately embarrass Ling Han with. Anyone would probably turn green with fury after hearing his woman being insulted in such a way, right? Even the expressions of the clansmen of the Lu clan turned ugly at this. Lu Yu Tong was the elite genius daughter of the Lu clan. How could they not feel humiliated after hearing her being insulted so horribly? Let us quickly kneel and wed. Such a beautiful woman, I don't want to wait any longer to consummate our marriage. Feng Ming said lecherously. He had only seen Lu Yu Tong once, and was captivated under her spell ever since. Even in his dreams, he had never dared to dream that he would one day marry such a magnificent beauty. The guests all shook their heads repeatedly. They did not know what benefits the Lu clan had gained from this wedding, but after these words from Feng Ming, the reputation and pride of the Lu clan was probably ruined completely. Indeed, all the clansmen of the Lu clan looked ashen. They had never thought that Feng Ming would actually be this vulgar. Only Feng Yin was still wearing a smile. He did not look for anyone else except Feng Ming. Wasn't that precisely because of Feng Ming's vulgarity and immorality? The more lowly Feng Ming behaved, the greater the insult would be to Ling Han. See, you are only at this level to fight over a woman with such a lowly, minor character. What are we standing around for? Let's kneel. Kneel. Can't you see that I have restrained myself for a very long time? Feng Ming urged. Pa. Ling Han moved and a fist slammed onto Feng Ming's head. The cracking of bones was heard, and Feng Ming's entire head was completely smacked into his chest. His body staggered for a few times and fell onto the ground with a bang. It was only now that blood came trickling out. Fine, the wedding has turned into a funeral. When they saw such a scene, quite a number of people wanted to clap and cheer. It was because Feng Ming was really too lowly and had dragged down their status to his level. Now that he was killed with one strike from Ling Han, they suddenly felt the happy feeling one would feel after finally killing an irritating fly. Only the expressions of the Lu clan clansmen were ugly. No matter what, Feng Ming was a son-in-law of the Lu clan, and now he was actually killed by an outsider like Ling Han. Wasn't that practically a smack to their faces? Ling Han, you are getting bolder and bolder. Feng Yin finally stood, his hands placed behind his back, and walked towards Ling Han. Feng Ming was dead and he naturally did not care one bit about it. He had never cared about this cousin of his, and the Feng clan did not need such a piece of trash in any case. He had only used Feng Ming to humiliate Ling Han, but had never thought that Ling Han would be so decisive and directly kill Feng Ming with a blow. So what? Ling Han countered. There was already no possibility of reconciliation between him and Feng Yin. He. Feng Yin did not become angered. Instead he said to the clansmen of the Lu clan, why did you all stop? Didn't you hear the groom say just now, quickly kneel and complete the wedding ceremony? Wasn't Feng Ming already struck dead? How was he going to continue the wedding then? Feng Yin couldn't be thinking of having Lu Yu Tong marry a dead man, right? Evil. That was too evil. No wonder Feng Yin was so calm. His purpose was only to humiliate Ling Han, and it was not much better getting married to a dead man than getting married to a piece of trash. Chapter 258, Decree of a Spiritual Infant Tier Elite. Feng Ming is already dead, so the matter of this wedding should be dropped, one of the higher-ranking clansmen of the Lu clan declared. He was one of the objectors and had previously endured for a long time. It was only now that he finally chose to speak up. If the Lu clan really married Lu Yu Tong to a dead man, then how would they be able to continue existing in the imperial city? Feng Yin smiled calmly and said, so what if he's dead? When I return, I will find a man from the Feng clan, and if Miss Lu thinks one is not enough, I would not mind finding a few more. Once these words were spoken, the clansmen of the Lu clan all looked furious. What did you think the women of the Lu clan were? Prostitutes? And you said you want to find any man, and if one was not enough, you wanted to find a few more? Feng Yin was completely uncaring. So what if he had excited the fury of the crowds? Even if a flock of lambs decided to unite, how could they stand against a fierce lion? He had in his hands absolute power, enough that he would not need to bow his head even in front of the Rain Emperor, what more when it was only a mere Lu clan. Hang, the wedding is cancelled, get lost, the clan head of the Lu clan declared. The aura of a spiritual pedestal tier elite rolled out like the waves of a stormy sea, causing all those around them to turn pale. The fury of an elite was enough to turn the sky and earth upside down. Yet Feng Yin paid no attention. He merely waved his right hand, and in his hand appeared a roll of silken paper. No one saw where he had drawn it out from. He continued to say, "This was the decree that my master had gifted to me, who would dare disobey?" Everyone's expressions changed instantly. After Feng Yin had deliberately let the news spread out, those in the upper social circle were all aware that Feng Yin had joined the ranks of the disciples of a grand elder of the Winter Moon sect. That was an ultimate elite in the spiritual infant tier. In Rain Country, the flower blossoming tier was synonymous for invincibility, what more when it was a spiritual infant tier that was practically a living god. With a decree from an elite in the spiritual infant tier in his possession, Feng Yin could completely wave a chicken feather as a token of authority. Even the current Rain Emperor would have to give some face, right? The clan head of the Lu clan instantly choked. He was a forceful person by nature, but in front of the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite, how could he continue with his forceful ways? Feng Yin's eyes swept over the crowd, and no one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads. He could not help but look arrogant. He was a tyrant, but so what? He had the right to be. Today he would completely humiliate Ling Han, before killing the latter with his own hands. Just because you say it is the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite, it is one? Ling Han shook his head and said, "I have the token of a shattering void tier elite here myself, would you like to take a look as well?" "Haha, you're just being stubborn." Feng Yin laughed loudly, but when he saw some people begin to look a bit doubtful, he said, "Fine then, I'll just let you all take a look at the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite." He slowly unrolled the scroll. It was made out of some kind of unknown material. It had the softness of silk, but there were golden threads sewn into it as well, and by itself, it was already a very valuable item. A terrifying aura spread out from the decree. It was as if an ultimate elite warrior was about to step out from within, and this caused everyone to shiver, as they felt their limbs freeze, and it was as if their hearts would jump out of their chests at any second. This was definitely the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite. Merely the martial intent injected into it spreading out was enough to dominate over an area, and no one could gather the slightest intent to resist. Pa. One by one they all knelt. The first were those in the body refining tier, followed by the element gathering tier ones, and then those in the gushing spring tier. As the decree was increasingly unrolled, even the spiritual ocean tier elites were no longer able to withstand it. However, the spiritual ocean tier was spiritual ocean tier after all. They forced themselves to merely sit on the ground and were spared from being too embarrassing. Now, there were only a bare few elites of the spiritual pedestal tier who could force themselves to resist. Aside from them, Ling Han and Feng Yin were still standing as well. Meanwhile, Hunyeo was still seated and chowing down on her food. She had listened to Ling Han and obediently did not run around anywhere. Aside from them, there was one other person who was still sitting fine. Yin Tianzhao. The reason why Feng Yin could remain standing was because he was holding the scroll, and was thus protected by the scroll itself. As for Ling Han, he had been an ultimate elite of the heaven tier before, and would naturally have no fear for such dominating might. On the other hand, Hunyeo was too inconceivable. But when one recalled that shocking spirit base in her dantian that had almost destroyed even Ling Han's consciousness, it was reasonable to think that she would also be able to resist the might at the level of the spiritual infant tier. But what about Yin Tianzhao then? What did he possess that allowed him to resist the martial intent of a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier? This guy glanced at Ling Han, and a cold smirk curled up the corners of his lips. He turned to look at Hunyeo and could not help but frown and look a bit baffled. Obviously, he could not comprehend Hunyeo's calm display. The decree in Feng Yan's hands was fully unrolled, and though those in the spiritual pedestal tier could still resist, they had lost all ability of movement and could only force themselves to resist through gritted teeth. When he cast his eyes around, it seemed as if everyone was bowing down to Feng Yan, making him stand out like a swan in a flock of chickens as an invincible ruler. This kind of decree could not last for a very long time. The martial intent within would very quickly disperse, and to sustain such a powerful martial intent, the material used to construct the decree itself was also incomparably valuable. It could only be used once and would thereafter be completely written off. Thus, this was definitely a very wasteful move. Judging from the fact that Feng Yan was able to obtain such a decree, it was proof enough how very much that Grand Elder of the Winter Moon sect doted on him. He should have obtained this when he had returned to the Winter Moon sect to ask for a spiritual pill to heal Feng Luo's arms. Otherwise, he would have had the ability to completely eliminate Ling Han previously, and would have had no need to drag things on until this moment. Feng Yan laughed loudly, behaving extremely arrogantly. So what if they were in the spiritual pedestal tier? Even they would only be able to quiver like rats in front of him. So what if they were imperial princes or young masters? They could only kneel in front of him. How could this be? However, when Feng Yan swept over Ling Han, he instantly looked astonished. How could this guy still remain standing and look so completely at ease? There was absolutely no logic in that. How are you still standing? Feng Yan could not help but ask. This was the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite he was holding here. None of your business. Ling Han gave him the middle finger. Feng Yan humphed and said, I have underestimated you a bit, to think that you have actually concealed your true abilities thus far. However, you are definitely going to die today, and no one will be able to save you. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, your bragging is too exaggerated. Come on then and let's see if your neck is really that hard. Insolence. Feng Yan was furious. The reason why he had drawn out the decree was to force Ling Han to his knee. She would step on the ladder's head and let him watch as the wedding proceeded before stamping his head to pulp. Yet now, Ling Han was actually able to resist the dominating might of the decree. Die. He had lost all patience. The level of Ling Han's monstrous ability gave rise to a sense of dread within him. Ling Han was already at the same level as he in terms of the cultivation tier, and he also had a powerful backer. Now he could stand up against even a decree of a spiritual infant tier elite. It would be best for him to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. With a single leap, Feng Yan reached Ling Han. His right hand was open and pressed down towards Ling Han, as heavy as if his hand itself was a mountain. Ling Han raised a fist to parry. Hong, the two attacks crashed together, and visibly, the origin power from their two attacks shattered as if it was glass. Shoo, it rebounded in all directions. At the moment, everyone was being suppressed by the decree of the spiritual infant tier elite, and thus unable to defend themselves one bit. When one was scraped by a fragment of origin power, they would instantly be slashed. The two young men exchanged positions and both looked serious. Their opponent was quite powerful. Feng Yan withdrew the decree, and with a shake of his right hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. Spatial ring. This guy was really quite arrogant. After obtaining such a treasure, he actually dared to show such a precious item in public. Was he not afraid that he would attract the envy of others? Ling Han drew his sword. However, it was not the demon birth sword. How could he so easily show off a level 10 spiritual tool? Chapter 259. Unbroken Sword Intent. Thankfully, Feng Yan's saber was merely a mortal item. Otherwise, even if it was merely a level 1 spiritual tool, there would be no need for the engraving of any kind of martial intent, as the degree of sharpness alone would be enough to break Ling Han's sword in half. Great Sun Mad Saber, break into pieces and exterminate. Feng Yan gave a loud shout, advancing with saber in hand. The saber flashed, creating ripples of power. The power behind these ripples was extremely terrifying. What a powerful saber intent! Xia Chang exclaimed in astonishment. By now, the decree of the spiritual infant tier elite had already been withdrawn, so everyone had naturally gotten back onto their feet and all turned to watch this battle between two young geniuses. However, there were some who had turned to look at Hunyo and Yen Tianzhao. This was because these two had actually managed to resist the might of a spiritual infant tier elite that had spread out from the decree, which was something that was both shocking and unanticipated. Xia Chang was named as Overlord Saber, which clearly showed that his ability in the field of saber arts was definitely in the upper ranks in Rain Country. And even he would exclaim in astonishment, showing that Feng Yan's saber technique was indeed extraordinary. And quite a lot nodded their heads in agreement. Whether they liked Feng Yan was a different matter, but if they were merely looking at his merits, Feng Yan's ability in saber arts was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have easily defeated the third imperial prince, Zhao Huan and Qin Yi. Ling Han was also slightly surprised. The might behind this saber technique had reached the level of a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. The Feng clan was of course unable to possess a black-grade martial arts technique. In the whole Rain Country, Only the imperial family possessed a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, and it was naturally impossible for Feng Yan to obtain such a secret technique from the imperial family. Thus, he must have been taught when he had gone to the Winter Moon sect. Not bad, not bad. No wonder he had obtained the favor of an elite of spiritual infant tier. Feng Yan should only have practiced this saber art for more than a month, yet he was already quite well practiced with this saber technique. He had at least grasped about 20 to 30% of the true essence of this technique, which showed how uncommon his talent in martial arts was. However, it was only uncommon. With a whistle, Ling Han waved his sword, and the four-season sword technique circulated, heading towards Feng Yan. This sword technique was something he had taught to Liu Yutong. It was also a martial arts technique he had used in his last life. There was no need for him to familiarize himself with it at all. With a thought, he naturally could circulate it smoothly, and create a hazy drizzle as if it was a spring shower. These little droplets of rain were formed from Ling Han's origin power. As long as they were attached to one's body, the origin power would enter inside and create a very terrifying level of destruction. What a great sword technique! When they saw Ling Han's sword technique, quite a number of people exclaimed in praise. In the field of martial arts, the saber and the sword were the two most commonly used weapons. Feng Yan's saber technique had drawn exclamations of shock from the saber wielders, whereas Ling Han's sword technique had obtained the praise from the swordsmen. This young man's sword intent is definitely not weaker than Feng Yan's. That's right. Honestly, if I suppress my cultivation level to the level of the gushing spring tier, even I may not be able to use such a powerful sword technique. That's odd. Why do I feel as if this strike is not fully expressed, and there is some reservation? You have that feeling too. With a long whistle, Feng Yan had advanced with his saber in hand. Ting. A crisp sound was heard, creating a sound wave that spread out in all directions. Those martial artists below the gushing spring tier began to bleed from their ears, noses and eyes and looked very terrible. There was also a large number of people who were in the gushing spring tier that could not help but cover their ears. Ling Han and Feng Yan were both forced back, and this exchange of blows gave them both an equal share of the limelight. It was difficult to decide who was stronger. I have underestimated you a bit. Feng Yan humphed icily. With a wave of his long saber, he created a bitingly cold light that raged like a waterfall. The saber rolls 30,000 feet, and slashes all enemies on this world. Xie Chang's hand trembled, and he could not help but touch the hilt of his own saber, fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. Such a saber intent really gave him an itch, making him have the urge to battle such a powerful saber intent. That strike just now was actually not his full power. Gods, he's already so powerful and he can actually still increase his power, he's really too terrifying. This time, Ling Han would only be able to retreat in the face of his superior strength. In the midst of the exclamations of surprise from their audience, Ling Han waved his sword and once more the spring rain appeared. However, it was only for an instant before the sword intent changed abruptly. From the gentle spring rain, it transformed into the shocking thunder of summer. Hong long long, the sound of thunder was endless, almost deafening their ears. What? Everyone was flabbergasted. A series of sword techniques? How could this be? The first strike has not been fully displayed, yet he was able to make another strike? Additionally, the switching of his sword intent is so natural that it gives one the feeling of spring moving into summer, which abides by the rules of nature. No wonder I felt that the strike just now was not fully expressed. So it seems as if the sword intent is unbroken, and has not been fully expended at all. This is really too scary. How did this guy cultivate such a technique? But was that the end of it? Ling Han's sword intent once again changed. An autumn breeze began to blow. It was a bit chilly and filled with killing intent. It changed once again and became the biting cold of winter. Endless white snow flew all around, and they could not help but hug themselves, feeling cold. One sword technique has 4 sword intents. Gods, what a monster! This is too much of a monster. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. This had completely exceeded their level of understanding. Such a sword technique should not have appeared on this mortal plane at all. Ling Han smiled calmly. When he combined the 4-season sword technique into one, its might was close to the level of an earth-grade martial arts technique. If it was not for the fact that he had a sliver of the divine sense of a heaven-tier elite, he would not have been able to so smoothly use such a sword technique. And once there was a lapse, there would be a break in the 4 seasons, and the power behind the combined sword technique would be even lower than simply using one single sword technique. Spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, and winter snow, Ling Han controlled these four sword intents and boldly advanced towards Feng Yan in attack. Feng Yan's expression could not help but change drastically. If Ling Han had only used a single seasoned sword technique, he would be completely unafraid, and could even use the forcefulness of his saber to suppress Ling Han. But now that the four-seasoned sword technique was combined into one, it produced the effect of 1 + 1 was larger than 2. This was a sword array. It was equivalent to having 4 martial artists join forces against him. No matter how powerful he was, how could he be able to stand against 4 Ling Han at the same time? He roared furiously, and his saber lowered and stabbed into the ground. His right foot suddenly stamped onto the ground and he forced his body to fly back in retreat. Hong, the images of the sword surged, yet they missed their target. Only the tables and chairs nearby were carved into pieces that flew into the air. Hoo hoo hoo. Feng Yan kept panting harshly. Just now he had forcibly withdrawn his attack, which was equivalent to attacking himself. Thus he was now feeling horrible. He hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill, his eyes fixated on Ling Han and a powerful dread flashing in them. He could tell that one strike from Ling Han contained 4 sword techniques, and 4 different sword intents. If it was only one he was not afraid, but when the 4 seasons joined forces the might was too powerful. Even he did not dare to face such an attack head-on. Damn. At first he could easily crush Ling Han with a single lift of his hand. However, he had not yet obtained the approval of the Winter Moon sect at the time, so he had been cautious and planned to kill Ling Han 3 months later instead of doing so immediately. He had never thought that his mistake would have caused his younger brother to die by Ling Han's hand, and the latter had furthermore even obtained the ability to stand against him as an equal. This brat had really developed too fast, hadn't he? Get rid of him, he definitely had to get rid of him. Feng Yan once again drew out the decree and unrolled it. The powerful suppression was again released and everyone was compelled to kneel or sit on the ground, all forced into a lower position. Die. Feng Yan used the decree like it was a whip, and whipped it towards Ling Han. There were characters flashing on its surface and it was for some reason eerie. Chapter 260, Compel. Ling Han did not fear the dominating might of a spiritual infant-tier elite, but if he was struck by the martial intent of one, that would be like an egg being smashed onto a rock. His only fate would be being shattered into pieces. Thus, when the decree flew towards him, he could only choose to retreat. Run. Let's see where you can run to. Feng Yan smirked frostily and chased after him, waving the decree like a whip. When he whipped the decree, the might of a spiritual infant tier became more and more terrifying. Even those elites in the spiritual pedestal tier were sweating bullets, and the others, needless to say, were all paralyzed like pools of sludge. Ling Han's figure raced rapidly as he simultaneously thought of a plan. If he drew out the demon birth sword, even if he wasn't able to activate the martial intent within it, merely the material used to forge a level 10 spiritual tool would be enough to defend against the martial intent of a spiritual infant tier elite. However, the problem was, if he actually revealed it in public, how much attention would he attract? If he was merely a single person, then it was fine. If worst came to worst, he could always choose to flee and relocate to a different place. However, his roots were now in Rain Country in Diyuan City in Grey Cloud Town. He could leave, but what about Ling Dongxing and his other relatives? The Ling clan had already experienced one catastrophe, so how could Ling Han bear to draw another deadly disaster onto the Ling clan, especially when it was because of him? No, he definitely could not use the demon birth sword. In front of the decree of a spiritual infant tier elite, how long do you intend to keep running? Feng Yan laughed loudly. His master had given him this decree, so he could be unafraid even in front of the Rain Emperor himself. What more when this was merely a martial artist of the Gushing Spring tier he was facing now? Surrender yourself to death obediently, and don't think that you will be able to escape. Ling Han used Shadow Wind Motion. This too was a black grade high-level martial arts technique. Since he had already broken through to the Gushing Spring tier, the yellow grade martial arts techniques he had used previously could of course be discarded, and they were all exchanged for the higher level black grade martial arts techniques. Feng Yan could not catch up. He was taught a black grade high-level saber technique, and he had not fully learned it in over a month's time, so where would he have the time to learn other martial arts techniques? Ling Han was different. He had used all these techniques in his last life, but even if he hadn't, with the comprehension ability of someone who used to be in the heaven tier, how could learning them be difficult for him? Don't run. Feng Yen was in a towering rage, but he could do nothing against Ling Han. The latter was as nimble as an eel and unbelievably slippery, so he couldn't hit him at all. Ling Han merely smiled calmly and said, "Once the decree is unrolled, the martial intent within would begin to disperse. You using it in such a way is only hastening the rate of its dispersal, so how much longer would it last?" When one was talking about the understanding of the secrets of martial arts, who would understand more than he who had once been in the heaven tier? How did you know? Feng Yen was indeed greatly shocked. His master had told him so before. A decree was not a spiritual tool, and was only slightly more durable than a spiritual talisman, but it was still very limited in use. You don't have to bother yourself with that. Ling Han's sword waved and shot out a few flashes of sword qi. It was not his style to merely defend without attacking. Feng Yen did not use his saber. With a wave of the decree, the martial intent contained within was enough to shatter the sword qi. However, he became more and more irritable. If things went on this way, he would really expend all the martial intent contained in the decree until it was merely a piece of scrap paper. In the first place, he was a haughty person, and instantly, a violent light shone in his eyes. He turned back and the decree smacked onto a man's head. The martial intent spread out, and that man's head instantly exploded. Unfortunately, that man was under the suppression of the might of a spiritual infant tier elite, and so could only shiver as he lay on the ground. There was no way for him to dodge at all, so he could merely watch as misfortune fell on his head. Feng Yen, everyone roared in fury. What was this guy planning to do? Ling Han, if you dare to dodge again, I will kill all the people here. Feng Yen declared coldly, his killing intent boiling. When these words were heard, everyone was both shocked and furious. Those who had arrived to attend the wedding today were all people in the upper social circles of the imperial city, and some were even elites of the spiritual pedestal tier. Yet Feng Yen actually dared to use their lives to threaten Ling Han. This was practically crazy. Feng Yen, you've gone too far. Many began to roar in fury. This is between you and Ling Han. What do we have to do with it? Don't make us look down on you. Feng Yen merely pretended as if he had not heard anything and said coldly, you're all just a group of trash. So what if I kill all of you? Who would dare do anything against me? If I use all my effort, it is not that I am unable to kill Ling Han, but that would force me to reveal my trump card, and that is not something I want to happen. Since I can use a faster way to kill him, what need is there for me to expend the extra effort? Everyone was even more furious and all began to curse and shout. However, there was one thing that Feng Yen was right about. He could do as he liked, kill anyone he liked, but they would not dare to do anything to him because Feng Yen was a disciple of the Winter Moon sect. Who dared to make a move against a disciple of the Winter Moon sect? The most they could do would be to expel him from Rain Country. Ling Han, aren't you going to obediently surrender to your death? Or do you want so many people to die with you? Feng Yen laughed loudly, looking very arrogant. It was as if he was a cat that was toying with a mouse. With a wave of the decree, another dozen people was smacked into pieces. This guy indeed had a trump card. For example, he had not used the mirror light body. As a result, Ling Han was even more sure that this kind of special constitution had to be activated consciously. A special constitution that had to be consciously activated would expend energy, origin power, or spiritual energy, and there was a limit to all of these. It was impossible to keep it going at all times. On the other hand, Ling Han's body of rock cliff was a passive skill. He did not need to activate it for it to be effective. However, even if he actively circulated it, he would not be able to increase the firmness of his physical body. Additionally, Ling Han believed that Feng Yen must have had some kind of secret. Otherwise, he would not have battled the eldest imperial prince to a draw, and would not have been picked to become the disciple of a spiritual infant tier elite. Don't make me look lightly on you, Ling Han said. He would of course not wait quietly to be killed. Look lightly? Feng Yen laughed loudly and said haughtily, what right do you have to look lightly on me? Do you know that I should keep this secret for the moment? You want to die in vigorous battle? Impossible. I want you to die in a stupid and cowardly way. His thoughts turned and he said, everyone, I can spare you, but you have to do something for me, and that is to apprehend Ling Han. I will give you the time of 3 breaths, and if by that time Ling Han is still not kneeling before me, then I can only use this decree and kill all of you. So evil. Do not doubt my determination. Don't you all forget who I am, he said frostily. Their hearts trembled. Feng Yin was not an ordinary disciple of the Winter Moon sect, but the personal disciple of a grand elder. Previously, he dared to publicly oppose the eldest imperial prince, and now even dared to brazenly commit murder without any kind of reservations at all. Feng Yin could do as he liked, but who could really do anything against him? With such thoughts, Feng Yan's threat was like a knife held at their necks, making them tremble with uncontrollable fear. Ling Han did not speak. He was merely trying to find an opening. I have given you all a chance, and if you want to live, you have to take hold of it firmly. Feng Yin said with a smile as he withdrew the decree and toyed with everyone as if they were all in the palm of his hand. He was extremely pleased with this feeling of being superior to everyone else. It was at this moment that Ling Han shot out like an arrow and instantly appeared in front of Feng Yin. Taking advantage of the opening created when Feng Yin withdrew the decree, he moved as quick as lightning, and his sword smacked onto Feng Yan's wrist. Pa! The decree instantly flew out of his grasp. Chapter 261, Battle of Backgrounds. Shua! The decree streaked through the air, and there was a golden light bubbling forth. Both Ling Han and Feng Yin leaped through the air, chasing after the decree. Whoever was able to gain possession of the decree now would practically be getting hold of the life and death power in this situation. Pung 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 pung. The two men entered into an endless exchange of moves in mid-air, but Ling Han was still at a slight advantage and managed to get the upper hand. Ling Han stretched out a hand, and just when his fingertips were about to touch the decree, he suddenly paused. Then he waved out his left hand, and the blood-sucking origin gold transformed into a golden thread that circled around the decree. Another toss and he had cast off the decree far away from him. The decree floated calmly downwards. A man who had been standing at the side grew covetous, and snatched it over in a single move. Who knew that just as his hand had just grabbed hold of it, his whole arm was reduced to a lump of bloody flesh with a paw, instantly causing the man to shriek in agony. Hang! Feng Yin stopped moving and said coldly, "You are quite cautious." Previously he had indeed been caught off guard by Ling Han, but in the exchange of blows and fighting over to grab the decree that followed afterwards, it was not that he had been losing, but rather that he had held back some of his ability deliberately. He wanted to let Ling Han take hold of the decree and use that opportunity to crush Ling Han's arm. He had not thought that Ling Han would be so cautious, however. It was not that Ling Han was especially cautious. Instead, as someone who used to be an ultimate elite of the heaven tier, how could he be unaware of the taboos of a decree? He pretended that he was ignorant, made use of Feng Yan's own intent to harm others, and led the latter to actually discard the decree on his own. Now that Feng Yan had lost the decree as a threat, the others would naturally not have to obey his commands. In a one-against-one battle, Ling Han was unafraid. Feng Yan. Everyone was fuming in rage. A lowly martial artist from a humble background actually dared to threaten their lives. This was enough to make them all want nothing more but to devour him alive. Don't be defiant. Feng Yan exclaimed arrogantly, his eyes sweeping over his surroundings. You pieces of trash only know how to express your anger verbally, but do any of you actually dare to make a move against me? You. Quite a number of people roared loudly with reddened eyes. The relatives of those people Feng Yan had killed previously were especially furious, their bodies trembling with restrained anger. However, the Winter Moon sect was like a colossal behemoth that was pressing down on their heads. Who would dare make a move against Feng Yan when they were perfectly aware that he was a disciple of the Winter Moon sect? Don't go you pieces of trash. Feng Yan smirked icily and no longer bothered with the rest. He turned to Ling Han and said, "Though I am definitely going to kill you, but I have to admit that you are at least much braver than these pieces of trash since you actually dare to stand against me." Ling Han's sword tremored and he said, "You are speaking too much nonsense. You had best wash your neck clean and prepare for death." "You really dare to kill me?" Feng Yan laughed. "Are you not afraid of the Winter Moon sect?" "So what about it?" Ling Han asked calmly. He was indeed not taking the Winter Moon sect to heart. No matter how much Feng Yan scrambled his brains, he could not possibly know that Ling Han used to be an ultimate elite of the heaven tier. Though his cultivation level had dropped, but how could his pride and scope drop as well? In the future he would definitely be capable of once again returning to the heaven tier, and this would not take too much time. What more when there was still an Ao Feng in the Winter Moon sect, someone that Ling Han was definitely going to eliminate in the future. He was destined to face the Winter Moon sect in an open confrontation. In comparison, Feng Yan could only be considered a minor character. Ha, what courage. Only killing such a man would be fulfilling. Feng Yan laughed loudly, pointed at Ling Han and said, "If it was not for the fact that you killed my younger brother, I really would not have wanted to kill you off so soon. Dream on." Ling Han attacked, his sword waving. Instantly 6 flashes of sword chi danced together. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Feng Yan shouted, and a faint silvery light flickered from his body. He waved his long saber in a slash that possessed the aggressive air of advancing forwards without any sign of retreat. What a good saber. Xie Chang could not help but call out. "You're still praising this brat?" Lu Zhongtian rolled his eyes. This guy had almost killed them all off just moments ago. That's quite another matter. This brat's saber arts is indeed not bad. If it wasn't for even I have a bit of desire of take him as my disciple. Xie Chang sighed with a shake of his head, looking like he felt it was really quite a pity. Ting 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 ting. Ling Han and Feng Yan endlessly exchanged blows, and saber chi and sword chi danced vigorously through the air. At this point, Feng Yan had activated the mirror light body, and was able to rebound about 20% of Ling Han's attacks. This was extremely astonishing, as not only was he able to reduce 20% of Ling Han's attack power, he was also able to reflect this attack power back onto Ling Han and strengthen his own attacks in the process. In the process of receiving attacks, Feng Yan's body was also flickering with silvery light, like it was a mirror that was about to shatter. Obviously, there was a limit to the attack power he could reflect. As long as this limit was exceeded, then he would not be able to reflect the attack, and would be directly shattered instead. Ling Han's body of rock cliff also displayed its effects. He could more or less withstand the 20% of attack power that was reflected back onto him and only feel the slightest bit of discomfort. However, he only needed to circulate the indestructible heaven scroll and this uncomfortable feeling would disappear without a trace. The two fighters' right hands wielded their respective weapons, while their left hands continued a barrage of punches and palm strikes. Even their legs would occasionally kick out at their opponent, creating one after another powerful attacks, with an astonishing might behind each attack. Those people around them were dumbfounded by this display. Who in the younger generation would still be capable of standing against these two? Too powerful. Feng Yan was a bit hesitant. This was not his full power, but if he wanted to kill Ling Han, then he would have to reveal some of his more powerful trump cards. Was it worth exposing his trump cards just for one Ling Han? Moreover, Ling Han should also have trump cards that he had not revealed yet. At least, he had not used that sword technique that contained a series of 4 sword intents, so Feng Yan could not help but keep a few cards up his sleeve as security. "I'm not late, am I?" At this moment, a hearty laughter was heard, and a tall old man strode over. With every step, it seemed as if there was a dazzling light under his feet, and a purple-colored light actually bloomed under his steps, like the blooming of a flower. This was martial intent, something that could only be produced by someone who was at least in the spiritual ocean tier. This man had already reached the spiritual pedestal tier. Who was he speaking to? Feng Yan laughed heartily and said, "Attendant Chiu, you're just in time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chiu Ku, a little attendant of the Winter Moon sect," the old man said, all smiles, presenting an amiable attitude. Yet everyone's hearts almost stopped at that, an attendant of the Winter Moon sect. If Feng Yan could only be considered a mere disciple, then Chiu Ku could to a great extent represent the will of the Winter Moon sect. "Attendant Chiu, help me apprehend this brat," Feng Yan said. "All right." Chiu Ku nodded his head without hesitation. He did not put on any airs even though Feng Yan was much weaker than him in terms of cultivation level. This was naturally because he was giving face to that powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier standing behind Feng Yan. "You dare." Fu Yuanxing instantly stepped out. Chiu Ku's eyes swept over and slightly narrowed as he said, "A black-grade high-level alchemist. Just let the young people deal with their own matters where we the older people just stand by at one side," Fu Yuanxing said calmly, yet there was a forcefulness to his tone that would accept no rejection. As a member of the Alchemists Association, he was not afraid of the Winter Moon sect. Chiu Ku looked hesitant. Firstly, he had no desire to offend a high-level alchemist, and secondly, Fu Yuansheng was also in the spiritual pedestal tier, so even if he made a move, it was not certain that he would be able to kill Ling Han. Feng Yan smirked coldly and said, "Clan head Lu, this man has killed a son-in-law of the Lu clan. Could it be that the Lu clan wants to simply watch as he goes unpunished? I will not make things difficult for you either. As long as you help detain Master Fu, the benefits that I have promised to the Lu clan would not be reduced in any way." Chapter 262, Domineering Reign Emperor. There were some who were aware that the reason the Lu clan had agreed to have Lu Yutong marry Feng Ming must have been because Feng Yan had promised them some kind of benefits. But how could such a deal that had been agreed upon so privately be announced right in front of so many people? Clan head Lu's face unconsciously darkened, but Feng Yan was completely unrestrained. Moreover, he had a terrifying background behind him, so what could he do even if he was very displeased? How could he really hang Feng Yan up and give him a thrashing? When he remembered the benefits that the Lu clan would be able to gain, Clan head Lu merely hesitated for a while and then stood up, then said to Fu Yuansheng, "Grandmaster Fu, give me some face and please do not interfere, all right." Fu Yuansheng's expression changed drastically. He asked, "If I make a move, are you intending to stop me?" "That's right." Clan head Lu forced out through gritted teeth. "Lu Fei Peng, I am not very displeased, and in the future, perhaps the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion will not be selling one single medicinal pill to the Lu clan. Are you sure that you want to continue to anger me?" Fu Yuansheng said threateningly. Clan head Lu's hands trembled slightly, obviously embroiled in an inner struggle. However, he immediately replied, "Grandmaster Fu, please do not interfere." He was determined to side with Feng Yan. Fu Yuansheng was furious. He really did not know what kind of benefits Feng Yan had promised to the Lu clan that not only made them agree to deliver a genius member of their clan and even ruin their relations with the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. One had to understand that even though the Lu clan has developed their own alchemists, it was impossible that they would be able to supply enough alchemical pills to everyone. Thus, they would still have to visit the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to replenish their supplies of alchemical pills. He humphed and said, "Then let me come and experience your battle prowess." Yet clan head Lu did not attack. As long as Fu Yuansheng did not move, he was definitely not going to attack. After all, the former was also in the spiritual pedestal tier, and if they really came to blows, they would be creating too much destruction, and this was still the Lu residence. "Attendant Chiu, there is no one capable of stopping you now," Feng Yan declared with a smile, his expression extremely arrogant and wild. Chiu Ku laughed loudly and strode towards Ling Han. There were in total 4 elites of the spiritual pedestal tier here at the moment, and 2 of them were obviously on Feng Yan's side. Only one was supporting Ling Han, while the remaining one, Jia Bo Yun, seemed to have become a blind and deaf person and continued to sit without making any movement, looking completely at ease. Obviously, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was willing to cheer Ling Han on, but was definitely not going to offend the Winter Moon sect for his sake. What was Ling Han going to do? Zhu Wujiu, the 7th Imperial Prince, and the others were all frowning, whereas the eldest and the 3rd Imperial Prince smirked coldly. Who asked Ling Han to ignore their advice and insist on causing his own destruction, like an egg striking a rock. He deserved whatever he got. Ling Han sighed. Now that things had turned out this way, he could only choose to reveal his status as a black-grade high-level alchemist. "Han, you actually dare to be insolent in my territory?" It was at this moment that a voice filled with ultimate might was heard, causing the hearts of all the people gathered here to tremble. They all felt a reverence and fear that seemed to originate from the depths of their souls. Your Imperial Majesty," Clan head Lu exclaimed in shock. This voice was precisely the voice of the current Emperor of Rain Country. Rain Emperor. Chiu Ku could not help but tense up. Though the Rain Emperor was in the spiritual pedestal tier as well, he was also the ruler of a nation. In terms of imposing manner, he was able to suppress all others in the spiritual pedestal tier. Not even he dared to underestimate the Rain Emperor. "This is my Rain Country and not the Winter Moon sect." The Rain Emperor's voice was once again heard, loud and mighty as thunder. "I can turn a blind eye to the enmity of the younger generation, but if the older generation intends to interfere, I will kill anyone I see doing that." So domineering. Chiu Ku was a spiritual pedestal tier elite of the Winter Moon sect, yet the Rain Emperor would still rebuke him in such a way. I will kill anyone I see doing that. How could the words of a ruler be mere words? The young people in the area were all incredibly excited. This was the Rain Emperor, and he was indeed a powerful ruler. Even faced with a powerful elite of the Winter Moon sect, he did not cower in the slightest. This made them all feel as if their blood was boiling in their veins, making them feel the urge to have a grand battle. Meanwhile, the expressions of the eldest and the third imperial prince were undergoing a massive change. They had not thought that the Rain Emperor himself would actually support Ling Han, and when they thought of their own positions, that was completely opposed to the Rain Emperor's stand. How were they going to inherit the throne this way? Only the seventh imperial prince was wearing an excited grin. He had gambled on the right choice. The Rain Emperor was a proud man, so how could he allow an outsider to undermine his authority on his own territory? Rain Emperor, your boasts are a bit too exaggerated. If an ultimate elite of the flower-blossoming tier came from my sect, would you still dare to say such a thing? Jianghu asked coldly. The Winter Moon sect was naturally more powerful than Rain Country, and he himself was at the same cultivation level as the Rain Emperor, so how could he be afraid of the latter? In the time of 3 breaths, get lost immediately. Otherwise, I will smack you right out of my country. The voice of the Rain Emperor was once again heard. His voice was cold and forceful. Haha, then I would really like to experience that. Jianghu looked towards Ling Han, his killing intent flaring. They were both in the spiritual pedestal tier. Moreover, he was also an attendant of the Winter Moon sect, so how could he be scared off simply by the Rain Emperor's words? He was still a little anxious because he had not yet figured out where the Rain Emperor was at this moment. The voice rumbled as if it was coming from all directions, so he had no way to identify where it really came from. 1 breath. Everyone was counting down in their hearts, whereas Jianghu began to walk towards Ling Han. 2 breaths. Jianghu was not walking particularly quickly. He had completely pushed his alertness and awareness to their limits. He had long heard that the Rain Emperor was a genius of martial arts and possessed a terrifying battle prowess, so how could he dare to be careless? 3 breaths. Jianghu moved, his right hand forming into a gigantic purple-colored hand. There were intricate patterns flickering with light on his palm, as if they were able to shatter the earth. Peng. The Rain Emperor's voice was once again heard. Peng, the roof was pierced through, and they could only see a gigantic golden fist descend down from the skies, crashing ruthlessly towards Jianghu. Son of Heaven Fist Technique. All 3 imperial princes gasped at the same time. No matter what kind of weapons they used personally, they had all naturally learnt the Son of Heaven Fist technique. However, when they saw this golden fist, they only felt endless shock. When the Son of Heaven's fist attacked, the whole world would be flattened. It was irresistible and there was no counter to it. With this one fist, everyone merely felt as if they were as insignificant as ants. No matter what move they made to resist, it would only be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an impossible feat, and their only fate would be to be completely crushed by the imperial might. Jianghu's expression changed drastically due to shock, and he hurriedly delivered his own attack upwards, creating a purple-colored nebula that went to receive that golden fist. Hong. Indeed, it was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in its tracks. With the crushing power of the golden fist, the nebula was instantly shattered into smithereens. The golden fist landed, Hong, and an irresistible force gushed out. Peng, 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 every single person in the main hall was forced backwards as if they were mere stalks of straw. Dust and smoke filled the air, and they could only see that the whole main hall was completely flattened into a plain, and the only person who had not been flung out of the main hall was Jianghu. This guy, was he dead or alive? After the dust and smoke had dispersed a little, they could see that Jianghu was lying on the ground in the shape of the Chinese character for Big One, and the slightly rising and falling of his chest obviously meant that he was still alive. Everyone inhaled sharply in shock. Jianghu was in the spiritual pedestal tier, yet the Rain Emperor was able to crush him like a wretch without even once showing his face. Wasn't the Rain Emperor too powerful already? Was this really the power that someone in the spiritual pedestal tier should have? Even one as arrogant as Feng Yan had his mouth tightly closed. In front of absolute power, everyone could only tremble in fear. Ling Han, Feng Yan, I shall allow the 2 of you to settle between yourselves the private enmity between you 2, but if anyone else wants to interfere, this man will be their example. The Rain Emperor's voice was once again heard, a vibrating rumble. Even if there were 3 others in spiritual pedestal tier present, they were still unable to identify where this voice was coming from. Ling Han, come see me at the Imperial Palace. Chapter 263, Audience with the Emperor. From start to finish, the Rain Emperor did not even show his face, yet his domineering attitude was enrooted deep into everyone's hearts. Even such powerful elites like Fu Yuansheng and the clan head of the Lu clan felt a deep-set reverence and did not have the slightest intention of resistance. This was a real ruler. Once the order was given, it would be strictly enforced. All of them were his subjects under his imperial graciousness. Ling Han's eyes were turned towards the far-off imperial palace, however, as his divine sense had managed to identify that the Rain Emperor's voice had actually originated from there. If anyone else found out, they would definitely grab their heads and exclaim in shock, how could this be possible? There was a distance of at least 10 miles, so how could sound be transmitted so quickly and so clearly here? Moreover, there was still a punch from the Son of Heaven fist technique that actually punched an elite of spiritual pedestal tier unconscious. This was practically like a myth. That was too powerful, wasn't it? Spiritual pedestal tier would definitely not have such power. Ling Han mused internally. Could it be that the Rain Emperor has already broken through to the flower blossoming tier? Though there was only one tier between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossoming tier, the taking of this step was like the gulf between heaven and earth. The spiritual pedestal tier was still considered mortal, whereas the flower blossoming tier would be stepping into the ranks of gods. Only one in the flower blossoming tier would be able to transmit sound over 10 miles as if they were right on the scene. With a single thought, his fist intent had reached its target, and easily suppressed an opponent of the spiritual pedestal tier. That's not right. Ling Han frowned slightly. He had somewhat captured a sliver of the Rain Emperor's divine sense, and it should not have reached the flower blossoming tier yet, so this was indeed very strange. Ling Han, I shall allow you to continue living for 10 days. After 10 days I will personally take your life. Feng Yan laughed coldly and grabbed Chiu Ku in a single move. He leaped up and very quickly disappeared from sight. No one dared to stop him, even if he had killed so many just moments ago. Ling Han, the 7th Imperial Prince approached, his face filled with delight. He had made the right bet on the Rain Emperor's personality. This ruler of a nation was a domineering man, so how could he be able to tolerate the Winter Moon sect undermining of his authority on his own territory? He would definitely return a powerful counterattack. However, even he had not foreseen that the Rain Emperor's attitude would be as forceful as this, so much that he had directly thrashed Chiu Ku unconscious. No matter what, he had taken the right step, so he would have definitely gained a considerable favor of the Rain Emperor, so he was one step closer to the imperial throne. My imperial father summoned you, so you had better make a move on, he said, all smiles. The Rain Emperor very rarely deigned to see anyone on an one-to-one basis. Previously, merely Qin Yi and Zhao Huan had obtained such an honor. Even them, the imperial princes, very rarely gained the opportunity to see the Rain Emperor alone. Ling Han nodded at him. A friend in need was a friend indeed. In comparison, the performance of the eldest and the 3rd imperial prince were far below standard. He glanced at Lu Yutong. His little female attendant was naturally being supported by the clansmen of the Lu clan. He considered it for a moment, but did not go over to say anything, primarily because he was displeased with the Lu clan. The Rain Emperor had clearly expressed his attitude. Moreover, he had delivered a fist straight on the heads of the Lu clan, obviously expressing his displeasure towards the Lu clan. Ling Han believed that the Lu clan would not dare to continue to have secret dealings with Feng Yan. Young Master Han. The eldest and the 3rd imperial princes simultaneously approached, a fake smile on their faces while their hearts were ill at ease. They were practically ready to die of regret. No matter how much they had calculated, they had not foreseen the fact that the Rain Emperor would actually make such a domineering move. They witnessed the way Feng Yan had paraded around so arrogantly before, but did not see any kind of reaction from the imperial family, and thought it would be the same this time. They had not thought that there would be any kind of unexpected accident today. If they had known beforehand, they would have put their firm support behind Ling Han. They would then be able to have a deeper relation with the latter, and would also be able to obtain the Rain Emperor's favor. And now, great, they had offended both sides. Ling Han merely smiled calmly and said, I have to meet His Imperial Majesty, so I don't have the time to converse with your Imperial Highnesses. After saying so, he flung his arms and stalked off. The eyes of the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes were simultaneously filled with anger. He was a mere humble commoner, and yet he actually dared to show his displeasure in the face of two such imperial princes as them. But now was not the time to make a fuss over this. The seventh imperial prince had suddenly acted, and was now ahead of them in the race for the imperial throne. In view of the imperial throne, whatever else could be set aside. The two of them exchanged a look and smiled at the same time. Their seventh younger brother's limelight was too bright, so they had to suppress him a bit to ensure that all three of them would once again return to the same starting line. Ling Han gave a nod to Guang Yuan and the rest, and also signaled for Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiao to bring Hun Yo and return first. He meanwhile strode towards the imperial palace. The distance of about 10 miles was only the matter of a dozen minutes for someone in the Gushing Spring tier, so he was very soon standing in front of the imperial palace. "Please follow me." An imperial guard approached. He had an average-sized figure and looked like he was only in his 30s, yet he was already in the spiritual ocean tier. In Rain Country this was an extremely astonishing fact. Since the Rain Emperor had summoned him, naturally everything was arranged in order to receive him. Ling Han followed the imperial guard and asked, "How do I address you, sir?" "Zai Xiang," the imperial guard replied coolly, seeming to share the same style as Can Yi. "Prime Minister?" Ling Han could not help but blank out as he thought, "Your parents must be disappointed that you are now a martial officer instead." "Xiang, not Xiang," Zai Xiang said calmly. Who knew what kind of Xiang he was talking about? One, but since he had explained, it meant that his name was definitely not Zai Xiang as in Prime Minister. Ling Han lagged and did not continue making a fuss over the issue of names. After all, the other was in the spiritual ocean tier, so he had best not irritate him to the point that he would turn around and smack him flat. This man should be a confidant of the Rain Emperor. He was already in the spiritual ocean tier in his 30s, and once he was fully developed by the Rain Emperor, it was possible that he would be able to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier in his 40s. Zai Xiang was obviously not a talkative man. If Ling Han did not ask questions, he would definitely not open his mouth. As he led Ling Han inwards, all the imperial guards on their way paid their respects to Zai Xiang upon seeing him, without any signs of wanting to question Ling Han's identity. Evidently, Zai Xiang's status had gotten the approval of all the imperial guards. The two of them very quickly arrived at the main heaven hall. This was where the Rain Emperor handled the country's affairs and where the ministers and officials would pay their respects. It was now past the time for the government conference. As a result, the whole hall was visibly empty and spacious. "Go in by yourself," Zai Xiang said coldly. What a cold, unfeeling guy, Ling Han thought as he walked into the main hall. This was the largest palace hall in the Imperial Hall. The colossal palace hall was held up by tall stone pillars that were as tall as 100 meters, giving one an imposing and grand feeling that would cause one's heart to tremble. Casting an eye over, the whole palace hall was empty. However, Ling Han knew that there was an imperial guard hidden behind each stone pillar, and they were all in the spiritual ocean tier. At the end of the palace hall, there was a throne positioned high up, and on it was seated a man who looked to be in his 50s. He was obviously seated, yet the domineering aura exuding from him was enough to cause one to tremble in fear. The Rain Emperor. He should be turning 60 very soon, but he looked only to be in his early 50s. He really did a good job in maintaining his youthful looks. There was a woman seated by the Rain Emperor's foot, who seemed to be serving him, but Ling Han could tell that this woman was actually in the process of cultivating. It was actually Su Kuexian. They all said that this woman was being doted on, and it was indeed true since she was actually able to accompany the emperor even by day. However, didn't accompanying the emperor mean that she was supposed to cater to the emperor's needs? How could she be cultivating? This was indeed odd. Moreover, Ling Han could confirm with a single glance that the Rain Emperor was definitely not a man that would be easily influenced by feminine wiles. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the power that he had now. He had half a step into the flower blossoming tier. No, half a step into the flower blossoming tier would only mean that he was close to breaking through to the flower blossoming tier, but in truth he would still be in the spiritual pedestal tier and still a mere mortal. Ling Han's thoughts flashed by quickly in his head, and he figured out that this was probably related to the power of the nation, which allowed the Rain Emperor to stride over that gap of half a step and truly possess the might of an ultimate elite of the flower blossoming tier. "Young man, you are giving me a headache," the Rain Emperor spoke, and boundless might stirred with his voice. Chapter 264, beating. Ling Han raised his clasped hands politely in the Rain Emperor's direction and said, "This young junior hereby pays respects to your Imperial Majesty." Since he had addressed himself as junior, the respects he paid were naturally that of a martial artist to his senior, so there was no need to kneel or bow. If he was greeting the Rain Emperor as a subject, then he would have to kneel. Those were two absolutely different standpoints. The Rain Emperor did not rebuke him. Instead he smiled and said, "Young man, you are very proud." By his feet, Suku Xan was awakened by the noise. When she opened her eyes and looked at Ling Han, she could not help but look slightly surprised. She had obviously met this young man before and had even once thought of killing him before, though she had not made the move to in the end. She had never thought that this person would actually be qualified to meet with the Rain Emperor. This was extremely surprising. "Your Imperial Majesty is the real mighty one here. Merely one punch was able to completely defeat that damn attendant of the Winter Moon sect, making this junior's blood boil with excitement," Ling Han complimented. "Ha ha ha," the Rain Emperor laughed loudly, shook his head and said, "Do you think that just because you speak a little flattery I will forget the trouble you've caused?" Suku Xang could not help but be astonished. She had been by the Rain Emperor's side for a number of years, but had almost never seen the Rain Emperor laugh so hard before. He had even used a teasing tone to speak to a young man. This was practically unbelievable to her. Ling Han said seriously, "Please forgive me, Your Imperial Majesty." The Rain Emperor humphed and said, "No matter how angry I was, I would not dare to do anything to a black-grade high-level alchemist." Suku Xang could not help but stare with wide eyes. A black-grade high-level alchemist? This young man in front of her? How could this be? But the Rain Emperor would not be speaking false words, so no matter how unbelievable it was to her, it had to be the truth. Ling Han laughed and said, "I had not yet thanked Your Imperial Majesty for helping me out of a difficult situation. I will definitely repay your favor in the future." Since the Rain Emperor had pointed out his status as a black-grade high-level alchemist, then he would speak with the Rain Emperor as an alchemist. In terms of status, he was only slightly beneath the latter. The Rain Emperor tapped lightly on the armrest of his throne and said, "My eldest, my third and my seventh son, you have met all of them before. Who do you think is more appropriate to inherit the throne?" Should he be asked this kind of question? Ling Han thought for a moment, then replied, "You should have made your decision long before in your heart, Your Imperial Majesty. I would not dare to speak any lies. You are a black-grade high-level alchemist. Fu Yuan Sheng and Wu Song Lin both take your opinion into account greatly. If you hold a different opinion than I and influence the alchemists not to sell any more medicinal pills to the citizens of Rain Country in the future, then wouldn't that mean destruction for the Rain Empire?" The Rain Emperor said calmly. Ling Han could not help but be covered in a cold sweat. This crime was a bit big, and added together with the fact that rulers tended to be temperamental, if he really thought that Ling Han was going to be a problem that would threaten his imperial authority, then no matter who he was, he would directly eliminate him. He had pushed his alertness to the highest level it could go. If there was any movement from the Rain Emperor, he would instantly enter into the Black Tower. The most that would do would be allowing the Rain Emperor to discover that he had a secret technique that allowed him to teleport instantly or think he had a secret hideout. Even if he was forced to reveal some of his secrets, that was still better than losing his life. "Put your little heart safely back into your chest. If I really wanted to kill you, you would not have survived on the whole way here," the Rain Emperor said calmly. Ling Han laughed. Although he looked relieved on the surface, he was not the slightest bit relaxed internally. He was not one who would easily trust anyone. "Ling Han, how should I treat you?" the Rain Emperor said. "An alchemist that can concoct foundation-building pills, the foundations of Rain Country could be disturbed greatly because of you." Pooh. Suku Xang could finally not hold herself back from coughing. The foundation-building pills that had created so much commotion in the Imperial City were actually concocted by Ling Han? Inconceivable, really inconceivable. He was so young, so how could he actually be able to concoct foundation-building pills? Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "In the future, if I concoct any more foundation-building pills, I can prioritize supplying half to the Imperial family first." Good. The Rain Emperor finally smiled, and the tense atmosphere was instantly dispersed. Accompanying the Emperor was really like accompanying a tiger. An Emperor was always temperamental and would kill anyone at the drop of a hat, so even if he wanted to be calm, it wasn't that easily accomplished. Ling Han could not help but criticize silently. If he still had the cultivation he had in his last life, he would definitely have given the Rain Emperor a good thrashing for actually daring to scare him. However, at this moment, he could only grimace and said, "I was almost scared to death by your Imperial Majesty." The Rain Emperor gave a bit of foreshadowing first, then came a threat. All that was merely for the foundation building pills. Haha, you will definitely become an Earth-grade alchemist in the future. By then, even I would have to welcome you heartily. Taking advantage of this time when your wings are not full yet, I naturally have to give you a little beating and bully you a bit, as I will not have the chance to do so in the future, the Rain Emperor said smilingly. Ling Han smiled as well. Actually, the Rain Emperor was also a man with a sense of humor, though that would depend on whether he wanted you to feel that he was an interesting, humorous man. My eldest and my third sons are still a bit lacking in terms of disposition. They have ambition, but do not have the fitting manner for it, the Rain Emperor said, giving a little judgment to his sons. My seventh is a bit too cautious. He is an adequate defender but will not advance enough. He paused, then said, "You should be supporting my seventh. With the support of a future Earth-grade alchemist, I can rest easy and abdicate. I have decided, after my 60th birthday, I shall pass on the throne to my seventh, and from then on, concentrate my focus on martial arts." Su Kuexen was greatly shocked, her face paling. She could not help but call out, "Your Imperial Majesty." The Rain Emperor pressed down with one hand, stopping her from speaking further, then said, "You should leave now as well." Ling Han did not pay any mind to the enigmatic words between the two of them and said, "Congratulations, Your Imperial Majesty." "Why are you congratulating me?" the Rain Emperor asked, smiling. "When you have left behind the matters of the nation, you will be able to concentrate on breaking through to flower blossoming tier, and will be thus able to cast off your mortal chains and ascend to godhood," Ling Han said with a smile. The Rain Emperor could not help his eyes lighting up. Instantly, his aura gushed out like the waves of the sea and he said, "You can actually tell my cultivation level?" Ling Han smiled slightly and said neutrally, "I am an alchemist, so my divine sense has to be much stronger than any ordinary person." The Rain Emperor nodded. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, he couldn't have possibly concocted alchemical pills close to Earth grade when he was merely in the gushing spring tier. He once again tapped his finger on the armrest and said, "Half a month later, I will organize a feast for my birthday. At that time, there will also be a martial arts competition held in celebration of my birthday." Ling Han did not know what was the significance of these words, so he only nodded and did not reply. For the person who gets the first place in the martial arts competition, the prize will be a treasure in the inner chamber of the National Treasury, the Rain Emperor said calmly. Ling Han was moved instantly. The Eye of Truth. The Rain Emperor was already half a step into the flower blossoming tier, and added together with the power of the nation, he was like a god in Rain country. Thus, his eyes and ears were practically everywhere in this country. Most likely, the few deals that he had made with the eldest and the third imperial prince had not escaped the knowledge of this Rain Emperor. Ling Han tensed up. Then what about the issue of the Lu sisters? Technically, he had covered for the criminals that had intended to assassinate an imperial consort. This was no different than committing treason. And he should not know. The Rain Emperor was human after all. Even if he had broken through to the flower blossoming tier, he would only be no longer mortal, but he would still be a very far ways off from becoming a god. He could only be able to concentrate his limited attention on a few important people. For example, his 3 sons who all had the ability to qualify for the competition for the throne. Their every move must not have escaped his knowledge as he secretly compared and mused over which one was more suited to inherit the throne. Thus, the fact that Ling Han had discussed stealing the Eye of Truth with the eldest and the third imperial princes must not have escaped the knowledge of this Rain Emperor. Now, the Rain Emperor had taken out the Eye of Truth as a prize. The unspoken words here were, "I am well aware of all your little moves. As long as you are willing to listen to me, then I will naturally give you some benefits." No wonder he was the ruler of a nation. He was very skilled at manipulating. Chapter 265, Setting the Conditions. With regards to the Eye of Truth, Ling Han was determined to get it. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Eye of Truth involves a mystical power, and by that time, there will definitely be uncountable numbers of people participating. Perhaps even elites of the spiritual pedestal tier would shamelessly make a move. I really do not have much confidence. Unless he revealed the Black Tower. However, once the Black Tower was out, there would be ultimate elites from godly tiers descending to snatch it. It was much more important than any mystical power. The Rain Emperor laughed, then said, "You don't have to play the fox in front of me. In the competition this time, I have limited the participants to only those below 30 years old. If you are not able to get first place, then you can only blame yourself for lacking in ability." Ling Han thought for a moment. If only those below 30 could participate, then the only one who could stand against him as an equal was Feng Yan. "You are a citizen of Rain Country. I want you to defeat Feng Yan in public, to show the might of Rain Country," the Rain Emperor said. Indeed, it was exactly like what Ling Han had guessed. Looks like Feng Yan had paraded around too much previously, and he had even casually killed off a number of noble, wealthy people previously. The Rain Emperor was angered as well. However, no matter how mighty and domineering the Rain Emperor was, he was the ruler of a nation first and foremost, so he could not simply do anything rash. If he had killed Feng Yan, then that would definitely attract the real elites of the Winter Moon sect. By that time, even if Rain Country was not destroyed, it would still have to pay a colossal price to soothe the flames of rage of the Winter Moon sect. This was definitely not something that a mature emperor would do. However, should he just allow Feng Yan to behave so arrogantly and do as he liked? The Rain Emperor was a very domineering man. He naturally could not allow such a troublemaker to create a fuss right in front of his eyes. Since he could not kill Feng Yan, then he would just have to make it so that Feng Yan was defeated publicly, take the edge off his spirit and teach him a lesson. Ling Han nodded. Even without the Rain Emperor's request, he was definitely not going to have any reservations against Feng Yan. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely not mind killing off this guy. "Go on." The Rain Emperor waved his hand, and closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Obviously, he was not intending to speak to Ling Han anymore. Ling Han retreated out of the palace hall, and left the imperial palace under Zai Xiang's escort. The latter turned around and walked 2 steps, then suddenly turned back round and said, "Ling Han, do not disappoint the hopes of His Imperial Majesty." Without waiting for Ling Han's answer, he stalked off, looking very forceful. Ling Han shook his head. The Rain Emperor was domineering because he had the ability to support his domineering ways. Every word and movement that Zai Xiang made was an imitation of the Rain Emperor. However, he had only learnt the appearance, yet had not managed to learn the essence. He could not bother himself to call him to account, and headed back towards Huyang Academy instead. "Ling Han, was it?" A delicate voice was heard from behind him, enchanting and graceful. Ling Han turned to look, and Suku Xen was standing right behind him, her shapely, delicate body drawing the eyes of anyone who saw her. However, Ling Han did not give her another look and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" He was now a black-grade high-level alchemist, so there was absolutely no need for him to speak reverently to an imperial consort. I had not thought that a minor character would have actually become a grandmaster alchemist by now. Su Kuxen shook her head, then lowered herself into a slight bow. Her white skirts fluttered like a flower blooming. Kuxen hereby greets Grandmaster. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "I dare not accept. Imperial Consort Su, your greeting is much too polite." Su Kuxen stood back up, pursed her lips into a smile, then said, "Grandmaster, Kuxen would like to make a request of you." Imperial Consort Su, you seem to have made a request of the wrong person, right? His Imperial Majesty, the Rain Emperor, is the ruler of Rain Country, so whatever you need, the person you should make the request to should be His Imperial Majesty, the Rain Emperor, shouldn't it? Ling Han said. Su Kuxen sighed and looked a bit sad. If anyone uninvolved had seen, they would definitely be overcome with sympathy for her and touched by her pitiful appearance. Unfortunately, this move was completely useless on Ling Han. Grandmaster does not know, but Kuxen is only His Imperial Majesty's consort by name, she said slowly, when she saw Ling Han was looking completely undisturbed and calm. Oh. Ling Han nodded, then turned around to leave. Wait. Kuxen hurriedly caught up with him, then said, Kuxen would like to use a cultivation technique to exchange for 10 foundation building pills. She was now at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and there was still a far way until the 9th layer. However, for all cultivation tiers below the flower blossoming tier, breaking through to the next layer was not really that difficult. It was only a matter of time. Thus, she would be able to attempt breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier a few years later, so if she had 10 foundation-building pills in her possession, the chances of success for her would be greatly increased. Ling Han could not help but laugh and said, Imperial Consort Su has a large appetite. You're talking about 10 foundation-building pills, not 10 return origin pills. In truth, in the eyes of an alchemy emperor like him, there was not really that much difference between foundation-building pills and return origin pills. Su Kuxian was also aware that she was asking for too much, but in a bargain, how could she allow the other to know how much she could accept at the first instant? She said, that is because the cultivation technique that Kuxian has offered for the exchange is definitely worth this price. Oh, tell me then, Ling Han said non-committally. Grandmaster, please follow Kuxian to a quiet place, Su Kuxian said. Ling Han was slightly curious, so he agreed. The two of them went to a tea house, requested for a private room, and sat opposite of each other. What is the cultivation technique you are speaking of? Ling Han had no intention to beat around the bush. Su Kuxian could tell Ling Han was impatient, so she did not continue to tantalize him and replied, Shapeless Heart Sutra, the complete 6 layers of the cultivation technique. Instantly, a few thoughts flew past in Ling Han's head, and he was able to connect the series of events. Putting aside the grade of the Shapeless Heart Sutra, the important thing was that there were the complete 6 layers of the cultivation technique. This meant that it could be cultivated all the way to the flower blossoming tier. And what was the thing that the 9 nations of the desolate north lacked the most? That would be cultivation techniques for the flower blossoming tier. This was what limited the appearance of elites of the flower blossoming tier. Those that had depended on the power of nation being instilled in them to break through were not considered. They were not capable of leaving their own countries at all. Otherwise, once they had lost the support of the power of the nation, they would instantly be returned to their original form. Additionally, if their age had exceeded their natural lifespan, they could even immediately die of old age upon leaving the country's borders. The Rain Emperor had a unique relationship with Su Kuxian. Recalling when she previously said that she was merely the Rain Emperor's consort name, he could mostly confirm that Su Kuxian must have made a similar deal with the Rain Emperor. The reason she had broken through to the spiritual ocean tier in a few years' time was most likely because she could make use of the power of the nation to aid her in her cultivation. Thinking further, Su Kuxian fell out with the Falling Flower Court. Could it really be because of a staying youth pill? The real reason should have been the Shapeless Heart Sutra, which caused a desire to take it for herself to arise in Su Kuxian. Or perhaps the higher ranks of the Falling Flower Court wanted to kill her off to keep the secret, but were instead foiled by Su Kuxian making the first move, which led to the destruction of the Falling Flower Court. Perhaps Su Kuxian had fled to Rain Country after that, and reached some kind of agreement with the Rain Emperor. As a result, the Rain Emperor was able to advance one step further, and have half a step into the flower blossoming tier, and managed to pry open the door to the flower blossoming tier. It would not take long for him to really step over the threshold into the flower blossoming tier. Su Kuxian would never have thought that while she had only mentioned the name of a cultivation technique, that allowed Ling Han to figure out so many things. If she were to find out, she would definitely be shocked by Ling Han's deduction ability. Ling Han was naturally uninterested in the Shapeless Heart Sutra. Putting aside 6 layers of cultivation technique, even if there were 9 complete layers, he could not bother himself to give it a second look. He said calmly, I am still very far from the flower blossoming tier, so I'm not interested at this time. Su Kuxian's mouth was slightly open as she was incredibly astonished. Chapter 266, Deal. In Su Kuxian's thoughts, a 6-layer cultivation technique was extremely tempting to all martial artists in Rain Country. No, all 9 nations of the desolate north, because this allowed one to take the most important step, which was to cast off their mortal body and gain the qualifications to become a god. Of course, the flower blossoming tier was still very far from becoming a god, but it was undoubtedly the first step towards that end. She tossed out such a bait and believed that Ling Han would definitely be hooked. She was so certain but had never thought that Ling Han would actually refuse, and what more, refuse without the slightest bit of hesitation. Could it be? Little brother, could it be that you already possess a 6-layer cultivation technique? Su Kuxian hence played cute. She was still very delicately pretty, her charms overflowing. Ling Han asked, does Imperial Consort Su think that's possible? Of course it was impossible. How could Rain Country have a 6-layer cultivation technique? Su Kuxin was thinking in her head, but Ling Han had refused too decisively, so she still felt as if the latter may also have possibly gotten hold of a 6-layer cultivation technique. She had never wavered so much in her life, so she really felt like she was about to go crazy. Ling Han actively answered her confusion and said, I am an alchemist, so do I need that high a cultivation level? That was logical. At such a young age he was already an alchemist close to earth grade, so he must have boundless future prospects ahead of him. Moreover, a person had limited energy, so if he spread out his attention over too many fields due to greed, that would only lead to him not being able to master any one field. Su Kuxin was still a bit doubtful, but it was not proper for her to keep asking. After all, she had something to ask of Ling Han. She hesitated for a long time, then said, I also have a treasure that I can put into the trade. Oh, and what is that? Ling Han asked casually. I don't know either. Su Kuxin shook her head. Because everything was not like what she had expected, she was completely shaken, and so she hid all her seductive wiles and became serious. Ling Han could not help but break into laughter and asked, Are you joking, Imperial Consort Su? How could there be something like this? She said she wanted to trade a treasure, but she didn't even know what it was. If that was the case, how could she be so sure that it really was a treasure? Su Kuxin said, 7 years ago, I and a few elders of my sect discovered an ancient tomb. We obtained the Shapeless Heart Sutra from there. And beside the Shapeless Heart Sutra, there was also a tightly sealed box that we had no way of opening. She paused a moment, then said, Something that could be placed by the side of the Shapeless Heart Sutra. This box must contain something that is similarly valuable. Ling Han smiled slightly, then said, Does Imperial Consort Su want to use this unknown object to exchange for the 10 foundation building pills then? That's right. Su Kuxin nodded. Is Grandmaster willing to gamble on it? All right. Ling Han said without hesitation. Anyways, he could casually concoct foundation building pills easily and quickly, so even if he had traded them for an ordinary box, that would only be a waste of a few million silver coins and about an hour's time. But what if the box really contained some kind of treasure? Tomorrow at this time bring the box over, whereas I will bring the foundation building pills, he said. Su Kuxin was ecstatic, but then she hurriedly confirmed, That's 10 foundation building pills. Agreed. Ling Han nodded. Deal? Su Kuxin was overjoyed at this unexpected turn in events. Ling Han stood up and left. Since he had already decided to accept this transaction, he would naturally have to go and prepare the ingredients he needed. Unfortunately, the herb garden within the Black Tower was not yet ready. Otherwise he could prepare his own ingredients. After all, he had only left the Mystery Realm just a few days ago, so how could it be possible that he would have gotten all the spiritual herbs ready so quickly? He naturally went to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. After thanking Fu Yuan Sheng, he bought all the ingredients needed to concoct the foundation building pills, then returned to Huyang Academy. There was a large number of people waiting for him at the entrance who wanted to develop an amiable relationship with him. After all, he had just been summoned to see the Rain Emperor, and the Emperor's concern over him was still going strong. However, how could Ling Han have the mood to deal with them? He merely said a few words and sent off these people. When he entered his courtyard, Hunyo instantly stuck onto him. Ling Han said a few words to her, then brought her with him into the Black Tower. The little girl very happily began to play around, whereas Ling Han began to concoct the alchemical pills. This was naturally a piece of cake to him. After arranging all the ingredients he needed, after a mere hour, 10 foundation building pills were lying warm in the furnace. The next day the imperial family released a piece of important news. The Rain Emperor's 60th birthday was right around the corner, and the whole country was naturally going to celebrate with him. Moreover, there was also going to be a very special martial arts tournament to display the military power of the empire. The champion of this tournament would be personally praised by the Rain Emperor, and the prize would be a mystical power. What kind of object was a mystical power? A large majority of people were not aware, but that did not stop everyone from guessing the incredible value of a mystical power. The Rain Emperor had taken it out as a prize, so how could it be anything ordinary? All of a sudden, excitement was high in the air. Even the powerful elites of the spiritual pedestal tier of the 8 great clans were restless, but when they saw the rules of participation for the martial arts tournament, quite a number of people wilted as the tournament was only limited to those below 30 years old. True, the future of the empire would naturally fall on the shoulders of the younger generation, so what was the point of old men like them joining in on the excitement? 30 years below, then there would only be two, and that was Ling Han and Feng Yen. Anyone with eyes could see that this was the tournament stage that the Rain Emperor had set up for the two of them to allow them to duel in front of everyone's eyes. Mystical power? Within the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, Yen Tianzhao mumbled to himself. He had a wine cup in his hand and was seated comfortably, filled with an unworldly air. By his side, there was an old woman who looked vacant, as if she had lost her soul. If one were to look closely, this old woman looked very much alike Lady Yen. I was intending to leave Rain Country, but did not think that I would be able to watch such a good show before I left. Now I have even encountered the appearance of a mystical power. There are strong and weak mystical powers, but no matter what, since it is called a mystical power, it must have its use, so I would not mind taking a look at it. Yen Tianzhao placed the wine cup down, looked towards the old woman, then said with a smile, "Mother, I will become the champion of a martial arts tournament and show my face in front of everyone. Aren't you glad?" She was indeed Lady Yen, but how did she suddenly lose all her beauty and become an old woman? Lady Yen seemed to have become a corpse. After quite a while, a flash of life finally came back into her eyes. Her voice trembled and she said, "You are not my son. You are a demon. You are a demon." "Wrong. I am indeed your son, it's just that I have some additional experiences." Yen Tianzhao pointed at his own head, and an incomparably evil smile curled up the corners of his lips. "I still have to thank you, Mother, for transmitting all your cultivation to me. Otherwise, if I wanted to possess the cultivation level I have now, I would have to cultivate at least 8 to 10 years. Lady Yen merely shook her head and said endlessly, "You are not my son. You are not my son." Yen Tianzhao turned his eyes from her, took up the wine cup and began to drink. He said to the skies, "Everyone thinks that the champion of this tournament will be either Ling Han or Feng Yen, then I shall give everyone a slap and let them know that I, Yen Tianzhao, am still here." In the afternoon, Ling Han went to the tea house he had gone to yesterday to fulfill the deal with Su Kuexan. 10 foundation building pills. Ling Han casually withdrew a jade bottle and placed it on the table. Su Kuexan was very delighted, so she could not help but show off some of her feminine wiles and said delicately, "Little brother, aren't you scared that big sister will cheat you out of your alchemical pills?" "You can try," Ling Han said calmly. "AI, you don't have the slightest sense of humor." Su Kuexan shook her head, and took up a box that was wrapped with a red cloth from her side and placed it on the table. Chapter 267, 100 Poison Jade Ointment. Of course, Ling Han did not completely trust Su Kuexan. As such, he immediately unwrapped the cloth and there was indeed a black-colored box inside. It was not made of metal but rather of wood, and there was a faint sandalwood aroma coming from it. He was in the process of examining the box, whereas Su Kuexan was naturally examining the foundation building pills, and neither of them spoke. There was indeed no way to open it. It was not because it was locked, but rather because it was joined seamlessly together, so there was nowhere one could exert force on. From the looks of it, the only way to open it would be through explosive power. Ling Han looked astonished because he recognized the type of wood. Connect Origin Heartwood. This was an extremely valuable material. It had two special traits to it. Firstly, it was extremely tough and durable, and secondly, it was capable of preventing the dispersal of spiritual qi. Thus, this was a very suitable material to store some valuable medicinal ingredients. Once it was closed, the medicinal ingredients could be stored for 1,000, or even 10,000 years without spoiling. He gave it a shake and there was something inside. From what he could hear, there should only be one object inside. It felt very heavy, but it was impossible for him to say what exactly it was. "Little brother, big sister thanks you," Su Kuexan said with a delicate smile, putting away the jade bottle with satisfaction. Though she wanted very much to know what was contained inside the wooden box, and wanted even more to confirm that it was a treasure, she had studied it for many years and attempted many different methods but was still unable to open it. Thus, she decided that she might as well hand it over to Ling Han so that she would no longer have to worry herself over it. After all, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Ling Han ignored her, so she was a bit unsatisfied. However, because she was in a great mood, she did not take it to heart. She pushed open the door and left. After she had left, Ling Han instantly gave a swipe of his hand, and the wooden box had entered into the Black Tower. He did not enter into the Black Tower at the first instant, but instead chose to stand up and leave. Since it was already in the Black Tower, it was destined to belong to him, and no one could possibly take it from him. He returned to his own courtyard in the academy, closed the door and finally entered the Black Tower. If it was in his last life, it would be a piece of cake for him to open a box made of Connect Origin Heartwood with his cultivation as a Heaven tier elite, but the cultivation of the Gushing Spring tier was far from enough to do so. Otherwise, how would Suku XN have been unable to do anything with the box even after so many years of it being in her possession? She was in the Spiritual Ocean tier after all. However, in the Black Tower, Ling Han was a god. With a single thought, the wooden box was opened, as easy and simple as if he had just merely flipped his hand. Within the box was a piece of jade in the shape of a strip. As soon as the box was opened, a strong fragrance wafted out that caused his spirit to be roused and feel all the pores on his whole body open up. A hint of excitement appeared on Ling Han's face. This was not jade, but a medicinal ointment, 100 poison jade ointment. I never thought that something like this would still exist. He pressed down with a hand and all the fragrance was suppressed back into the box. He could control everything in the Black Tower as if he was a god. 100 poison jade ointment was not naturally formed, but had to be blended later. It required up to 100 poisonous ingredients as well as 7 fragrance jade to be mixed with a secret method. This was not poison. If anyone used this to poison anyone else, that would be a humongous waste. If any single one of these 100 poisonous ingredients were used on its own, then even elites of the flower blossoming tier would die of poison. However, put together and blended with a wondrous ratio, they would suppress each other's poison, and what was supposed to be a deadly poison would be transformed into an excellent medicine. The more poisonous they were, the more plentiful this energy would naturally be. However, if anyone were to directly swallow it as it was now, that would definitely be a direct path to death, because the energy that originated from the mixture of these 100 poisonous ingredients was too terrifying. It would be a piece of cake for even a flower blossoming tier elite to burst from it. However, if it was added together with 7 fragrance jade, then the violent, explosive energy could be released in a calm, peaceful way, and would thus allow it to be absorbed. Naturally, 100 poison jade ointment was not to be swallowed, but rather rubbed on one's body. It would enter into the body by being absorbed through the skin. One could still eat it, but when these 100 poisons entered one's stomach, they would still cause a corresponding effect on the body. What was amazing was that one with higher cultivation level could rub in more of it, whereas those with a lower cultivation level should rub in less, and it could be used by people in different cultivation levels. It would allow one to increase one's cultivation level, strengthen the physique, and was an extremely valuable treasure. It was easy to find the poisonous ingredients, but 7 fragrance jade was much too rare. Even in his last life, when he had had so many resources in his grasp, he had only managed to blend it once, and the amount produced could not compare to this strip that he now had. Such a treasure indeed needed to be sealed by Connect Origin Heartwood. Otherwise, the medicinal effects would disperse very quickly, and could not be kept for even a single month. He had no idea who it was that was so wealthy that he actually had a box made of Connect Origin Heartwood and 100 poison jade ointment buried with him. This was practically a waste of colossal proportions. Just in time to benefit me, Ling Han said with a smile as he removed his clothing and began to rub in the 100 poison jade ointment onto his body. A cooling feeling gushed out, relaxing his whole body. Feng Yin seemed to be very sure of himself. He seems confident that he'd be able to defeat me after 10 days. Now that I think of it, the basis for his confidence should be that he would be able to break through within these 10 days. Cultivation tiers were a different level before, so there is a big difference between having broken through and not yet broken through. As Ling Han sat in a cross-legged position, he continued to circulate the 5 elements heaven-grade skill to absorb the medicinal effects. Within the Black Tower, he could even detain the ointment's effects and ensure it was entirely used on him without the slightest bit being wasted. This was a very shocking thing. If the medicinal effects could be absorbed completely, this was practically scary. There is only 10 days left until the martial arts tournament. I can't possibly break through to the spiritual ocean tier in such a short time, but every little bit of my ability I can increase counts. I am definitely going to get the Eye of Truth. After only a while, Ling Han felt his whole body heat up. The ointment was now completely effective, and he felt as if his skin was about to tear as he felt an extraordinary agony. Fuck, I have no experience, so I rubbed in too much. He bared his teeth. Though he had also mixed the 100 poison jade ointment in his last life, he had used it on his 4 disciples. At that time, even the weakest of the 4 of them was already in the spiritual pedestal tier. He had decreased the amount, but there was still a very far gap between the gushing spring tier and the spiritual pedestal tier, so it still caused him to exclaim. Thankfully, he had cultivated the body of rock cliff. Not only was his defense terrifyingly strong, he could even transform into rock and cut off his feelings of pain. When he actively circulated it, the agony instantly disappeared, but he could clearly see cracks appear on his skin and fresh blood seep out of his wounds. He found a bit of joy in his suffering as he thought that, fortunately, he had not rubbed it on that important place. Otherwise he would really want to cry now. There was a powerful energy spreading out in his body, stimulating the continuous expansion of his spring, which gushed out waves of origin power. After about 3 hours, Ling Han stopped. The ointment that he had rubbed on his body was completely absorbed, and his cultivation level had gone up to the late stage of the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. By the day of the martial arts tournament, his cultivation should be able to reach the 8th layer of the gushing spring tier. If it's the 8th layer against the spiritual ocean tier, I should manage. Ling Han nodded. His condition was a bit special, as his battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation level. With the circulation of the indestructible heaven scroll, the wounds on his body healed very quickly. He summoned clear water and washed off the blood stains on his body, then dressed. Hunyo actually did not come pester him today. Instead, she was very obediently sitting inside the black tower. Ling Han's divine sense swept over the little girl was actually in the process of breaking through to gushing spring tier. A 5-year-old in the gushing spring tier, just the thought of it would make one dumbstruck. Chapter 268, News from Both Sides. Feng Yin once again announced that he would take part in the martial arts tournament and would defeat and kill Ling Han during the tournament. The restrictions for the participation in this martial arts tournament were already confirmed, and the final battle would definitely be the Battle of the Titans between Feng Yin and Ling Han. However, Feng Yan's announcing that he would kill Ling Han in such an unrestrained manner still very vividly showed his usual arrogant attitude. Ling Han, on the other hand, was a bit passive. Because the Rain Emperor only wanted him to defeat Feng Yin, but did not say that he could kill the latter. No matter how forceful and domineering the Rain Emperor was, he was also the ruler of a nation and so had to think of the bigger picture. In that case, he definitely could not allow a life-or-death enmity to form between Rain Country and the Winter Moon sect. If Ling Han really killed Feng Yin, then the Rain Emperor would definitely imprison Ling Han and deliver him to the Winter Moon sect without the slightest hesitation. There was no need to doubt. That was the only result. If Ling Han was only one person, that was fine. Even if he committed murder, he could directly enter into the Black Tower and hide for a while. After that, he would naturally be able to leave safely. How could it be possible that the Rain Emperor would stand guard outside the Black Tower all day? Moreover, he would have no idea what means Ling Han had used to disappear. The problem was that Ling Han had his family to think of. He could flee, but how were Ling Dongxing and the others supposed to flee? Ling Han could not help but be troubled. How could he kill Feng Yin and still ensure his own safety? He kept thinking over the matter and came to the conclusion that it was impossible. Because the Rain Emperor would definitely not allow something like this to happen. He would definitely stand by during the tournament so that he could act to resolve any dangerous situations at any time, whether it was Ling Han or Feng Yin that was in danger. One of them was the disciple of a spiritual infant tier elite, whereas the other was an alchemist that close to earth grade. Whichever one of them died, the Rain Emperor would not be able to make a good justification for it. The current Rain Emperor was practically in the flower blossoming tier now with the aid of the power of the nation, and his ability was far from what could be imagined, to commit murder in front of his eyes? There was no way it was possible, and Qiuku was the best example of it. Since that was the case, Ling Han also let out the news that he had become an earth-grade high-level alchemist, and caused some gloom to Feng Yin as well. Moreover, he had never lost in his opposition with Feng Yin before. Feng Yin, on the other hand, lost a brother and a cousin, so he should be even more displeased. After the news was released, he did not know how much mental gloom Feng Yin was experiencing, but the whole imperial city completely boiled over because of this news. In comparison with Feng Yin, who was taken as a disciple by a spiritual infant tier elite, something that would only cause envy, jealousy, and hatred and make others say that Feng Yan must have been so lucky. Ling Han was completely different. The status of a black-grade high-level alchemist could only be obtained through one's own personal capabilities, so it was 100% genuine ability. Moreover, the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion both testified that those 9 foundation-building pills were concocted by Ling Han. An alchemical pill that was close to Earth grade, and the quality had reached a shocking 13 stars, what kind of concept was that? Ling Han was definitely going to become an Earth grade alchemist. There had never appeared an Earth-grade alchemist from Rain Country, but this history was about to be changed because as long as Ling Han did not fall, then it was a sure thing that he would become an Earth-grade alchemist in future. Within only about half a day's time, Ling Han's courtyard had become very lively and crowded. Previously, most had just been observing. After all, in the battle to the death between Ling Han and Feng Yan, the majority were more optimistic about Feng Yan. After all, he was the disciple of a spiritual infant-tier elite, and could even casually draw out a decree, so who knew how many other treasures he possessed. But now, even if a spiritual infant-tier elite was personally here, he would have to consider carefully if he could really act. After all, the status of an alchemist that was close to Earth grade was much too sensitive. A slight change would affect everything else. If a colossal body like the Alchemists Association was roused, what would be the result? With these thoughts, they naturally wanted to flatter Ling Han and form an amiable relationship with him. Moreover, the fact that Ling Han had created a great commotion at Lu Yutong's wedding had spread all over the city, a further motivation for many to come with marriage proposals, wanting to marry their daughters to Ling Han. This young man did not only have a brilliant future, he was loyal and faithful too. He was definitely a good son-in-law material. In the beginning, Ling Han was still polite, but as time passed, he grew impatient and closed the doors to his courtyard. Who would dare barge in without an invitation? Black-grade high-level alchemists would be considered as a big boss of alchemy in Rain Country, and there were only 2 such bosses in the past. Moreover, these 2 now seemed to follow Ling Han's lead. However, it was easy to make these people leave, but when Qi Yongyi and the others came, Ling Han could only choose to receive them. After all, though they were not able to become Ling Han's best friends, they had all come from Deyuan City after all. They had all helped to rescue Ling Dongxing previously, and Ling Han still remembered this kind deed they did for him. He had arranged 2 banquet tables in his courtyard as celebration for his becoming a black-grade high-level alchemistohim. This was naturally a joke. The one and only alchemy emperor would need to celebrate for such a paltry reason? However, he could not resist the other's passion, and so could only reluctantly concede. He withdrew some ingredients from the Black Tower, and hired a cook from a restaurant to cook at the last moment. Soon, delicious dishes were prepared one after another. This was really the most delicious food, as the ingredients themselves were extraordinarily fresh. They had just simply had a taste before getting into a battle for the food, making for a battered picture. The cook watched all this happen with confusion. One had to know that though he was quite a good cook, but to see people coming to blows because of his food, this was really the first time. Could it be that his cooking had greatly improved in recent days without his knowledge? After preparing the next dish, he himself had a taste and instantly felt as if his tongue was about to melt. Delicious, definitely delicious, indescribably delicious, unimaginably delicious. After tasting one bite and another bite after that, unconsciously he felt like he was half full. It was then that he suddenly realized that he had eaten half of the dish. When the others discovered this, he was naturally thrashed, and could only continue to cook with a bruised and battered face. Oh no, this taste is too delicious. Once I eat it, I can't forget about it. After I've eaten it, I want to eat some more still. What am I going to do in future? Someone shrieked miserably. That's right, this is definitely not because of the cook's skill, but because the ingredients themselves are too fresh and delicious. Ling Han, where did you buy them? Quick, tell me, or I'll have no way of continue to live. Come on, say it. They had all forgotten that they had come to celebrate in honor of Ling Han's becoming a black-grade high-level alchemist, as they only had the utterly delicious food in their minds now. Ling Han merely offered a faint smile. He would of course not say that these vegetables were all grown in the Black Tower. As for chickens and pigs, because they had only been reared for a short time, he had not withdrawn any to slaughter. Otherwise, there would be even more delicious ingredients. When they were halfway through their feast, Lu Yutong arrived gracefully. Thank you. She looked at Ling Han tenderly. A man was willing to barge into the Lu clan and create a commotion at her wedding all for her sake. What courage did that require? Anyone else would not even dare to think of doing such a thing. You're my little female attendant, so how could I allow you to marry someone you don't love? Ling Han said calmly. He had a fondness for both Lu Yutong and Li Xichan, but it was still a bit far from romantic love. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes. In his last life he had lived to the ripe old age of 200 years old. Though he had spent the majority of his time on alchemy, how could his heart be so easily conquered? Additionally, he only had martial arts in his eyes, so if one wanted to create feelings of love in him, it was not an easy feat. Lu Yutong looked as if she had been suddenly splashed with a pail of cold water. The heat in her eyes instantly grew faint, but she very quickly reignited her battle spirit. Since Ling Han was able to disregard his life and ruin the wedding for her sake, then how could she retreat? Worst comes to worst, she'd just have to fight a war of attrition with him. As long as she continued to stay by his side, why did she have to fear that she wouldn't be able to conquer his heart someday? Hey little female attendant, what wonderful thing are you thinking about? You're actually salivating at it? She was just immersed in her wonderful fantasies, when she heard Ling Han's teasing voice. Chapter 269, Regular Appearances of Monsters. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun, and the others were all extremely regretful that they had not firmly supported Ling Han, and continued to call a toast to Ling Han and flatter him endlessly at the banquet, wanting to mend this crack in their relations. However, even if the broken pieces of a mirror were joined back together, how was it possible that the crack would disappear? What they've missed out on, it was destined that they would not be able to regain. Meanwhile, Zhu Wujiu, Jin Wuji, and Li Hao were exceptionally pleased. The man they followed was actually a black-grade high-level alchemist. This made them feel as if they were living in a fantasy. Such an important person was capable of standing on equal ground with the clan heads of the 8 great clans, and he actually called them his brothers. It was really impossible for them to believe this reality. As for Guang Yuan, he was very gloomy. This brat had really hidden himself way too deeply, causing his heart to pound like crazy and lose sleep for a considerable number of days. However, Ling Han gave him a cultivation technique that swept away all his gloom. The complete version of the large Sun Heaven Heart Scroll, and there were 5 layers of the cultivation technique. He only had in his possession 4 layers, and there was some damage done to it as well. As a result, though this was obviously an Earth-grade mid-level cultivation technique, he could only display the power of a black-grade high-level cultivation technique in his hands. Even so, it allowed him to become one of the top 10 strongest elites of the spiritual ocean tier among loose cultivators, which was proof enough of the might of the large Sun Heaven Heart Scroll. Now that he had obtained the complete version of the large Sun Heaven Heart Scroll, he had also obtained the hope to break through to the spiritual pedestal tier, instantly exciting him so much his scalp was completely numbed. He was practically about to break out into sobs. "Little bastard, you can't play like this," Guang Yuan said faintly. As Ling Han gave him this cultivation technique after the banquet was over and everyone had left, he did not fear that his all-powerful image of a spiritual ocean tier elite would be lost. Ling Han deliberately stretched out a hand and said, "Big brother Guang, if you're not satisfied with it, then you can return the cultivation technique to me. Get lost. Something that has entered into my pocket will of course belong to me." Guang Yuan quickly broke into a run and called out, "I'm going off to cultivate. If you're planning to get into a fight, just say the word. I've decided, since I've already boarded your ship of thieves, brat, then I'll just go all the way on this path of darkness." Ling Han could not help but laugh. This Guang Yuan was really quite an interesting person. However, he was also a very brave man, which was what convinced him to pass on the large Sun Heaven Heart Scroll with a light heart. As long as one obtained his trust, then no one would experience any loss, but instead earn sky-high, soaring profits. He was the Alchemy Emperor, and there was no need to worry about alchemical pills in the first place. Moreover, he also used to be an elite of the Heaven tier, so he had various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques all memorized inside his head. He could simply take any one of them out and it would be enough to drive spiritual infant tier elites to blows, fighting over it. The night passed, and early the next morning, the eldest and the 3rd imperial princes came to visit one after the other. They wanted to mend the relations with Ling Han, but how could it be that Ling Han would bother with them? The type of person he most hated were those so-called friends who were obviously dragging you down, yet insisted that it was for your own good. He had never given face to such type of people, and would simply thrash them and chase them away. Both the eldest and the third imperial princes left angrily, but Ling Han had already revealed his identity as a big boss of alchemy, so no matter how displeased they were, how could they dare to be rude to such a person? Even if they actually ascended the throne and became the emperor, they would still have to be polite in front of Ling Han, what more when they were only mere imperial princes now. The seventh imperial prince, on the other hand, did not come. He was the only one that could afford to stay calm in this tense situation, so he was naturally not the slightest bit anxious. One day after another passed, and Ling Han would rub the 100 poison jade ointment on his body every day to quickly increase his own cultivation level. The advantage of this medicinal ointment was not only in the fact that it could speed up the rate in which one increased his cultivation level, but also because it had few side effects. It was not like the 4 transformations pill that would leave behind remnants of poison in one's body after one swallowed it for some time. He would have to stop and wait for the traces of poison to disperse before he could continue to swallow any more. Another 2 days passed, and a sizable commotion was heard from the Black Tower. Hunyo had broken through the gushing spring tier. After coming out from the Black Tower, she leaped into Ling Han's arms and said proudly, "Nyo can help Ling Han now. Nyo is very awesome." Ling Han said with a loud laugh, patted her head, thought for a moment, then continued, "Come, let us have a spar and see how powerful you are now." The two of them went back into the Black Tower. This was a world of its own, so no matter how fiercely they fought, they would not have to worry that it would be found out by anyone outside the Black Tower. Moreover, the space in here was large and sturdy enough. Even if they had already reached the Shattering Void tier, they would not have to worry about destroying the Black Tower, what more when the two of them were only in the Gushing Spring tier at the present. Once Hunyo got into a fight, her ferocious nature would be completely revealed. Every move and technique was extremely vicious. Not only that, it seemed that she also had a kind of ability that could allow her to instantly teleport within a short distance. It was not really very far that she could move, just a few inches, but in a battle, a miss was as good as a mile. This kind of ability was extremely effective in practice and very scary. If it was not for the fact that Ling Han was God inside the Black Tower, he would not have been able to capture Hunyo's instant teleportation. Because the little girl was really moving too fast, she created afterimages, and there was completely no way to sense where she had moved to. To fight with Ling Han in the Black Tower, even an ultimate elite of the Shattering Void tier would be brought to their knees, because this was naturally extremely unfair. Ling Han merely stayed on the defense and allowed Hunyo to attack as she liked to make a judgment on the little girl's current battle prowess. The result was astonishing to him, because even a conservative estimate of the little girl's current battle prowess was at least 9 battle stars. When he was in the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier, he also had about 9 or 10 battle stars, and Hunyo actually managed to match him. There were 2 main reasons why the little girl's battle prowess was so terrifying: speed and instant teleportation. Of course, her claws were exceptionally sharp as well, so much that they could rip through the defenses of an opponent in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Otherwise, if she was only capable of hitting her target but was unable to wound him, then it would be all pointless. The root of all this should be that human-shaped spirit base inside Hunyo's Dantian. This was really too freaky. Just thinking about it now caused Ling Han's blood to run cold. And with Hunyo now in the Gushing Spring tier, Ling Han could only somewhat sense the little girl's aura, as it was more and more difficult to sense now. One had to understand that he had the divine sense of the Heaven tier, and his senses were definitely not beneath a real elite of the Heaven tier, but even he was close to being unable to see through Hunyo. What kind of concept was that? He believed that once Hunyo had broken through to the Spiritual Ocean tier, then he would definitely be no longer capable of detecting the little girl's cultivation level. There are really too many monsters in this lifetime, Ling Han concluded. It had not even been a year since he had been revived, but he had already seen the corpse of an ultimate elite of the Shattering Void tier first, and then there was the appearance of a living damaged god. The 1,000 corpse sect that had vanished without any traces for an unknown number of years had once again appeared, and there was also Yen Tianzhao. That evil aura made him feel despise or even unease. In comparison, Feng Yen had become a minor issue on the other hand, and he was still one of the more normal variety. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. However powerful they are not as awesome as the Black Tower. If they anger me, then I'll dominate all of them. Ling Han did not continue thinking about it, but continued to work hard on cultivating. On the day of the martial arts tournament he wanted to beat Feng Yan completely in public. The days passed one after another, and the day of the Rain Emperor's 60th birthday grew closer and closer. Not only did the kings of the other areas come personally or sent their heirs to offer their well wishes, even the other 8 great nations sent out important high-ranking people as envoys, delivering birthday gifts. The imperial city was completely lively. It was as if the whole city was celebrating New Year, as each house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. And it was at this time that the Qin clan could no longer resist, and decided to surrender. The Earth and Water faction came every single day to crash the shops under the Qin clan's possession, and together with Ling Han, who would rather lose money and continue to attack them, the source of income of the Qin clan was completely cut off in an instant. They were about to be forced into desperate straits after over a month of such treatment. At first, the Qin clan wanted to continue standing firm with the help of Sun Ziyan's status, but as the news of Ling Han becoming a black-grade high-level alchemist spread out, one of the higher-ups of the Sun clan stepped out directly and made Sun Ziyan divorce that girl from the Qin clan. With this, the Qin clan had lost their last hope. Qin Yunxiang died of excessive overflow, and ended his repulsive life. Ling Han did not continue to expand his attacks, and decided to allow this matter to come to an end. Chapter 270, Birthday Celebration of the Rain Emperor. Ling Han continued to prepare himself for the upcoming battle, and tried his best to increase his cultivation level. If he wanted to battle an opponent of the spiritual ocean tier while he himself was still in the gushing spring tier, he would still have to be cautious regardless of how monstrously talented he was. After all, Feng Yan was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been taken as disciple by an elite of the spiritual infant tier. He was confident, but was definitely not blindly arrogant. Finally, the Rain Emperor's 60th birthday had arrived. The grand banquet would be held for a total of 3 days, and the martial arts tournament would be held on the last day as the grand climax for the celebration. The name of an alchemist that was near to Earth grade was too popular. Not only did the various kings of Rain Country come pay him a visit, but even the envoys of the other 8 nations attempted all means to meet with Ling Han. They had even released the rumor that as long as Ling Han was willing to go to their respective nations, then it would be a small token to carve out a territory for him and name him as king. Ling Han had Guang Yuan play the role as guard, who was in charge of dispatching all those who came to visit. However, in the case of the Deyuan king, he made an exception for him and personally received the former. After all, the Deyuan king treated him quite well when he was in Deyuan City, and the Ling residence was still under the jurisdiction and the authority of Deyuan City. Thus he was willing to give the Deyuan king some face. Indeed, the Deyuan king struck his chest and assured him that when his position was passed on to his son, or even his grandson, the Ling clan would continue to stand firm in Grey Cloud Town. Of course, respect and honor had to be mutual. Ling Han gave it some thought and gave 2 foundation-building pills to the Deyuan king. The stronger the ability of this king, the more he would be able to take care of the Ling clan. This naturally made the Deyuan king both touched and excited. At first, he had thought that the spiritual ocean tier would be the highest he could achieve, yet he had never imagined that he could actually see the hope of breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier. This made him even more determined to protect Ling clan. Ling Han was able to give him foundation-building pills now, then what about 10 years or 20 years later? Wouldn't he be able to hand out alchemical pills that could help one to break through to the flower-blossoming tier, or even the spiritual infant tier? 2 days later, the last day for the Rain Emperor's birthday celebration had arrived. In other words, it was the day of the martial arts tournament. Ling Han brought with him Hu Niu, whereas Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, and Li Hao followed at his side. Then, on their way there they were joined by Qi Yongyi, Li Dongyu, Jin Wuji and the others. They soon arrived at the hunting grounds at the outskirts of the imperial city. This was the location for today's martial arts tournament. At this time there were various grandstands constructed here. The 8 great clans and the envoys from the other nations were naturally occupying the best viewing positions, followed by the various kings of Rain Country, then those middle-class clans that had a spiritual ocean tier elite in their ranks, and finally the respective sects and associations. And surrounded by the grandstands was the stage for today's martial arts tournament. It was not really a stage per se but a small hill. The hill was about 1,000 feet tall, and had just been constructed recently. There were 32 paths at the foot of the hill, but these paths would pair up and become 16 paths on the next level. As the paths went on to the next level, they would continue to pair up and become 8 paths, 4 paths, 2 paths, and finally one path that was directly headed to the top of the hill. There was a throne placed at the top of the hill, but there was no one seated on it at this point in time. Ling Han, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan both approached. The former had come with her clan, whereas the latter had come with her master, so they had both arrived a bit earlier than Ling Han. Ling Han smiled and began to chat with those around him as he waited for the martial arts tournament to begin. The eldest imperial prince and the other imperial princes were naturally already here. By now, the eldest and the third imperial princes did not even give Ling Han a second look, whereas the seventh imperial prince offered Ling Han a friendly smile. Meanwhile, the other imperial princes and princesses all looked at Ling Han curiously. This young man looked so young, so how was he able to become a big boss of alchemy? Even they would have to respectfully and politely address him as Grandmaster. At noon, someone announced in a loud voice, "His Imperial Majesty has arrived." Shwa, everyone stood up to receive the Emperor's arrival. The Rain Emperor approached with great strides. He did not release the aura of someone who had half a step into the flower-blossoming tier, and looked extremely casual. However, as the Emperor, every move he made had a domineering, imperial grace, so he still caused those present to unconsciously feel utmost respect for him. Behind the Rain Emperor there were 12 imperial guards. Zai Xiang and Xie Chang were in the first row, and were standing about 30 feet behind the Rain Emperor, looking solemn. The Rain Emperor directly walked to the foot of the hill. With a leap he had flown up to the top of the hill, sitting down on the throne at the top. He pressed a hand down, then said, "Please rise, my subjects." "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty." Only now did everyone return to their respective seats. The rules of the martial arts tournament today are as follows. Participants are to climb up the hill from the foot of the hill. "The first person to arrive in front of me will be awarded," the Rain Emperor said. He did not speak very loudly, but his voice was very clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Though the Rain Emperor did not specifically say what the award was going to be, but the imperial family had already released the news that it would be a mystical power. Instantly the participants looked excited. There was a total of 32 paths headed towards the top. If they were fast enough, they would be able to avoid any strong enemies and be the first person to arrive at the top to pay their respects to the Rain Emperor. So what if there was Ling Han and Feng Yan? "It's all right if I'm no match for you as long as I can run faster than the two of you." Even the envoys from the other nations felt the urge to participate. However, which envoy was not aged? They were here to represent the image of their respective nations. Envoys not only needed to have adequate ability, but a good reputation and be mature enough. In this manner, even the youngest among the foreign envoys was older than 50 years old. Firstly, the participants were checked to avoid anyone over 30 years old participating. If someone like that got the first place, then Rain Country would be completely humiliated. The second requirement was, only those in the Gushing Spring tier could participate, and those who were in the Element Gathering tier and below should not come and join in on the excitement. With these two restrictions in place, the only ones who were qualified to participate were only those particularly powerful disciples of Huyang Academy. Xie Chang and Zai Xiang personally performed the check. Ling Han stepped up to register his participation, and was naturally approved at the first instant. Just from his face alone, it was obvious he had not yet reached 20, what more 30 years old. Additionally, his cultivation was at the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier, so just enough to qualify. "Niu wants to register too," Niu exclaimed. Xie Chang and Zai Xiang gave her a glance. They were both seated and there was a long table in front of them with a screen hanging down. Niu's head was not even tall enough to be seen over the table, and due to the angle neither Xie Chang nor Zai Xiang saw Niu. Thus they were a bit surprised when they heard this voice. Pa, Niu stretched out a hand and smacked the table heavily, saying in displeasure, "Niu wants to register, you two didn't hear." Pooh. When those around saw this they could not help but laugh. This was really too funny. A kid that looked to be about 5 or 6 years old actually announced she wanted to participate. "Little miss, this is not the place for you to play. You should quickly go somewhere else," Xie Chang said with a smile. Niu was very angry. She has never had a good temper to begin with, and was about to fly into a rage. "Let her participate." The Rain Emperor's voice was heard from the top of the hill. There was a hint of shock on his voice. He was in control of the whole country and government, and was capable of using power of the nation. Within the boundaries of Rain Country, he had ultimate power as if he was a god. Thus, he could somewhat sense Hunyo's aura, and could tell that she was a real, genuine gushing spring tier martial artist. This startled him to great heights. A 5 or 6-year-old in the gushing spring tier. The Rain Emperor could not help but glance at Ling Han. This brat was a freak, and the people around him were indeed also freaks. What? The Rain Emperor's words caused all the people to be astonished. Could it be that such a small girl was actually in the gushing spring tier? However, no matter how much they tried to sense for Hunyo's aura, they all thought that this was just an ordinary little girl, and there was nothing remarkable about her. When they saw how Hunyo had one hand holding tightly onto a corner of Ling Han's shirt, quite a considerable number of people understood. It must be that the Rain Emperor was giving some face to Ling Han, and allowed Hunyo to make trouble at the tournament. It was all right, there was no issue about it. This was just a little girl, so the most she could do would probably be give them a laugh. These people would be very quickly smacked in the face with reality. Chapter 271. Two Great Elites of the Spiritual Ocean Tier. Lu Yutong stepped up and registered. Aside from her, Qin Yi and Zhao Huan too stepped forward. There was still a considerable number of disciple in Gushing Spring Tier in Huyang Academy after all. The allure of obtaining a mystical power was exceptional. As long as there was the slightest bit of hope, they wanted to try, especially in the case that as long as they were fast enough, they could completely leave their competitors behind in the dust, so it was fine even if they were slightly weaker in terms of battle prowess. Ling Han saw Sun Ziyan, and the latter forced out a smile in his direction. Then he immediately turned around and left. It seemed like such a long time ago that Sun Ziyan had thought Ling Han was not worthy of regard, but it had only been 1 or 2 months, and he now had to address Ling Han respectfully as Grandmaster. Such a large gap caused him to be unable to face Ling Han and speak with him at all. Ling Han smiled. He would of course not lower himself to Sun Ziyan's level. However, if the latter continued to be blind, then he'd just have to casually stomp him into the ground. Feng Yan's here, someone called out, and those present all turned around to look. Indeed, Feng Yan was approaching with great strides. With every step he took, there actually appeared a silver-colored dazzling light under his foot. Each step gave rise to a bright dazzle as if he was a god. The Spiritual Ocean Tier, someone exclaimed in shock. A Spiritual Ocean Tier elite was capable of releasing their martial intent outside their bodies, or they could engrave it into a weapon to become a spirit tool, or draw it on talisman paper to form spirit talismans. For martial artists, this was an extremely important stage. In Rain Country there were a large number of the Gushing Spring martial artists. All the great clans had no shortage of such martial artists, but higher up the ladder, there were a pitifully few martial artists in the Spiritual Ocean Tier. Further up the ladder, there were an even rarer few martial artists in Spiritual Pedestal Tier. As a result, the Spiritual Ocean Tier could be considered as the real mid-level pillars in Rain Country or the 9 nations of the desolate north. Anyone in this cultivation level could be claimed as a powerful warrior. Feng Yan was only 24 years old, yet he had shockingly reached the Spiritual Ocean Tier. This was extremely astonishing, and in the history of Rain Country he could definitely be ranked within the top 10 or even higher. However, though the Spiritual Ocean Tier martial artists could release their martial intent outside their bodies, this would use up energy, so who would do it for no reason? Feng Yan deliberately came late, and was obviously expressing a kind of attitude he did not pay any regard to the Rain Emperor, and he began releasing his martial intent right upon his arrival, which was a further show of his ability and an attempt to humiliate Ling Han. The Spiritual Ocean Tier against the Gushing Spring Tier, wouldn't that mean an absolute, one-sided domination? The mystical power would belong to him. And whether Ling Han was killed or heavily wounded would depend on his mood at the time. Indeed, aside from Ling Han and Hunyo, all the participants' expressions changed greatly. Against an elite of the Spiritual Ocean Tier, what martial artist in the Gushing Spring Tier would be able to find the courage to battle him? Ling Han. Feng Yan's domineering gaze turned towards him. I had never thought that you would have actually become a black grade high-level alchemist. I'll give some face to the Alchemists Association and not kill you. I'll just cut off your 2 legs. After all, you only need your hands to concoct alchemical pills. When these words were said, a storm of protest rose among the crowd. The only one in Rain Country who would dare to threaten a black-grade high-level alchemist in this way was probably just Feng Yen. Even the Rain Emperor had to be polite to such a big boss of alchemy. Mad, he was indeed mad. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, I've once cut off 2 arms of your brother, so I can't make an exception for the elder brother. Then I'll just have to cut off both your arms and legs. The others all wiped off the cold sweat collected on their foreheads. These 2 people were indeed hot-tempered. From the very first moment, they already announced ruthlessly their intention to cripple each other. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yen laughed loudly and said darkly, You are merely in the gushing spring tier, so how do you plan to fight me? All right, I'm definitely going to cripple you today. Where do you find so much nonsense to spout? Are you a chatterer? Ling Han asked disdainfully. Feng Yen, on the other hand, did not get angry. He withdrew his martial intent. He wouldn't be able to bear continuing to maintain this condition. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of his lips. Today he would gain a mystical power and cripple Ling Han's legs as an interest. Afterwards he would still kill Ling Han. It was fine as long as no one found out. The status of an alchemist only caused others not to dare kill Ling Han in public. He would be well known, and Ling Han not only would have to swallow the bitter results, he would also have both his legs crippled. Even if he managed to reattach them, his legs would be much less nimble than before, which meant only darkness on his path of martial arts. After Feng Yen had arrived, no one else dared to register, as they were all scared off by his vicious might. He was in the spiritual ocean tier now, so he was practically invincible. However, it was just at this moment that a short young man walked over. He had a shy smile on his face as he said, I would like to register. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. Yen Tianzhao. The first time he saw Yen Tianzhao, this young man gave him an incredibly evil feeling. The second time they met, his evil air was still there, but Ling Han was no longer able to see through him. This was the third time, and Ling Han was still unable to see through him, as if there was a layer of fog covering this person, just like Hunyo. Hold on. A thought suddenly flashed in Ling Han's head. Could it be? Who are you? Tell me your name, age, and show me your cultivation level. Zai Xiang had a strict, all-business manner, so his voice was unfeeling and cold. Yen Tianzhao, 15 years old. The young man looked a bit embarrassed. As for cultivation level, he stretched out his right hand and Hong, a green-colored dazzling light flashed, forming an intricate pattern underneath his palm. This. Everyone stood up in a flash. This was martial intent. The spiritual ocean tier. Fuck. Gods, there's another spiritual ocean tier elite, and he's only 15 years old. Fuck, I had thought that it was enough of a miracle for a 24-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier to exist. At least, there had never appeared one in the last 300 years in Rain Country. Who knew that my shock hadn't even passed, when there appeared a 15-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier. From the looks of this young man, he's definitely not 20 years old yet. Even if he is 20 years old, it is unbelievable enough for him to be in the spiritual ocean tier at that age. Is this also a citizen of Rain Country? Yen Tianzhao, does anyone know which clan this genius comes from? Not just the crowd had dropped their jaws in shock. Even the Rain Emperor had slightly straightened and sat up straight on his throne. There was actually such a genius of martial arts in Rain Country? The envoys from the other 8 nations were similarly dumbstruck, and felt incredible dread at the same time. This generation of Rain Country was really a bit too awesome, weren't they? In alchemy there was a 17-year-old big boss, and in martial arts, there were 2 spiritual ocean tier elites. Did this mean that Rain Country would leave them all behind in their dust, and dominate over the other 8 nations? Yen Tianzhao turned over and passed his eyes over Ling Han and Feng Yen. The childishness and bashfulness on his face disappeared without a trace, and he released an aura that only belonged to a powerful elite, domineering and evil. Feng Yen instantly looked serious. He was proud, but he was not foolish. Even if Yen Tianzhao had just broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, he had no advantage at all in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, Yen Tianzhao was only 15. A 15-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier, he'd never heard of someone like that, and never even dared to think that such a person could really exist. Meanwhile, Ling Han sighed internally. Indeed, here appeared another monster by his side. In comparison with the Azura Demon Emperor, Yen Tianzhao was no longer important enough for him to take seriously. Rong Huanxian, was the real person he would dread facing now. Very quickly, Yen Tianzhao's information was found out was the only son of Lady Yen of the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, and had once been in a 10-year-long coma. A young man who had been in a coma for 10 years, yet instantly broke through to the spiritual ocean tier upon his awakening. Fuck, I want to sleep like this for 10 years too. There was definitely going to be a good show today. At first, it was Feng Yen who was the only outstanding person, and now it has become a fierce battle between two equally powerful contenders. Ling Han smiled without a word. There was still himself and Hunyo to be considered too. Chapter 272, Nyo built this road. At first, when Feng Yen appeared as a spiritual ocean tier elite, he was like an unrivaled god of war, and the one and only champion that was capable to suppressing all those around him until they paled in comparison. Though Ling Han was also a glorious and bright existence, yet that was because of his achievements in alchemy. His cultivation level of the first layer of the gushing spring tier was completely unremarkable among the younger generation of Rain Country. But the moment Yen Tianzhao appeared, all of Feng Yan's limelight was immediately snatched away. A 15-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier was even more astonishing. But that was a good thing too. What was the point of having a one-man show? It would be even more exciting if there was vigorous competition. Feng Yen stared at Yen Tianzhao. He felt slightly troubled. That was because he both had to prevent Yen Tianzhao from being the first person to reach the peak and cripple Ling Han's legs at the same time. All of a sudden, the difficulty level had sharply increased. Yen Tianzhao stood at one side, an evil smile curling about the corners of his lips. His expression was completely unlike a young man who was only 15 years old. Liu Yutong was dumbstruck. She had personally witnessed that bashful and delicate Yen Tianzhao. She never thought that this young man would be able to achieve the spiritual ocean tier in a short few months' time. Moreover, that evil aura was enough to cause her hair to stand on end. Everyone was making the final preparations, waiting for the tournament to begin. After another half an hour had passed, the Rain Emperor nodded and declared, "Get ready to start." Xie Chang stood up and said, "The registration period is now over. The rules for the competition are as follows. There is to be no use of spirit tools or alchemical pills. You must not use any spirit talismans or decrees as well. In short, you may only make use of your own personal ability. Technically, you are not supposed to wound anyone. However, weapons are blind, so even if anything does happen, it would be unavoidable. If you do not want to get injured, you still have the time to withdraw now. Is there anyone who is unclear about anything? Immediately raise your questions now." When he finished his words, no one said anything. "Then, when I count to 3, all of you are to set off at the same time. 1, 2, 3. The third count was just heard and all of the participants rushed forwards. Over 100 people surrounded the foot of the hill. As there were a total of 32 paths from the very start, they naturally had to avoid any powerful opponents as much as possible. Moreover, every path was exceptionally narrow and would only allow one person to pass. Thus, if one wanted to advance forwards, the only choice he had was to first remove the person in front of him. For this short while, they were like thirsty horses fighting over a drink of water from a spring, and it was a fierce scene. They only saw a tiny figure race forwards and become the first to rush to the foot of the hill at a speed that was enough to leave them dumbfounded. The figure directly left behind the runner-up about half the distance, and began to ascend the hill. It was Hunyo. Puh. Everyone choked, 10,000 curses flashing past in their heads. When Feng Yen appeared on the scene as a spiritual ocean tier elite, they were all extremely shocked, thinking that it was certain Feng Yen would get the first place. When Yen Tianzhao similarly appeared as a spiritual ocean tier elite, they all judged that the first place would most likely be a competition between Feng Yen and Yen Tianzhao alone. But when the competition began and there was absolutely no doubt, they all thought that an unforeseen accident had happened. A little girl that everyone had thought was just playing around had actually rushed forwards at a speed that they could only admire. She was so fast they didn't even get the chance to stop her. No wonder the Rain Emperor allowed Hunyo to participate. The little girl had to be in the gushing spring tier. Damn, a 5 or 6-year-old in the gushing spring tier. Everyone was so astonished their facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably. What kind of concept was that? At 5 or 6 years old, the majority of people were probably still playing with mud, weren't they? Ordinarily speaking, awakening the spirit base would usually happen after 10 years old, but this little girl was astonishingly already in the gushing spring tier. Moreover, her speed was so fast that even Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao could only watch as she raced past them. The envoys from the 8 nations all exchanged looks, and they all saw that the mouths of the others were gaping wide enough to accommodate 3 eggs. Was Rain Country specialized in producing monsters? Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao both made a move. One shot out a silver blade, while the other threw out a green-colored dense smoke. However, neither attack was able to catch up to Hunyo. When everyone else reached the foot of the hill, Hunyo had already reached the peak. Fuck, what's the point of continuing to race then? They hadn't even started competing and the tournament's already over. Wahahaha. Hunyo suddenly stopped, turned around and placed her arms at her waist. Her ferocious nature was fully on display and she announced loudly, Nyo built this road aside from Ling Han, no one else can pass. Oh. Everyone once again choked. However, this time was not because of shock but due to laughing. Feng Yan and the others were slightly stunned before hurriedly breaking out into a run. Since Hunyo had no plans to become the first person to reach the peak and was leaving this chance to Ling Han, then there was no need for them to be reserved, was there? The others all fought to enter the 32 paths and began the first round of battle. Peng peng peng. Everyone moved, intending to become the first to ascend the hill. They would thus have to deal with the person in front of them. Each path was like a single log bridge that could not accommodate more than one person. In mere moments, there were immediately a few dozen people who had been forfeited as their bodies were flung away. There were only 32 people left who continued to advance. However, this single log bridge very soon joined with another, and 32 paths became 16 paths. Another 16 people were mercilessly forfeited. They were flung away and their bodies fell down from the air. The next was for 8 competitors to emerge from the remaining 16. There were only 8 people left. Aside from Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao, these 2 who were considered to be the popular candidates for the champion, there was also Ling Han, Zhao Huan, Qin Yi, Liu Yutong, Huang Zitao and Chen Wuyong. The 3rd imperial prince did not participate because of his position. The eldest imperial prince did not participate either as he was past the age restriction. Ling Han actually managed to pass as well? This caused quite a number of people to be confused. Wasn't this guy only in the first layer of the gushing spring tier? Setting aside the fact that he was not able to rival Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao in the gushing spring tier, he would also be considered the weakest, so how was he so powerful? After all, there were not many who had actually witnessed Feng Yan and Ling Han exchange blows at the Lu residence that day. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so shocked. Ling Han was also a powerful opponent, all right? Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao were very coordinated. They both occupied one side so they would only encounter each other in the finals when 2 paths joined into one. This would help them avoid encountering each other beforehand, which may lead to them both being forfeited. Feng Yan's next opponent was Huang Zitao, and unsurprisingly he flung Huang Zitao out of the competition with a single blow and entered into the 4th path. Yen Tianzhao's opponent was Liu Yutong. He only gave a light wave of his hand and said, "Apologies, big sister Yutong." And he had forced Liu Yutong downhill. Can ye face Chen Wuyong? With a single wave of his saber, 5 flashes of saber chi danced wildly. Chen Wuyong only gave a muffled humph, a splatter of blood gushed from his chest, and he was also forced downhill. Lastly, it was Ling Han against Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan was one of the 3 core disciples of Huyang Academy. Moreover, he was in the 2nd place, so he was even stronger than Qin Yi. According to rumors, when he was born, there was an unnatural phenomenon as golden light lit up half the imperial city. Putting aside whether or not this had really happened, the current Zhao Huan indeed had a terrifying aura. His eyes were as sharp as dragons and he was filled with a dominating air. He laughed loudly and said, "Apologies, Grandmaster Ling." He delivered a punch and his fist was covered in golden light, shooting towards Ling Han like it was an actual shooting star, planning to defeat Ling Han and take the 4th path. Maybe not. Ling Han similarly shot out a punch and charged towards Zhao Huan without any fancy moves. Puh. A loud bang was heard, and the whole hill shook before they saw Zhao Huan being flung away. So far. Someone gazed into the distance, and Zhao Huan had already become a small black dot in the far distance. Instantly he was already 1,000 feet away. Ling Han managed to take the 4th path and the final position. Chapter 273. Who is the strongest of the younger generation? Now there were only a few paths left when 4 paths joined to become 2, and 2 paths joined to become 1. Technically that would mean one only had to defeat 2 more people to reach the peak. Of course, there was a Hunyo who did not like playing by the rules who was currently standing by at a higher spot, waiting to attack. However, speed did not represent battle prowess. Once embroiled in a close-quarters combat, the advantage of superior speed would be greatly decreased. Out of the 5 of them, who would be the last one standing? On the next path, Yan Tianzhao versus Qin Yi and Feng Yan versus Ling Han. Go! Yan Tianzhao moved. With a flick of his sleeve, 7 battle spears shot out. These spears were formed from origin power and were entirely black in color. There were patterns engraved on the bodies of these spears formed from his martial intent. Qin Yi dared not be careless. There was a gap of an entire tier between them, and this was a gap that could mean he would be completely dominated by his opponent. He brandished his saber in a slash and displayed his full ability without holding anything back. As the saber flashed, 5 flashes of saber chi shone brilliantly. To be honest, 5 flashes of saber chi was extremely impressive. Before Ling Han had delved into discussions about the art of the sword with Mo Gao, he had also only formed 5 flashes of sword chi, and this was still based on the comprehension about martial arts that he had retained from his last life. However, the spiritual ocean tier was much too powerful. Moreover, Yan Tianzhao was obviously a genius whose battle prowess exceeded his cultivation level. Qin Yi put all his effort into it and ding 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 somehow managed to shatter 3 battle spears. But there were still 4 remaining that, no matter how much he tried, he could not get rid of. Piu. He was instantly pierced through by 4 battle spears, and the force of the attack flung him away. Thankfully, Yan Tianzhao obviously took care in how much power he put into his attack. These 4 spears pierced respectively into his shoulders and legs, yet managed to miss his vital spots. Otherwise, the Rain Emperor was sitting at the peak, and if he made a move, that would signify a dramatic change of events. The 4 battle spears contained Yan Tianzhao's martial intent. As a result, though the battle spears would disappear once they entered one's body since they were formed from origin power, the martial intent contained in them would still subdue Qin Yi. Qin Yi was not able to move one bit, and with a pung, he fell heavily onto the ground. Hang! A figure shot out and picked up Qin Yi. It was Lian Guangzu. When he saw Ling Han, Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao who were nearing the peak, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. Yet he merely gave a sigh, withdrew his gaze and began to treat Qin Yi's injuries. Qin Yi's body trembled slightly, and his one hand was tightly gripped into a fist. He had even bitten so hard onto his lip that it had began bleeding. Don't be despondent. It is no humiliation to lose at the hands of a spiritual ocean tier elite. Lian Guangzu comforted his only disciple. Qin Yi did not cheer up because of this. Instead, he looked towards Ling Han and said, "He is stronger than me." Near to the peak, Ling Han was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Yan. "Haha, are you prepared?" Feng Yan smirked. "Now I am in the spiritual ocean tier, so how do you plan to block me?" He punched out a fist. 9 long sabers appeared and shot towards Ling Han together with his fist. These 9 long sabers were naturally formed from origin power. The martial intent contained in them became intricate patterns that shone on the bodies of these sabers, and it was as if they were like divine sabers. Ling Han laughed loudly. He waved his sword in a slash and used the 4 seasons sword technique. Every move had 4 styles: winter, summer, autumn and spring. 4 images circulated, forming an unbroken sword intent, possessing formidable power. Pung 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 pung. The 9 long sabers were instantly shattered, and Ling Han's 4 seasons sword technique also disappeared at the same time. The scene that Qin Yi saw was precisely this one, and this was something he could not accept. Not too long ago, he was still capable of ripping Ling Han in half with a single wave of his saber. Ling Han had only managed to escape that fate through a trick. But just how much time had passed since then? Now Ling Han was able to disperse the attack of a spiritual ocean tier opponent, whereas he himself was defeated with a single strike. The gap between the 2 of them was indescribably wide. These 3 are the real monsters. You do not have to follow them, just go at your own pace, Lian Guangzu advised. At the same time, he really felt that it was a great pity, as he had once wanted to take Ling Han as his disciple. However, because Feng Yan's matter had quickly happened after that, he was completely pushed onto the side opposing Ling Han. No one knew that Lian Guangzu had once stayed at the Winter Moon sect, and had even received guidance from a powerful elite of the sect, which was how he managed to attain his current level of achievement. And that powerful elite was precisely Feng Yan's master. Thus, Lian Guangzu would try his best to fulfill Feng Yan's request to return the favor. However, a stronger battle spirit flashed through Kenye's eyes. He was definitely not going to admit defeat. He wanted to walk to the ultimate point of this path of the saber. In Rain Country he could only achieve a limited amount, so he wanted to step out of this country and into the wider world to refine and polish his saber arts. He would either become a Grandmaster saber wielder, or die on this path. Hang. Feng Yan's first attack did not succeed, and he was just about to attack again, but then he saw that Yan Tianzhao had defeated his opponent and continued his way up the hill. As a result, he could only set Ling Han aside for the moment and race towards Yan Tianzhao. His fist shot out and once again 9 battle sabers attacked. Yan Tianzhao did not dare to underestimate Feng Yan's attack. Thus he could only turn back around, flick his sleeve and similarly shoot out 9 battle spears. Ping ping ping. The battle spears clashed with the battle sabers, and they were both shattered at the same time. Taking advantage of this opening, Feng Yan charged forwards and stopped Yan Tianzhao from continuing to advance anyways. Hunyo could be disregarded. If she had really wanted to get the first place, they probably should have just given up and gone home. With a sharp whistle, Ling Han too charged into the battle with sword in hand. Hong hong hong. It was a battle royale between the 3 of them. These 3 young men were all the type to do things their own way. There wasn't any chance for any 2 of them to join forces against the 3rd. Thus, each attack they delivered was aimed towards the other 2, which made for an incredibly chaotic scene. Yan Tianzhao and Feng Yan were both in the spiritual ocean tier. Every attack they delivered would have martial intent circulating around, and possess incredibly shocking power. However, Ling Han, who was obviously in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, was only a slight bit weaker than the 2 of them. Thus, neither Feng Yan nor Yan Tianzhao dared to underestimate him. This was dumbfounding to the spectators, as they all felt as if their view of the world was crumbling. After a 24-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier elite appeared, another spiritual ocean tier elite who was only 15 years old appeared. Then came a 5 or 6-year-old in the gushing spring tier, which once again attacked their weak hearts. Then this 5 or 6-year-old gushing spring tier martial artist exploded with a speed that struck even those in the spiritual ocean tier dumb. It almost made them die of shock. And now, great, here was another monster-like gushing spring tier martial artist who was able to stand against opponents of the spiritual ocean tier when he himself was only at the first layer of the gushing spring tier. This was enough to make them feel as if they were dreaming. Was this still that world of martial arts they knew? Ping 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 ping. The 3 of them were embroiled in a furious battle, and as they simultaneously impeded each other, it was difficult to decide who would be the victor for the moment. In terms of current battle prowess, Yan Tianzhao should be the strongest, because his cultivation level was highest as he had reached the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The second would be Feng Yan, who was at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and last would be Ling Han. On the surface he looked to be in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, but was actually at the 8th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his real battle prowess actually very closely approached the spiritual ocean tier. But because if one was slightly stronger, he would naturally be on the receiving end of fierce attacks from the other 2 and thus was unable to get the upper hand, which was what forced this battle into a deadlock. However, it was also possible that the fragile balance would be instantly destroyed. Because as of this moment, the 3 fighters had still not displayed their strongest battle prowess. If any one of them suddenly exploded and delivered an extremely powerful attack, it might be possible that he would be able to fling the other 2 fighters away and emerge victorious with this one move. The winner would be the first person who managed to appear in front of the Rain Emperor. But since things have developed this way, the plans of the 3 have changed. They would defeat the other 2 and become the champion. They were all proud young men, and faced with a powerful opponent, their first thought would be to defeat him and not retreat or avoid him. Otherwise, if they had lost their invincibility, then what difference did they have with any other ordinary genius? Hang. Feng Yan was the first to reveal his trump card as there appeared flashes of silver light on his body. He had activated his special physical constitution of mirror light body. Chapter 274. Wild Strength Berserk Ape Bloodline. The moment he activated Mirror Light Body, Feng Yan's battle prowess soared. He would suffer 20% less damage, and could even reflect 20% of attack power onto his opponents. This was an extremely scary thing. Moreover, the more attacks he suffered, the greater the effects of Mirror Light Body. After only a few moves, Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao had ceased their mutual attacks on each other, and had practically combined their forces against Feng Yan. Feng Yan instantly laughed loudly. Though the pressure he was experiencing had greatly increased due to being attacked by two young powerful elites at the same time, the fact that he could stand against them on his own gave him a powerful feeling of achievement. The battle today did not only include a personal vendetta or the mystical power. It also involved the competition for the strongest amongst the younger generation of Rain Country, or perhaps even the whole 9 nations of the desolate north. They could not help but fight. Yan Tianzhao gave a humph, and a green 6-pointed star flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his battle prowess spiked, and he was able to instantly turn the disadvantageous situation around, now capable of standing against Feng Yan on his own. The three of them were embroiled in a battle royale, but because of Yan Tianzhao's sudden increase in prowess, he instantly attracted the majority of Feng Yan's attacks, so it had practically become a furious battle between himself and Feng Yan. The pressure on Ling Han decreased. Neither Feng Yan nor Yan Tianzhao had really taken Ling Han seriously. No matter how you looked at it, Ling Han was only in the Gushing Spring tier. Since he had not yet even stepped into the Spiritual Ocean tier, how could they possibly think of him as a real opponent for them? Underestimating him? They would have to pay a price for that. Ling Han retreated a few steps and began to accumulate his power. The mysterious 3000 was waiting to be used after he had accumulated enough power. This sword technique was extremely powerful, and required a certain amount of time to gather enough power for it, but that would only be the time for 1 or 2 breaths. Immediately, an imposing aura exuded from Ling Han, and the might lying underneath was shockingly terrifying. Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, who had been engaged in a fierce battle, immediately ceased all movement and turned to stare at Ling Han. They were shocked by the sword intent emanating from Ling Han. When this slash was delivered, it would definitely be a devastating, earth-shattering attack. Ling Han drew his sword, and instantly afterimages of swords appeared in the sky illustriously, heading towards Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao as a monstrous wave. Feng Yan's expression changed abruptly. The power behind this slash was stronger by an unknown number of times than the 4-season sword technique. He had originally thought that the 4-season sword technique was Ling Han's ace in the hole and his final trump card, but had never thought that Ling Han could show an even more powerful sword technique. This was completely unbelievable to him. The sword rose, and it seemed as if winds and clouds were birthed with it. Feng Yan quickly roared loudly. This slash was too powerful. He wouldn't be able to receive this move if he merely relied on the Mirror Light Body, so he had to use his strongest trump card. As he roared tumultuously, his body actually expanded as if it was pumped full of air. The inconceivable thing was that black-colored fur actually grew rapidly on his body, as if he had become an ape. However, his aura also soared correspondingly, increasing all the way from the first layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The middle period of the first layer, the late period, the peak period, and without the slightest bit of stagnation, he breached over and directly entered the second layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. It was still increasing. The second layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, the third layer, and finally stopped at the fourth layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. He once again shot out a fist, and like previously 9 battle sabers shot out with his fist. But they were far more profound than they had been, and the martial intent contained in them was much more powerful as well. On the other side, Yan Tianzhao's eyes had also narrowed, and a green fog gushed out from all over his body, forming a shield-like object in front of him, and he was protected behind it. Shio shio shio. The sword images shot forward, and it was indeed an earth-shattering attack. On the peak, the Rain Emperor had also stood up. His face that had been formerly calm was now wearing a shocked expression. It was obvious that the might behind Ling Han's move had exceeded even his expectations. The swords reached their target. Hong 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 hong. Thunderous bangs were heard, and one after another, streams of light crashed into one another and shattered, putting on an endless luster. All those at the foot of the hill were watching dizzily with wide eyes. These few young men were obviously merely in the early stage of the Spiritual Ocean tier, yet they displayed battle prowess that should belong to the middle stage, or even late stage of the spiritual ocean tier. No, there was even a guy that was only in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. This was too much fuck asterisk asterisk nonsense. Did that mean that the ranks in martial arts were only for show? After this one move, Ling Han, Feng Yan, and Yan Tianzhao separated, with a certain distance between each other. For the moment, none of them made a move and merely stood opposite one another. I really can't underestimate you, Feng Yan said solemnly. However, his whole body was covered with black fur and all his muscles were swelling, so he had completely transformed into a muscular guy and there wasn't any hint left of his original appearance. It was like a giant ape had suddenly crashed the show and ruined the image completely. However, now that you have forced me to use my trump card, the two of you would only be qualified to be trampled under my feet, he laughed wildly. Ling Han frowned slightly and said, Wild Strength Berserk Ape Bloodline? He finally understood why Feng Yan would be taken as disciple by a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier from the Winter Moon sect. Wild Strength Berserk Ape was an ancient demonic beast, and it was rumored that these demonic beasts were in the Shattering Void tier. Moreover, they were an extremely powerful race even in the Shattering Void tier. Since he had inherited this kind of bloodline, Feng Yan could also possibly break through to Shattering Void tier. Who would be able to resist the temptation of having a disciple in the Shattering Void tier? The stronger one's ability, the more powerful their desire. Since they themselves could not possibly break through to the Shattering Void tier in this lifetime, then having a disciple that would similarly bring to them a powerful satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Feng Yan could not help but tense up and said, You even know about Wild Strength Berserk Ape? Actually, in the past he himself had no idea what kind of bloodline he possessed. It was only by coincidence that it was discovered by that powerful elite from the Winter Moon sect, who recognized this bloodline. Yet Ling Han actually managed to recognize it with a single look. This guy was really too knowledgeable, wasn't he? Ling Han smiled calmly and said, So what if it is Wild Strength Berserk Ape? Your bloodline is extremely thin at the moment and can only increase your cultivation level by 3 layers, so it's nothing to worry about. Then I'll just have to let you see how much I am nothing to worry about. Feng Yan was flung into a furious rage. The hatred he felt for Ling Han who had killed his brother burned powerfully in his heart, and as he had activated the bloodline of a demonic beast, his temperament was also greatly affected. He had become incredibly brusque and violent, and instantly charged toward Ling Han. Si-Wan-ing, tseng, his 10 fingers separated and transformed into sharp claws that were like the blades of knives. Feng Yan waved his hands repeatedly and his claws tore through the air, actually forming multiple blades made of air. Shio, they flew towards Ling Han first, whereas Feng Yan himself followed closely behind. His whole body was exuding a shockingly violent air, as if he himself was an ancient demonic beast that had been brought back to life. Ling Han frowned slightly. The bloodline of an ancient demonic beast was indeed a headache. He humphed. He was not able to use the mysterious 3000 as he did not have the time to, so he merely waved his sword and used the 4-season sword technique. Instantly, the images of spring, summer, autumn, and winter were displayed, making one feel as if they were able to experience the change of seasons all in a single instant. Piu. The blades of air shot out, and the sword move of the 4-season sword technique paused. Feng Yan took the chance to charge over and shot out a fist. 9 battle sabers appeared and ruthlessly headed towards Ling Han's chest. Ling Han used the shadow wind technique and rapidly retreated. However, he still experienced a bit of suffering as his whole body was flung 30 feet away. A bit of blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. Even if he had now formed body of rock cliff, he was still not able to completely resist Feng Yan's attack. After all, the power of an elite in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier added together with the bloodline of the Wild Strength Berserk Ape totaled up to a much too powerful attack prowess. Feng Yan laughed in his arrogance and said, In ancient days, the Wild Strength Berserk Ape was practically invincible. Their claws brought their own rules of the world, and were able to tear through all defenses. Ling Han, I'm definitely going to cripple both your legs today. Chapter 275. An Astonishing Hunyo. Yan Tianzhao pressed down on his nose and muttered, So there's no more of my business? He shook his head and said, Forget it, Rain Country is only one of my stopovers. Once I have obtained the mystical power, I shall go to a more lively spot in the northern region for a look around. The overall level of martial arts in this place is really too low, and there are only these few geniuses, so it is not beneficial to my growth. He placed his hands behind his back and headed towards the peak of the hill. Niu built this road and no one is allowed to pass. Niu instantly stretched out her arms, looking like she was planning to stop him from passing. Little girl, you're a bit strange, but you are not yet strong enough to stand against me. Step aside, I don't want to hurt you, Yan Tianzhao said calmly. It was unknown whether he had become merciful or was wary of Niu's strangeness. Hang aside from Ling Han, no one is allowed to pass. Niu snarled and took the initiative to attack. She was as fast as a gust of wind, and quite many elites of the spiritual ocean tier could barely capture her movements. With a flash, the little girl had already appeared behind Yan Tianzhao. She raised her small hands high and shwa launched a series of furious claw attacks. Ting ting ting. Yan Tianzhao suddenly stumbled back a few steps due to the attack, and there appeared multiple bloodstains on his back, which showed the terrifying destructive power Niu had in her hands. Once again, another person in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, and once more someone capable of wounding an opponent in the spiritual ocean tier. Those standing at the foot of the hill felt like they were living in a dream. This was really too surreal. When had the gushing spring tier become so awesome? And moreover, it was only the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Previously, they had all thought Niu was purely there to play cute, but had never thought that the tournament had just barely begun and the little girl would deliver such a great shock to them, bursting with an astonishing speed. However, speed was speed, but what about now? The first layer of the gushing spring tier could actually rip through the defenses of the spiritual ocean tier. This destructive power was practically terrifying. They once again turned to look at Feng Yan. According to hearsay, the destructive power of the wild strength berserk ape was frightening, but an attack on Ling Han only managed to cause a bit of blood to appear at the corner of his lips. However, Niu was capable of reducing Yan Tianzhao's back to a lump of flesh and blood. Under such a comparison, it was obvious that it would be more accurate to say that Niu was the owner of the wild strength berserk ape bloodline. On one side, it was a spiritual ocean tier martial artist attacking a gushing spring tier opponent, whereas on the other side, it was a gushing spring tier martial artist attacking a spiritual ocean tier opponent, yet it was Niu whose destructive power was stronger, so how could it be any more obvious? Niu once again launched an attack. Speed was her greatest advantage as she moved like the wind. When one's eyes captured her figure, in actual fact, the little girl had appeared in another location, and what the eyes saw was actually only her afterimage. Niu had no sliver of mercy in her at all. Slaughter was her instinct, and now that her instincts had been activated, it was as if she had transformed into a little girl and endlessly pounced on Yan Tianzhao in attack. On his arms and legs, Yan Tianzhao continued to bleed endlessly. It was pointless even if he had the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, as he was completely unable to spot Niu, so there was absolutely no use for his superior cultivation. Everyone was flabbergasted. In their mindset, speed could only used for the purpose of flight, but this scene in front of their eyes had turned over all their ideas. The reason why they would have this idea was because their speed had not reached an extreme level. Whoever had speed like what Niu possessed was completely able to turn speed into the greatest source of their battle prowess. Yan Tianzhao's expression became darker and darker, but there was still an incredibly evil smile curling up the corners of his lips. He actually sprayed out a green fog all over his body that transformed into multiple threads that wove together tightly and transformed the area within 30 feet of him into a spiderweb-like area. It was not a net that had been laid flat, but a net that stood upright. Niu instantly crashed into the green net. She struggled, but discovered that though the green threads were extremely thin, they were shockingly sturdy, so no matter how much effort she used, she was unable to struggle free. Hang in my heaven and earth spiderweb, you still plan on getting free? Yan Tianzhao smirked coldly. These threads moved, and it was as if they had a life and will of their own, sending Niu closer and closer to Yan Tianzhao. Niu became anxious, turned her head, opened her mouth and bit. Wula, and a green thread actually was ripped in half by her bite. Puh. Yan Tianzhao was so shocked, his eyeballs were about to pop out of his head. This was heaven and earth spiderweb, his absolute trump card. As long as someone that was of the same cultivation level as he was captured by his spider web, then it was impossible he would be able to get free. The sturdiness of it was comparable to ingredients of the same level that were used to forge weapons. Yet this little girl actually tore through it with a bite. What kind of teeth did she have? When he recalled how he had suffered so many claw attacks at Hunyo's hands, then if the little girl coincidentally decided to bite him instead, Yan Tianzhao could not help but swallow and reach out to rub his throat. Then it was really possible that she could tear through his throat in a single bite, and he would die instantly. He could not help but feel a powerful lingering feat, and the killing intent in his eyes grew exponentially. He delivered a palm strike to Hunyo's chest. Hang! The Rain Emperor gave a light humph and his imperial authority spread out, broad and powerful. Yan Tianzhao instantly experienced a pain in his chest, and his consciousness shivered. He hurriedly withdrew some portion of his power and, with a pung, Hunyo was flung away by the strike. With a pa, she had fallen at the foot of the hill, and her small figure lay unmoving on the ground. She had only suffered a heavy injury because that humph of the Rain Emperor made Yan Tianzhao withdraw a large portion of his power. The Rain Emperor had already said that this was a tournament and a spar, so it was unavoidable that there would be injuries. However, killing someone else was definitely not permitted. In front of the Rain Emperor, who would dare commit murder? Ling Han was currently engaged in a great battle with Feng Yen, and when he saw this scene he could not help but fly into a powerful rage. Get lost. He waved out a powerful slash which contained an endless inferno of fury. Feng Yen actually dared not receive this strike head-on, and could not help but make a strategic retreat. With a sweep of his divine sense, Ling Han knew that Hunyo was not in any life-threatening danger. He also knew that with the Rain Emperor there, it was impossible that anyone would lose their life. But when he saw Hunyo's tiny figure lying there on the ground without any sign of movement and with a bit of blood on the corner of her lips, he was still extraordinarily enraged, and felt an urge to destroy every bit of the heavens and earth. Hunyo had been injured because she had tried to stop Yan Tianzhao, and the reason why Hunyo had done so was naturally because of him. Since his rebirth, this was the second time he was so furious. The first time was when Ling Dongxing was captured by the Qing clan and was about to be beheaded in public. Yan Tianzhao, he roared, shrugged off Feng Yen and charged towards Yan Tianzhao. Yan Tianzhao was also very displeased. He, a genuine spiritual ocean tier elite, was actually beaten black and blue by a little girl. Now, he had only knocked Hunyo unconscious and injured her slightly, so what was there for Ling Han to be so furious about? Feng Yen was even more enraged and screamed in fury, because Ling Han actually shrugged him off and ignored him. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen Ling Han so furious. Even when Lu Yutong was forced to marry another, Ling Han had not been so angered. This obviously meant that Ling Han had only been playing with him previously, and had not taken him seriously as an opponent at all. Damn it. He was really too despicable. Ling Han was enraged. Lu Yutong was merely his little female attendant, but he thought of Hunyo as his family. Moreover, Hunyo was only such a little girl, so she was naturally even more doted upon by Ling Han. Even he dared not reprimand her too harshly, yet now she was actually so heavily injured by Yan Tianzhao that she was lying on the ground unmoving. How could this not cause him to be extraordinarily furious? He drew his sword in rage, and at that one moment he had forgotten everything else, and the only thought in his head was to behead Yan Tianzhao. Schwa, 7 flashes of sword chi shown. Chapter 276, 7 Flashes of Sword Chi. Reverie Under the fury, Ling Han finally broke through, forming the 7th flash of Sword Chi. Ting ting ting, everyone at the base of the hill stood up. No matter if it were saber chi or sword chi, as long as one produced chi, one would have the potential to become a king. However, up to 3 flashes was just a minor accomplishment, and 6 flashes counted as major accomplishment, but 7 flashes could truly be crowned king. To observe Rain Country's history, those who possessed 6 flashes of chi were not little, though all of them were 60 or 70 before reaching it. At least, geniuses like that still existed. But 7 flashes. One and only. Surveying the entire 9 nations of the desolate north, 700 years ago, a genius blade user certainly appeared and materialized 7 flashes of sword chi, being invincible at the spiritual pedestal tier, not shaming the state of king. However, when this blade sect master formed 7 flashes of sword chi, he or she was already at a high age of 62 years old. How old was this youngster before their eyes? A freak. The freaks today were appearing endlessly. The seventh flash of sword chi wasn't all of Ling Han's breakthrough. Under his violent rage, Ling Han unleashed Mysterious 3000. This was his strongest sword skill as usual, but what wasn't usual was that under the violent rage, each flash of sword chi transformed. Mysterious 3000 could instantly unleash 3000 attacks at one's extreme. This was definitely an ultimate move, and at the highest tier it could almost take over the world. However, Ling Han was far from such a tier, so he could only unleash 100 attacks. Now, 800 sword lights appeared. Could his comprehension of Mysterious 3000 have advanced so much under his rage? The strange thing was that he still unleashed 100 sword lights. That was because the 7 flashes of sword chi split from 1 into 2, and from 2 into 3, with each flash of sword chi turning into 100 sword lights. 800 sword lights radiated through heaven and earth. What sort of concept was this? It was equivalent to 800 Ling Hans attacking and each one unleashing an attack. Although this attack was a normal one without using any techniques, but it was a full-force attack. 800 together could scare someone to death. Behind, Feng Yan stopped abruptly. This radiant and resplendent attack scared even him, making him unwilling to parry that attack. That would truly be walking himself into trouble. Yan Tianzhao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly roared and waves of green mist were ejected, turning into a barrier that blocked the area between him and Ling Han. 800 sword lights struck. Ping! The green barrier immediately turned into infinite pieces and the sword light continued on its path, sending Yan Tianzhao flying through the sky in a parabolic arc before landing heavily onto the ground. He was still alive, but his body was covered in blood. His body was torn so much that bones were revealed and organs could be seen in his thoracic cavity. The surprising thing was that the muscles in his entire body were wriggling, healing at a surprisingly fast speed. Ling Han was shocked this still couldn't kill him. It was no wonder Rain Emperor didn't intervene. He sat onto the ground. 800 sword lights had been shockingly powerful, but the expenditure was also terrifyingly large, extracting his origin power completely. This was only 800 sword lights, which wasn't the limit of 3000. It was no wonder that he couldn't activate the 3 styles of Black Origin's second form and third form didn't even have the origin power. Heaven's sword sex people were all abnormal. Ling Han panted heavily. Hunyo was in a coma, Yan Tianzhao was in a coma, only Fan Yang's battle prowess was whole. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yan laughed aloud, walking over in large strides. Who would have thought that I'd win in this way? He already restrained his wild strength berserk ape bloodline, which was greatly exhausting, so he naturally restrained his mirror light body as well. Now the other 3 already lost their battle prowess. Even if his cultivation was weakened by 100 times, he would still win. Ling Han smiled bitterly. He didn't think much under a violent rage, and he didn't know he could acquire a breakthrough on the application of Mysterious 3000, unleashing 800 sword lights at once and draining his origin power completely. Medicinal pills couldn't be taken during the match. Taking a pill meant forfeiting, so what should he do? Watch helplessly as Feng Yan reached the top. You truly disappoint me. I had thought to defeat you when you unleashed your full battle prowess, then cripple your 2 legs, striking you from the pinnacle of your life to an all-time low. Feng Yan said with a disappointed tone. Ling Han laughed aloud and said in disdain, my sword strike just now, would you dare to parry it? Feng Yan's expression stiffened. Even if he had 2 physiques, one which were both kick-ass, he was still scared by those radiant and extreme 800 sword lights. He supposed it could be blocked, but he would end up the same as Yan Tianzhao, being heavily injured. Humph, the result now is that you can only look up at me. He didn't respond to the question, as such postulations had no meaning. Feng Yan revealed a cold expression, raising his foot to trample on Ling Han. He was going to make Ling Han lose face in front of the whole world. Ling Han reached out to block, but everyone could see how futile that was. Was a quasi-Earth grade alchemy master that formed 7 flashes of sword chi actually going to receive such great humiliation? The people on the bottom felt unpleasant inside. Liu Tong and Li Sichang were even more agitated that they could not forfeit for Ling Han. Feng Yan sneered, stepping down without hesitation. His left foot stepped onto Ling Han's right hand and a strong force like a lofty mountain pushed down on it, trampling down towards Ling Han's face. However, at this moment, Feng Yan's expression changed drastically as he let out a tragic scream that shook heaven and earth. What the hell was he screaming for? He clearly had a huge advantage, yet he still wanted to trick people? No. Everyone saw clearly that Feng Yan's left leg was eroding, as if it was made of mist, dispersing from a puff. What was going on? Ling Han revealed a proud smile. He refined Azura Demon Emperor's demonic chi and formed a black-colored demonic seal on his palm afterwards. This was the power of regulation, extremely scary. Although the power was strong, it could only adhere to the palm's surface, so normally it had almost no use. However, Feng Yan actually stepped on him, seeking pain for himself. Ah! Feng Yan cried out sharply, cutting off his own left leg. Otherwise the erosion would continue to spread until his entire person was turned into dust. He abruptly sat onto the ground. The problem wasn't just a leg, but also a terrifying wave of power that penetrated inside his body, roiling and making him extremely unwell. Even enduring the urge to scream was already extremely difficult, let alone fighting. Now, of the four of them, none were still standing. Who would have thought that the scene would play out in this way? Everyone stared blankly, absolutely unable to accept what happened. Those who originally were knocked down the mountain came running back one after another. The formidable ones were hurt, and the ones unconscious lay unconscious. Was it not precisely their chance? Ling Han stood up. He wasn't hurt, just drained of origin power. Now he naturally recovered a little, and was able to stand and run without any problem at all. He took large strides and was already before the Rain Emperor. The victor of this time's battle is Ling Han. Rain Emperor imposing filled voice sounded, shaking the skies. Chapter 277. A formidable flower blossom tear appears. Reverie Undersh. It ended and Ling Han obtained the final victory. No one could have anticipated that Hun Yo had such surprising speed. If she won the first prize, everyone would have been shocked, but it would still be acceptable. But Ling Han? He actually defeated Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, something no one thought possible. One strike to defeat Yan Tianzhao and one palm to cripple Feng Yan, completely like a dream. Rain Emperor looked at Ling Han with a calm and tranquil expression, but no one knew of the raging turbulent waves in his heart. Today the performances of these four youngsters were beyond what he anticipated, even unwilling to think about it. In all honesty, of the four, Feng Yan was the most normal with two physiques, and the other three were freaks. Yan Tianzhao's green mist and recovery speed, Hun Yo's speed, and Ling Han's last sword art and the eerie palm at the end baffled even Rain Emperor. Take it. Rain Emperor took out a box from thin air, handing it to Ling Han. A spatial ring. Ling Han was a bit astounded. He'd originally thought that Rain Country couldn't possibly have spatial rings, but unexpectedly Rain Emperor had such a treasure. However, thinking again, since a mystical power like the Eye of Truth appeared in the country's treasury, then acquiring a spatial ring occasionally wasn't so rare. He took the box. This thing wasn't big, but it wasn't easy to put into his pockets, so he had to hold it in his hands. Rain Emperor could expose his possession of a spatial ring, but Ling Han wouldn't dare. He was too weak right now after all. Besides, he wasn't wearing the ring on his hand but put it away in the Black Tower. Rain Emperor was slightly startled for a moment, looking afar. Ling Han also immediately felt a strong presence, and followed Rain Emperor's gaze. A cloud floated from afar, but the bizarre thing was that the cloud was actually pink and it was extremely fast. However, a bit closer, a man could be seen on top of the cloud. This was a 70-year-old man, who was slender with black hair, wearing a long robe and appearing very sage-like. A man? Flying in the sky. Hiss. When the other people saw, they all revealed a shocked expression one after another. How could a mortal fly in the sky? The flower blossom tier. This old man was at the flower blossom tier, that was why he could fly in the sky with his physical body, transcending the mortals. When the old man came right above, an endless pressure circulated that made everyone feel minuteness from the bottom of their hearts, only wanting to kneel in worship. The old man's gaze swiped once on Feng Yan's body as his expression immediately turned gloomy, and he said, "Such great nerve, daring to harm a disciple of the Winter Moon sect. Rain Emperor, give this old man an explanation." He stared at Rain Emperor, towering above and showing dominance. A flower blossom tier martial artist certainly was qualified to act haughtily. Rain Emperor didn't buy it at all. He raised his head awe-inspiringly, threw out a punch and said, "In front of me you dare tower above?" Hong, A golden fist came down from the sky, smashing towards the flower blossom tier old man. Impudence. The old man blew his topa. Mere spiritual pedestal tier cultivator actually dared to take initiative to attack him, truly amusing and ridiculous. However, when the punch came hurling, he didn't dare to let it hit him, raising a hand to press towards the sky. A spread of pink-colored mist dispersed, turning into millions of birds that pecked at the golden fist. "Ha!" The old man immediately cried out in surprise, for this golden fist was strong enough that it actually shattered each and every one of the birds and continued to hurl down with an unstoppable state. Peng. The old man was forced to throw out another palm to parry the golden fist, but his body was instantly struck down, falling onto the ground. The golden fist shattered at last, but the old man already fell onto the ground. On the contrary, Rain Emperor sat on top of the small hill. The first round of the confrontation was over. Rain Emperor came out on top. Hiss! Everyone cried out in surprise. Today shocking things happen one after another. Wasn't the Rain Emperor at the spiritual pedestal tier? How could he restrain someone in the flower blossom tier? The emissaries of the 8 nations were all frightened and uneasy. Was Rain Country going to have a second formidable practitioner in the flower blossom tier? The flower blossom tier old man stood upright and unafraid. It wasn't that he was weaker, he underestimated Rain Emperor, resulting in him being struck down by a punch. No matter how careless, he was still someone in the flower blossom tier, and those below the flower blossom tier were mortals. He could offhandedly kill a warrior in his spiritual pedestal tier, so how could he have been struck down? His name was Jianghu. He was sent by the Winter Moon sect's spiritual infant tier warrior to give Feng Yan some prestige and bring him back. Thus, he planned on appearing when Feng Yan won the competition, making Feng Yan, who was on top of the younger generation, look even more impressive. It never occurred to him that Rain Emperor would actually announce another person as the champion of this competition. He was confused, so he came to investigate only to find that Feng Yan was actually crippled, losing one leg. This naturally made him furious, but before he had even acted out, he was struck down to the ground by a fist, causing him to be slightly muddled. Jianghu raised his head to look at Rain Emperor, frowned and said, "You're only half a step into the flower blossom. How could you possibly have such battle prowess?" "You don't need to know." Rain Emperor remained domineering. Jianghu couldn't understand. He naturally knew that the power of the nation could raise one's strength, but was it so exaggerated? When he was younger, he'd adventured in the 9 nations of the desolate north. When he was young, sparring with a few former emperors with the power of the Nationate certainly raised their battle prowess, but only a few stars. It was never as exaggerated as exceeding the mortal men. This generation's Rain Emperor seemed to be a bit too powerful. Jianghu looked at Feng Yan and said, "This child is the sect's elder Shi's direct disciple, yet he has been crippled. This lord needs an explanation." "What explanation do you need?" Rain Emperor snorted. "He was hurt in a fair fight everyone witnessed. What explanation does this emperor need to give you? You can take him and leave. If you want revenge, all right. Let him cultivate until he's strong enough to reclaim his glory himself." Jianghu considered it a bit and said, "This lord will take the one who committed the crime." Being able to say this, Jianghu had given Rain Emperor enough face, because the Winter Moon sect's disciple was still in Rain Country and crippled in front of the Rain Emperor. Yet, he didn't expect Rain Emperor to take associated responsibility, truly unlike the ways of the Winter Moon sect. Rain Emperor gave no face at all and said, "Your ears have problems?" This emperor said that it was a fair fight, and Feng Yan can take back his reputation himself. Jianghu couldn't help but be infuriated and said, "Rain Emperor, you're not giving this lord any face. On my territory, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are, daring to threaten me?" Rain Emperor said threateningly, his fiery presence as an emperor incomparably domineering. Everyone's blood boiled. A flower blossom tier warrior was admonished like a dog. Rain Emperor was truly domineering. An emperor like this truly made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. If they had to sacrifice their lives for him, they would. Jianghu was so infuriated that his eyebrows and beard bristled. He said angrily, "Such enormous nerve, looks like Rain Country is going to change an emperor." He brazenly attacked. Chapter 278. Rain Emperor strikes again. Reverie Undersh. The flower blossom tier warriors broke away from the mortal body, and each movement they made could make mountains and rivers burst open, being extremely terrifying. Jianghu attacked in rage, hurling a fist that turned into rock like a lofty mountain. It flapped its wings towards the hill, blowing up a terrifying strong wind like sabers and swords. Ka, the hill immediately crumbled. Rain Emperor swung his sleeve. Ling Han and the other three were swept down the hill while enveloped by a gentle power. Although they fell onto the ground, they weren't hurt at all. You want to fight? This emperor will fight you till you're content. The hill already crumbled, but Rain Emperor still stood proudly on the original location of the hilltop, standing in midair and emitting unflinching aggressiveness. Under the power of the nation, he was only half a step into the flower blossom, but already had the full abilities of a flower blossom tier warrior. Follow this emperor. Rain Emperor broke through space, soaring into the sky. Jianghu naturally wouldn't be terrified, soaring into the sky as well. In a short moment, flashes of brilliance filled the sky, and the terrifying power surge came like the sea tide. The coercive pressure was like a mountain that shocked everyone's heart. This battle would definitely make countless people lose their will to pursue martial arts, leaving them trembling anxiously in memory of this coercive pressure for the rest of their days. However, some geniuses would definitely overcome the fear in their hearts, crossing into a vaster land. In the sky, the great battle continued, but no one could see exactly what the situation was. Even Ling Han couldn't see it at all due to the distance, judging it only with the power surges he felt. Theoretically, being only half a step in the flower blossom tier, Rain Emperor would definitely not rival Jianghu, but this generation's Rain Emperor was a distinguished genius with the power of the nation. He had the full power of a flower blossom tier warrior, so it wasn't easy to predict the outcome of the battle. Besides, Rain Emperor's unparalleled bellicosity allowed him to thoroughly utilize the power of the nation. It could be seen from the Son of Heaven fist technique. He created just how surprising this Rain Emperor's innate talents were. Ling Han acknowledged it tacitly. It was no wonder Rain Emperor decided to abdicate so quickly. His target wasn't merely the flower blossom tier, but the spiritual infant, or even the deity transformation and the heaven tiers. Staying on Rain Country's throne, the skies above him would be too small. Half an hour later, Jianghu and Rain Emperor flew down from the sky at almost the same time. Both of them stood proudly, and it was unclear who had won or lost. Jianghu stared coldly at Rain Emperor for a long while before he said, "This incident won't be over like this." He reached out, picked up Feng Yan and turned to leave. With a few steps, he was already at the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Everyone felt greatly relieved. It was a flower blossom tier warrior demonstrating his power after all. The pressure was too great, it made everyone lose their breath. Afterwards, everyone looked at Rain Emperor with an ardent gaze. Too powerful, he actually forced a flower blossom tier cultivator to leave. The Winter Moon sect was a terrifying leviathan in the north region. If a flower blossom tier warrior ran to the 9 nations of the desolate north, even the emperors should tremble in fear and dare not to have a bit of neglect in their reception of them, right? But Rain Emperor was powerful and attacked unhesitantly, chasing away Jianghu. He was worthy of being a country's overlord. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Everyone started shouting like a tidal wave, even the heads of the 8 great clans. A powerful cultivator with assertiveness like this made them most willing to entrust him their lives. Rain Emperor nodded and jumped, flying directly back to the imperial palace. A voice then came, "Ling Han, enter the palace to see this emperor." Again. Everyone looked enviously at Ling Han as Rain Emperor very rarely summoned someone for audience alone. However, in the short time of half a month, Ling Han had been continually summoned twice, truly making people envious. Ling Han remained indifferent to favors. Based on his temperament, it wouldn't be possible to agitate him. He carried Hunyao and nodded towards Guangyuan, Zhu Wujiao and the others, putting all conversations off after he headed back to his quarters. He completely had no mood to deal with other people's good wishes. He observed Hunyao's condition as he walked. Fortunately, Hunyao had only passed out and was perhaps injured a little, but she had already recovered for the most part. This little girl was also a freak. Ling Han stopped worrying and returned to his quarters at Huyang Academy. He put Hunyao into the Black Tower, then opened the box that contained the Eye of Truth. There was actually an eyeball inside. It seemed to be a human eyeball, but the strange thing was that it was hard as iron and stone. Moreover, a gash ran deep into the eyeball. Looking at the shape, it should have come from an arrow. Apparently, the owner of the eyeball was shot and wounded by an arrow, and when the arrow was pulled out, the eyeball came out along with it. Ling Han examined closely. On the eyeball was some black extravasated blood, emitting an indistinct aura that made people afraid. However, it was from too long ago, so the presence that remained was but an empty shell, very subtle in its power. The eyeball's owner was at least in the heaven tier when alive. Ling Han made his judgment. If not for the depth of this wound that destroyed the martial intent within, it should have terrifying powers even now. Cultivating the eye of truth, one's eye would also be tempered otherwise. If the eye was struck by a martial artist of the same level, the whole eyeball should have exploded, and not end up with just a hole. Ling Han was once a formidable warrior of the heaven tier, so he clearly knew the power and limits of this tier. The eyes were definitely the most fragile part. With the protection of origin power, it was still all right, but once that was broken through, the attack would go straight into the brain. The inheritance of a mystical power was a bit special, as it couldn't be formed into words or characters. Normally, it was passed on through the bloodline from parents to children. If outsiders wanted to learn it, then they could only use one way. For example, the Eye of Truth was fathomed out by directly taking the eye and hand of the black demon by studying the palm. Ling Han wasn't in a rush to study it, storing the eyeball inside the Black Tower. He first had to go to the Imperial Palace. Rain Emperor summoned him for a meeting. He had to give him face. After all, Rain Emperor forcefully intervened, blocking He Zhengchu for him. Although he showed his status as a high-level black-grade alchemy master, so He Zhengchu wouldn't dare go too far. A favor was a favor after all. Ling Han headed towards the Imperial Palace. Halfway there, he felt his hand tremble and a thought rushed forth. It was strange fire. At 8, a part of the demonic chi became full of it and hibernated. It was inactive these few days, but now it finally awoke. Yeah. Strange fire sent him a thought expressing its happiness. Ling Han could feel that strange fire was certainly somewhat stronger now. However, it immediately showed its thirst, desiring to devour more demonic chi. No more, no more. Ling Han said impatiently, sending the thought through his divine sense as well. Otherwise, if he were speaking to himself, that would make others think he was insane. I'll get more for you later, but you also have to properly do some work. Yeah. Strange fire flashed, maybe acquiescing or maybe expressing its discontent. Put it in the Black Tower. I have a way to increase the fire's power, Small Tower suddenly said. Really? Ling Han said despite himself. Actually, he already knew tool spirits couldn't lie. Tool spirits had the word spirit in their name, but they could never become a living being, so naturally they possessed no concept or ability to lie. However, what Small Tower said was somewhat surprising, making him feel shocked. Really? Small Tower said calmly. Chapter 279. Plans and Days to Come. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han immediately put the strange fire into the Black Tower, only to see strange fire immediately jump joyously inside. This world was so much larger than the palm that it could only hibernate in. Small Tower appeared, and with a wung, a flash of light enveloped the strange fire. Yeah. The strange fire wanted to run, but it could only sway continuously as if in fear. Hopefully Small Tower won't torment it to death, Ling Han thought to himself. He stopped paying attention to the strange fire. Ahead, the Imperial Palace was in sight. Zai Xiang was already at the Imperial Palace's large entrance. Seeing Ling Han arrive so slowly, he couldn't help but reveal a shred of discontent and say, "You have the impudence to make His Majesty wait so long, such nerve you have." Ling Han glared at him and said, "To put blame on me would be for His Majesty. What the hell are you yelling for?" "You?" Zai Xiang glared, looking fierce. "Don't you owe you? I'm a high-level black-grade alchemist. Even His Majesty humbly calls me Grandmaster Ling. You're so arrogant, is it because you think you're more kick-ass than His Majesty? Hee, you're the one with the nerve, Captain Zai." Ling Han laughed. Zai Xiang was momentarily startled. Ling Han was certainly right. A high-level black-grade alchemist was a big boss of alchemy in Rain Country. Even the Rain Emperor had to respect Ling Han as a distinguished guest. However, he berated him for the sake of the Rain Emperor, but how come it turned out that he was showing contempt for the Rain Emperor? Something was definitely wrong. He had the utmost talent in martial arts, but lacked extremely in worldly wisdom. Led on by Ling Han, he instantly became confused. Since you're rude to me, then I don't have to give you face either? I'm leaving. Ling Han turned to leave. Wait. Zai Xiang hurriedly chased after him and said, His Majesty wants to see you, you can't leave. Ling Han glared at him, simply pretending not to hear. Zai Xiang finally reacted and said, Grandmaster Ling, His Majesty summons you. Please follow me. Be more quick-witted in the future. It's not wrong to put your thoughts on martial arts, but you can't cultivate all day, cultivating yourself into adult, Ling Han said casually. Zai Xiang was so angry the corner of his mouth twitched, but he could only give in, fearing Ling Han would turn to leave again. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. It was his second life as a man, could he not control a hothead? The two arrived once again at Main Heaven Hall. Zai Xiang went to guard the palace door while Ling Han walked in. Rain Emperor sat on the throne, but this time, there wasn't a Suku XN leaning by the side of his legs. Presumably, the deal she made with Rain Emperor was concluded, and with the acquirement of 10 foundation building pills, she already left the imperial palace, running off to some remote place to cultivate in seclusion. She'd come out again after breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier. In days to come, what are your plans? Rain Emperor asked directly. Ling Han pondered and said, I should be leaving Rain Country. That's right, the Winter Moon sect is a large sect after all. This emperor can force a flower blossom tier warrior to leave, but next time if someone in the spiritual infant tier comes, this emperor won't be able to oppose them. Rain Emperor said without any empty boasts like, even if a person in the spiritual infant tier comes, I'd be able to hold them off. This however did not whittle down his forcefulness. Rain Emperor paused and then said, this emperor will soon abdicate. The seventh one has unyielding integrity, but his strength is ultimately too weak. Ling Han nodded. No matter how hard the neck of the seventh prince was, his cultivation of the element gathering tier was a shortcoming. Even with the grasp the power of the nation, he'd still bend before someone in the spiritual ocean tier. Although Rain Country still had a flower blossom tier warrior overseeing things, it could be seen from their consistent low profile that they wouldn't intervene unless it was a crucial moment when the country was in peril. If Rain Emperor abdicated and the Winter Moon sect came again to demand they hand over a person, the seventh prince definitely wouldn't be able to bear such pressure. This wasn't an issue of whether he conceded or not. Martial arts looked at whose fist was the biggest, and Rain Emperor used his strength to expel He Zhengchu. I plan on taking a stroll at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and get an Earth-grade alchemy master certification to play with, he said. Across the vast lands, probably only Ling Han had the qualifications to say, get an Earth-grade alchemy master certification to play with. Even in a place like the North region, Earth-grade alchemy masters were prestigious beings anyone needed to call them master. However, for a Grandmaster of Alchemy, an Earth-grade alchemy master certificate truly was child's play, too easy. He now crossed into the gushing spring tier, and was not far from the spiritual ocean tier. The strange fire's power increased quite a bit, becoming more than capable of refining Earth-grade medicinal pills. With an Earth-grade alchemy master certificate as a protective talisman, there wouldn't be as many people who would dare lay their hands on him in the open. As for covertly, it would be hard to say. If one was assassinated, the background didn't matter even if you were the son of someone in the Shattering Void tier, so what? Rain Emperor laughed and said, you can leave at ease. This emperor will take care of Deyuan King, and protect the Ling family in your stead. You will always be Rain Country's man. This emperor will make sure you have no lingering anxieties. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Han saluted with hands folded. This personal favor he certainly needed. Otherwise he could only move Ling Danxing and the rest into the Black Tower. Rain Emperor gave him face not because Rain Emperor had to, but because as an emperor of men, he needed to consider Rain Country as a whole. An Earth-grade alchemy master. Not to mention whether or not Ling Han would refine medicinal pills for Rain Country, the reputation alone would attract countless alchemy masters' pilgrimage. It could be seen that hereafter, Rain Country's strength would prosper and be the best of the 9 nations of the desolate north. If the Winter Moon sect sends someone over, they'd get here in 10 days at the fastest, Rain Emperor reminded. Ling Han nodded and said, in 5 days I will set out. Very well then. Rain Emperor revealed a smile. Your accomplishments in alchemy surprised this emperor, and even your talents in martial arts shocked this emperor. Live well, and perhaps tens of years later, this emperor will see a rising star appear on the stage of the vast lands, shining and stunning the world. Ling Han snickered. That was inevitable. Even if he were an idiot at martial arts, he would still become a dazzling star based on his status as a grandmaster of alchemy in his previous life. He also thought highly of Rain Emperor for letting go of the throne. After Rain Emperor left the Rain country, he would lose the power of the nation, but he would also be able to focus his thoughts completely on martial arts. He was an exceptional martial arts talent, and his accomplishments in the future could be extremely shocking. Honestly, he even had the thought of taking him as disciple, but if he were to say it aloud, he would definitely be smashed to death. Go. Rain Emperor summoned him to have him leave Rain country, so since Ling Han already had such plans, there naturally was nothing more to say. Ling Han left the Imperial Palace, heading back to Huyang Academy. There were still 5 days. He had to make arrangements. He was naturally going to offer to take along Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, and the others. Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan had no objections, willing to leave Rain country with Ling Han. They had nothing that would make them reluctant to leave, but Jin Wuji and Li Hao couldn't let go of their families and loved ones, politely declining Ling Han's invitation. Ling Han didn't force them. Everyone had their own goals. Contrariwise, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were awfully desperate. They followed him unequivocally. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.